Good morning, everybody. I will call the order, and we have a quorum, so we're going to have a moment of silent reflection by Ron. So, Ron, if you would, please, and then followed by the pledge, please.
Very good. Thank you, Chair.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Except for Jerry. There we go, okay. Review and approve the agenda, so.
Second.
We have a motion by Hadcock, second by Ross Connect to approve the agenda. And so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Items from the public per SDCL 125-1. Don't have any public comments, so we're going to move on. And today will be listening day. There shouldn't be a lot of, there won't be any real action taken today. And we understand this process that we're bringing forward today is slightly different than it's done in the past, so we're going to allow some leniency. We'll probably have some questions, but if everybody could keep their questions pointed so as to be respectful of everyone's time and make sure that the questions are short and simple and understanding so we can keep them on target with our what we're trying to do. We're trying to abide by our mission statement and provide services, quality services to our constituents. So that being said, we'll go to item 6, 2026 budget initial requests. Initial request form from Jordan. You're going to start to show off. So
Yes, sir, Chair.
you're going to set the standard, set the bar, and so we'll allow you to speak, Jordan. Thank you.
Jordan Nebb, the Director of the Commission Office, and I think that's exactly the right phrase. What I'm trying to do here is set the stage. I wanted to go through the totals, basically, of what all the department heads have requested for expenditures and what we've been anticipating then for revenues. These, of course, are very rough preliminary data, but and we'll hone them and shape them in the next couple of weeks for the provisional budget, which has to be approved, as we all know, before July 30th. We have 2 meetings currently scheduled in July, one on July 1st, that we can talk about the provisional budget, and one on July 15th. Now, if we need to, we can schedule another special session between the 15th and the 30th if we really feel like we need more information, more time to digest stuff within the provisional budget. But that's kind of how the timeline shakes out right now. So what I did is I prepared a memo here where I just wanted to talk through a couple of the main talking points that we do pretty much with every cycle of the budget. The first one being the expenditures. So the total requests of all the departments, and you can, it's probably a little bit too small up there, but the total requests amounted to, let's go to that page. Sorry, I'm trying to control this while also doing it. About $128 million. We'll just round it for purposes right now. It was a 1.8% increase over the current 2025 approved budget, which has also been supplemented once or twice, I believe, this year. So these are all just still comparing kind of the approved budgets versus the approved budgets, not including any supplements or any additional amounts that we've added or moved from contingency, for example. Personnel figures were calculated at a flat rate. That doesn't mean that they're exactly 2025 rates, because if department heads knew that they had people leave, they were allowed to calculate, okay, well, what would it cost for a new hire in this position as opposed to a long tenured person? So if they knew there was something coming, they calculated for that, but they didn't include any COLA or any step increases or any increases to insurances at the moment. That'll be presented, I'm hoping, for July 15th to have a full-blown personnel presentation for everybody to kind of show what the calculations can be, what we're going to have for a COLA, what we would have for step increases, and all what the cost would be to the county. All new position requests are excluded from these totals here, as in past years, they were meant to be presented separately in a discussion from the department heads, which they'll bring up within their narrative. So we didn't program them directly into these numbers. That'll also be an addition if the board wishes to add FTEs to those departments and offices. Contingency was just held as a placeholder, and so was self-insurance. We basically just copied over the 2025 numbers, just verbatims to 2026 as a placeholder for just initial discussions, because I think it makes more sense to see some kind of number in there than to leave it completely off. So at least we've got a placeholder in that. We don't have the full comprehensive list of all outside agencies that we want to look at, but we did have a list of the Central States Fair, the Complete Health, Dakota Plains Legal Services, the libraries, Hill City, Keystone, Rapid City, and Wall, the 2 conservation districts, which is Pennington and East Pennington, the Pennington County Council on Aging, the Western Dakota Regional Water Service, and West River Mental Health. Now, there are others that do have requested amounts in the budget, but I didn't have enough time to kind of compile the full list here. So just talking about these entities, their requests were about $2.1 million for 2026. That's a 2.25% increase, about $47,000 over the current 2025 amount. And then, let's see here, we're moving on to revenues now. I wanted to talk about that as well. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Can you make that full screen?
Get rid of the side.
1 second. Still working through the kinks here.
That's good. It's better.
Okay. So after we've looked at all those revenues, expenditures, I apologize, we move on to the revenues. Revenues right now, we're calculating at about $126 million. It's a 4.3% increase, about $5 million over the current 2025 approved budget. Where a lot of that money came from is I programmed in just a little bit of money, some conservative figures for interest income, because we had not been calculating sufficient interest income on the bonds that we'd had out, and we have enough cash that we've got invested that we're making more in income on interest than we anticipated. So there's a little bit of a bump in there. That may change if we end up spending a lot of that bond money. So we'll have to monitor that as we go through the process here. Now, that number also includes the CPI taken and calculated growth for taxes. So I did include essentially our max tax rate in that. We've increased the taxes for these calculations. Those can always be backed out. I've got those figures available if we need to back them out. And so I just programmed them in by default just because we had the numbers ready. And so the max tax, the additional tax that we can collect by law is about $3 million. Based on calculations from the Equalization Office and the Auditor's Office. So that's basically what you're looking at as to whether or not you want to increase those property taxes by $3 million to help fund the budget. Our cash position currently as of May 31st, 2025, in the general fund is about $36.6 million. That is all of our cash deposits and any kind of restricted funding that we have in the general fund. It's not just the unassigned fund balance, that is total cash and deposits. And so looking at that cash balance, if revenues and expenditures for 2025 occur as budgeted, fully 100% as we budgeted them, then we would reduce the projected general fund balance by January 1st, 2026 to start the year to about $27.7 million. And so you look at that number when you're looking at, well, what's our shortfall between expenditures and revenues? So if we're $2 million short of revenues, do we have the cash to support that? And what we're seeing right now is at the beginning of the year, theoretically, yes, we would have $27 million in the general fund. And so the total appropriations for 2026 currently calculated, which are pretty much real guess numbers on whether or not we have to transfer funds into the other restricted funds, so very, very preliminary, but it's about $85.4 million for appropriations currently in this budget. And so if all cash remains unassigned, if we don't have any assigned amounts, then we would be sitting on a reserve of about 30.3% at the end of 2026 after we've expended all of our 2026 dollars and collected all the revenues.
So Jordan?
Yes, sir.
On that first line where you say the general fund balance is the 36 million?
Yes.
That does include our reserves.
That does include all, yes, that is a full up number as of May 31st, 2025. Yep.
So Jordan, another question. So that's including restricted and unassigned or just unassigned?
Well, it would just be the unassigned because restricted would be the restricted funds. And so this is just the general fund. It's not the restricted road and bridge fund. It's not the restricted E911 fund. This is just general fund, the 101 fund. So that would be unassigned and assigned. It's both of those in the general fund, which is unrestricted.
And then you would have those projects listed out somewhere later, the unassigned that came up with the total?
I have not gotten to the reserve accumulations calculations yet, so I don't have them yet, but I will.
Just, that was my
Yes,
question.
I
is to
will,
have
I will
those.
make yep, I will make a note.
Of what that came to 36, was it cash applied was 6 million and the rest was unassigned? And I'd like to know the difference between what was actually cash applied, just cash, and what was actually unassigned to make that total of 36,641.
Gotcha, I can get there, yes.
Okay, and while you're taking notes,
Please?
I'm going to go back when you're talking about the, projecting, if we go max tax and we take that, what I would like to see is a 10-year history on our different levies. And so I want a 10-year historical run on what our different levies have been.
Can do.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
Jordan, what was the, our reserve level for 2025?
What was that? Oh,
If I'm correct, it's 30.3 this year, just kind of projecting it.
that's kind of what we'd be projecting
Right,
for
so
2026. And so
just
I know
trying
you
to-
guys were, oh, sorry, you were trying to say.
Trying to remember what we had last year.
Yeah, I don't have that
Which is
figure.
unassigned.
Maybe I should have grabbed that, because Cindy has that, she sent it to me. Give me a moment and I can look that up.
I think it was about 19.
That sounds right. Probably between 18 and 20 is probably
Okay,
where we
yeah,
were.
just trying to, thank you.
Because I think anyway, from what, just watching the budget process, I'm thinking that you guys tried to set that fund balance at about 18 to 20%. Cindy, is that right? Okay.
Coming unassigned.
All right, so at the very bottom of this memo here, in addition to any department-specific guidance you guys may get, think about these things as you go through all the hearings today and tomorrow. Where do you want your target general fund reserve levels to sit? Are you looking at 20%, 30% unassigned, total cash? There's a lot of different figures here we can use to try to see how we're performing against what we want the reserve to be. Do we want to continue with the reserve accumulations? Because I've heard from some board members that maybe we want to try to budget things actual as is and not necessarily assign funds from one year to the next. So think about that.
Commissioner
Fair.
Hancock has a question.
Go ahead.
So
Commissioner Hancock.
it was 18 to 20 or whatever last year, but I'd like to know, was it unassigned and the interest income and all that added in to make that 18.9? Because right now, it says 36.641. So that's why I said we want to break it out to see if
Right.
we had 6 million and really our percentage for cash applied, just cash, was lower, and we use the unassigned and the interest to make that 18 point whatever percent. That would be nice to know
Of course.
if we were, how we were doing it in the past. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will have a more thorough cash balance analysis coming. I just wasn't able to get all the information together for today, so I apologize for
Okay.
that. But
But
yeah,
it'd be
I'll
nice
be
to
able to.
see how, what they used, and if they used unassigned, if they used, you already know, other stuff, interest, in order to bring it to 18.9.
Okay,
Thank
yes,
you.
I will get that. A third point to think about is what funding philosophy you guys would like for outside agencies for anything that is quote-unquote just not only non-mandated, but non-county. And so we have to really kind of think, do you want inflationary adjustment? Do you want flat funding? Do you want to look at their finances and give them performance-based criteria? This is all stuff that you can consider when trying to show that we're, funding appropriately. How do you want to treat any new position requests? When implementing it, do you want to see them all in one big pot? Just look at all the FTE requests at once, or do you want to try to rank them, categorize them, stuff like that? So think about those. And finally, is there anything you guys want to change with our contingency planning or anything for unforeseen? Because right now, we've got 175,000 programmed into the contingency budget, but that could go quickly. And if we decide not to do reserve accumulations, then you may want to have something on hand for contingency just in case we get unexpected expenditures. So that should also be just points for consideration among whatever else you guys have for the different departments.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if you have general fund, can you not put for basically because we don't, unforeseen areas, does every department need a reserve?
No, you have been doing it that way, but they do not need a reserve. You can put it in your contingency within the general fund, which it does have a cap. It has a maximum amount. I can't remember the exact amount, but I think it's lower than 5% of the total general fund budget. And that can be where you hold your just-in-case money. It doesn't have to be reserve accumulations being assigned to individual budgets.
To me, that sounds a little bit better than what we've been doing in the past, because then you can see where the money's going. And then we also can account for it of who's using the money per year or whatever for over budgeting or otherwise to be able to fund their budgets. So for me, it'd be different. I'd like to see the general fund and then contingency, or however you say
Right.
it, reserves for, and I don't know if we can do it or break it out that way, but it
I can
seems
take
a
a look at
lot
that.
more simplified to see that and where that money has been spent.
And the benefit of using contingency versus doing like a budget supplement, which isn't even talking about the reserve accumulations, is that the contingency can be transferred, the budget can be moved without a budget hearing, a budget supplement hearing. And so it's a little bit more streamlined of a process to where we don't necessarily have to advertise at 2 different meetings or anything like that. We can just approve moving that budget because it's already appropriated once it's approved. And so you just transfer it, sorry.
Yeah, it would just be nice from the past, just seeing the over budgeting and what's been happening in the past and not seeing that history and where that money has gone. It would be nice to see where the money was gone, who supplemented, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
at the
I'll
end
look
of
into
the
that
year.
as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Jerry?
So, yeah, I've got a couple of notes. So one, I just want to say, I think everybody has done a good job in getting your information put together with your financials and the budget. I appreciate the cooperation and everybody getting their stuff in and working with the commission office. In January, I said that I would like to see the budget process, that we would have a new agenda software and that we would have this type of format. And I wasn't sure we'd hit the target timeline, but here we are. And I know, Jordan, you put a lot of work into this. You've only been here 3 months now, I think.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. So anyway, it's a lot of work to take on in a 3-month time frame and put all this together to include a new agenda software. And anyway, I think as we get into it, it's going to work. The comment I have about the budget process and going through this, and so we look at I'm going to start with the outside agency funding. And so some of these, and when we do the complete history, what I would like to see at all the outside agency funding, I would also like to see all the outside agencies, whether or not it's funded by a levy or just out of the general fund, I would like to see a 10-year history on all of these outside entities and what that funding level has been per year. And then denote which of those are being funded by a levy. And again, Central States Fair, I do know is a levy, the library is a levy. And the way that I'm seeing some of these things put in the budget, it's like these outside entities, I'm seeing some of these funds in individual budgets that we're funding outside entities. And one, I'll just pick commission office. So the commission in our budget, we're showing that we're funding Western Dakota Regional Water Service $50,000.
Yes.
Okay. I would rather see that out of the commission budget and into another category in a line item, a budget category that we could fund these outside agencies and track those. And so when you look at some of these individual line items in some of these budgets, we're funding some of these outside entities through departmental budgets. And I would rather capture those And so that we have, we're not putting these in individual budgets, but we're encapsulating these and we're accounting for them as here's our funding to outside agencies and this is how we do it. And again, getting back to the other one would be, another, and again, it is outside agency, but it's funded by a levy. And that would be like, our fire service. And we're paying the workers' comp for the volunteer firefighters. Looking at some of these women against violence. And so it's not on here, but that's an outside agency funding, but it's a mandatory one that we're required to do. But we have in the past funded women against violence statutorily from the levy or from the funds out of the Register of Deeds office, so we're doing that statutory funding. The sheriff previously was funding women against violence out of his budget. And the state's attorney's office, I believe, and I'm not sure if that's a contract or what, but we'll talk about it when you come up or what that agreement is. But we're also, I see, funding, wavy out of the state's attorney's office budget. So some of the same entities, the county is funding through multiple sources, through multiple budgets, and I would rather see all of those pulled out of those individual budgets. And so we have a good, clear understanding as to what the county is funding into these outside agencies. And if you levy or not, but if you look at, what we've captured here, and then you have to kind of go hunt and find this stuff, Jordan. But, we're funding, right now, and this isn't the total number, 2 million to outside agencies, okay? When you're looking, and I don't know, I'm just going to guess, but if we're looking at the cost of personnel increases to the county, and right now we don't have any step increases funded, we don't have any COLA funded, and I'm going to guess that just off the top of my head, maybe a COLA would be $1 million. And so whatever that number is, and I'm going to say, or continued step increases. And if you look at the history, which I think is in our presentation here about our personnel cost to maintain, and keep up. This year, we funded no step increases. The other than what department heads are doing, internally with promotions or reclassing individuals, but the majority of the employees are not funded. We did the wage adjustment in January, but there were no continued step increases put in the budget. And so we did that adjustment. And then the majority of the employees, if they didn't have an opportunity for growth, be it through a reclassification or a promotion, then their wages have been held flat. And so when we go to plug in what it's going to cost on some of these personnel numbers, we don't have, a recommendation on insurance costs. And I guess to kind of get to my point, when we're looking at these outside agencies, and I know they're going to present later, but I looked it up myself, getting back to what do we want to look at from some of these outside agencies when they're asking for money. The one up here, Complete Health. Okay, that's formerly Community Health, Complete Health. I looked them up on their website, and they have a $12 million budget, or $12 million in revenue, and they're asking the county for $150,000. Okay, it's not mandatory funding that we have to provide. So when you have these outside agencies that are large organizations, and then you look at the percent of funding that we're giving them, some of this is minuscule. I understand it's important, but I'm of the mindset that you have to take care of your organization first before you can fund the outside entities. And if we can't have a balanced budget without applying cash, and I'm not into, overfunding these outside entities aside from some of the levies that we're getting, I think some of that's got to be looked at hard, the historical funding of these outside entities when we can't pass a balanced budget without applying cash. So we give them money, some of these outside agencies, they take care of their internal operations and their employees. I want to make sure that our internal operations and our departments are funded and we're taking care of our personnel and our operations. So that's why I'd like to see the 10-year history on that. outside agency funding, some of this rolled up so we can capture everything that we're funding outside of this entity, and getting back to looking at that levy history. And I would imagine, and the auditor would know, but I would imagine with the growth in the county and everything, you're going to see that levy, is going to be going down over the years historically, even though we're collecting more money because our tax base has gone up. Would that be correct, Cindy? Okay. So anyway, I think as we go through these things, that's what I want to make sure that we're doing what we need to do and take care of our organization. And I'm one of those that would like to thin out some of the outside funding that we're doing. So those are my points.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Mr. Ross, can I?
so how many outside agencies are we funding? Is it possible that we just, Jordan could put it, summarize one page so that we can look at the outside agencies?
Absolutely.
And what we gave them in 2025? And I don't know if you can actually go a little bit deeper on this, but Jerry mentioned $12 million for community health or whatever it is now. If we could look at, if there's a budget for each one of these, so we could see what we're giving on a ratio of what we're giving them compared to what their annual revenue is.
Okay, I'll put that together.
And and again, when some of these come forward as an outside agency and they're asking us to fund them, I think it's relevant that they provide us with their budget and their financials so we can see, who else are you getting your funding from? How much of the county's funding is operating your organization? And, it goes the same. And again, I know we have an agreement with, some of these entities to provide services, but I would also just like Dakota Plains, I would like to know we're funding a large amount. Dakota Plains has offices throughout the state. And then again, how much of a player are we in their total revenue? And when you're looking at some of these agencies, and I'm just going to speak from experience, BMS was funded, years ago. And another entity, some of these major organizations, would historically get county funding. And you would look at what they had for reserves and investments. And some of the counties that were giving some of these larger organizations money, these larger organizations had more money and investments in the bank than some of these smaller entities that were funding them. And so I think that's relevant to look at.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Some of these, I'm going to use Dakota Plains as an example. I think, we also need to look at, for every dollar we give them, are we getting $1.25 back? Is it a benefit to the county? I think that's one of the things that we need to consider, because when they did their presentation last year, our public defender's office said, if we didn't have that service, that office is going to take the hit. So each one of these, it's a moving target. You just got to look at them individually and see if it's actually, for every dollar we give them, are we getting our dollar's worth back?
So we all agree you'll have a summary of the,
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
try to get that
perfect.
prepared
Okay.
as soon as possible.
okay.
All right, so I'm going to move forward, unless there's other questions. I'm going to move forward and kind of show you examples of what we have prepared as backup documentation for each one of the department budgets. I did a full roll-up for the entire county with the ones that I've got here. We started with, this should be a sheet that you're used to kind of seeing in years past. So what this is, it's a breakout of the total expenditures by category. And our categories, of course, we've got personal services, personnel. We've got our current expenditures, which are your operations essentially. We've got capital assets, we've got debt service, and then we've got just other, a catch-all. And so this breaks out how the county has allocated essentially all of its expenditures, or its anticipated expenditures for the 2026 budget. And so you'll have 5 years of actual history. These are actual expenditures by each of these individual categories. Then you'll have the current adopted 2025 budget, the requested 2026 budget, and then a couple of columns over here on the side, which is the dollar change from 25 to 26, the percent change of that dollar change from 25 to 26, what percent of the section total there is by line item. So how much of our, say for example, the personnel services, how much of that is group insurance versus how much of that is salaries and wages. You can see for that section total, and then the final column is what percentage is that of the total budget. So looking just at the salaries and wages for the 2026 request, we're looking at 43.69% of the total requested budget expenditures is personnel, salaries and wages, and that's kind of significant. So this is, you'll see these broken down by each individual department. What I wasn't able to do is get so granular that I broke it out by each individual fund, by each individual department. I just kind of rolled up all the funding sources, restricted and unrestricted, for each of the departments.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe.
Jordan, when you put this together, I'm just, I like to going back 5 years because you can sit there and look for outliers.
Right.
So on this particular page, I'm looking at 2021 actual compared, so it's 140 or 143 million. Our projected is 129. So we're going back 5 years. Why do we have more revenue in 2021 than we're going to have in 2026? And I'm assuming we're going to see that COVID factor in there somewhere, and that's going to skew things. I think
Yes.
everybody's got to be aware some of these numbers are going to reflect some of the byproducts of COVID.
Absolutely, and that was the big anomaly there for 2020, 21, and 22, and a little bit into 23. We were getting some of those ARP funds, some of the CARES Act stuff. It was several sources that came and shook loose from federal funding, and many of those anomalies are called out in the budget narratives by the departments, and so they kind of explain like, oh yeah, in my department, the expenditures went way up, but it's because we had these COVID expenditures and they got reimbursed, and so we should have notes for pretty much all of that. But if you see any of those discrepancies and flag them, let me know and we can chase that answer down together.
Thank you.
All right, so similar to the expenditures, we've also got revenues. Unfortunately, I couldn't get this one on one page because there's a bunch of categories of revenues. So it's a two-pager, but you can see these are our revenue sources by category. Same thing, 5-year history, the adopted 25, the requested 26. We've got our categories of taxes, license and permitting, our intergovernmental revenue. What that is, that's basically when the federal government or the state government or even, local governments are giving us payments, grants, shared revenue, that kind of stuff. That's the intergovernmental. Then we've got our charges for goods and services. This is what we're charging people for. I mean, at the basest example, for copies in, the Register of Deeds office, for any kind of permit fees in highway or the sheriff's office, anything like that. That's our charges for goods and services. Then we've got our fines and forfeits, which are pretty obvious there. That's fines and any forfeitures that we've got for revenue sources. And then miscellaneous can be any number of things. That's where we do get donations from private companies, any sorts of earnings on deposits and investments. That's our interest income. If we charge people rent, that's kind of where all that stuff goes. It's all kind of in there. And then our other financing sources, again, is the catch-all for anything that doesn't fit into those categories. Then you see there, sale of county property is typically a big one that spikes up and down when we have capital assets to sell, when we're selling property of any kind, real estate or whatever it is. And then any other proceeds that we get. And if you need to see more detailed information on any of those, we can get that put together. We have those backup information, so that the documents for all that. Questions on revenue before I move on to the next one?
Jordan, I just got a question for, the Treasury Department. Where is their revenue? Is it broken down in here somewhere?
Theirs is not specifically broken out. If you look at the 310, the taxes, essentially everything that's a tax is collected by the treasurer's office. So it's not specifically their revenue, it's obviously full county revenue, but all of that goes through them. They process the wheel tax, the mobile home tax, the property tax, all of that goes through the treasurer's office.
Right, I'm looking for
Okay.
they get paid for doing X amount of transactions or whatever. Go ahead, Jerry.
No,
Some
I'm
of
just
those
gonna,
permits and fees, gotcha.
but you do have, in the presentation by department, there is revenue.
Yes,
So
there
under
are.
the treasurer's office, we'll get to their
That's what
revenue.
that's-
yeah.
That was the main question I had. Then I had one question on number 361. It talks about, this item is earnings on deposits and investments. In 2024, the actual was 5.3 million. and then they adopted it in the budget of 512,000 in 2025.
Yes, that would be the interest income that I'd mentioned in my memo, that we had not been budgeting for that investment that we've been able to do for some of the bond money that we'd gotten. We've been receiving a lot more interest than we've been anticipating, and so we're going to try to, and so I put into the
Oh,
requested
that's why
budget.
it's on the actual and then
Yes.
it's adopted in, okay, I got you.
Yep.
And then it's adopted again in 2026 at 2.2?
That was a conservative number because I'm not sure how much of our bond money we're going to have spent down by the end of 2026. How much are we going to earn on that interest? That'll have to be a conversation I have with the auditor and treasurer to really narrow in on what we should be budgeting
And-
for.
And the sheriff.
And the sheriff, right. And whoever's going to be managing that project too, if the jail project goes through.
I still have a question on it. So how do you go, again, from 5,355,06 in '24, and the actual is 512?
No, that's a budget number.
It is the budgeted number, and the actual number, I'm pretty sure, is higher than that, but
Right.
I don't have that figure on this
That's exactly
sheet, but-
right. In 2024, the actual number was 5.3 million. And then it hadn't been budgeted, only budgeted at 512,000 in 2025. But they're predicting at a conservative number in 2026 at 2.2 because some of that
I get it,
bond
but-
will get.
And that
spent
may
on.
go up.
But if you start in '22, it's 928,105, and the actual is 4 million something.
Those are all actual.
Those are
So
all
basically, the projection, they were very conservative on the revenue projections. And so projecting revenue, we overperformed in, the revenue. So it's just, so when you're projecting the revenue, because again, when you're putting together all of your revenue and all of your expenditures, and you look at what that delta is, and if we're short, projecting on what we anticipate revenues to be, then you've got to show in your budget that you're applying cash to make that balance. It's just that in some of these line items, and you'll see it by department in the presentation, each department, the law enforcement's a big one outside, the treasurer's office and stuff coming in, the revenues, and then projecting what the revenue is and how we actually performed. And so in the presentation, there are charts on that will show what we projected revenue and how we came in.
Okay.
And some of it we came in short on revenue, some, we overperformed. Overall, I believe the trend has been, that we either met revenue projections or we overperformed.
Okay, so I get that. So now I understand the interest income and all the other stuff that was put in here to make a reserve, if I'm correct, because of some of it was unprojected interest, as you said, Jordan, and some, I don't know if we used unassigned to make that percentage at this point, but it'd be nice again to know that just from seeing these numbers at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I have one more comment on the revenue. The PILT money, and so do we keep all of our PILT money or do we disperse it out?
We keep it.
Okay, good answer.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the next
Ready
document.
to move on to the next.
Yep, so the next document here is the cash balance estimate. This is something that the auditor has typically put together for you guys, and I took a crack at it. I figured why not give it a shot. It was pointed out to me, unfortunately, that the transfers in and out are incorrect, so the amounts will be slightly different than you see here. But it should still be, close-ish, I guess, as a really rough preliminary estimate. And this goes through each of our individual funds. If it's not the general fund up top, I shouldn't say this, because just in general, I should say, if it's not the general fund, then most of these other ones are restricted funds and can only have their money spent on specific services. And so this is just a quick estimation of where we think our total cash position is going to be at the end of it all. You'll see down towards the very, very bottom, there's the Capital Projects Fund, where we've got our $40 million from the bond that we currently have sitting out there. That's kind of, again, the reason that we're making some interest as well, is that we've got that cash sitting in there that we can earn some investment income on. So as we're looking at the general fund up at the top left there, that's the 36.6 that you saw in the memo. If you go all the way to the top right, that's at the end of the year, we're anticipating it's going to get spent down to about 27.7.
Jordan, can I ask a question?
Please do.
So what is left in the bond at this time?
Oh, I actually don't know that, unfortunately. I was supposed to get that information together, and I don't have it yet, so.
Okay, Okay,
I
if we
think-
could get that, that would be nice.
I
Whatever's
think
left.
Davis had a presentation and it was around 32 to 34, something like that.
Well, I asked Davis and
Cindy is-
he didn't know at this
Yeah.
time.
I think it's around that 32 to 33 in that neighborhood.
If we could get that, Cindy, for the total amount left, that would be nice. Thank you.
That total is estimating project cost for concourse though, not like our, I don't know what's actually in there as of today.
Okay, that would be nice.
Okay, what's in,
Like that 35 million
All right.
range is if you subtract what the total project cost for concourse would be.
all right, Davis, what was in there yesterday?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Roskinek.
so on this page, Jordan, each one of these, first column, that's an account that cash is in that account.
That is as of 5/31, that first
Okay.
column it is in there, yep.
So county road and bridge, there's roughly 12 million in that. Now, I'm trying to figure that out. Does the wheel tax impact that cash balance at all? If we didn't have the wheel tax, that could be, that number could be substantially lower.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it would be.
Thank you.
And, yeah, so you can see like when you get to highway, you're gonna see the uptick in highway department revenue. And it's from, the largest increase is gonna be from the wheel tax.
Okay. Yeah,
And the comment that I would have about the highway department, which is unusual, is that the highway department, I think anyway, since about 2015, has been operating solely on their restricted funds, not out of the general fund. And one reason is because of the wheel tax, to get that revenue in there, so.
Okay, I didn't have any other anomalies on this one to point out, so I'll move to the last one, and this is just going to be the graphs that you'll be seeing for pretty much each one of the individual departments. This is just going to be loaded up for the whole county, just a really quick explanation of what you're seeing here. Let's go to page 2. So on page 2, we're looking at all of the approved budgeted expenditures year to year. Now, this is before supplements, okay? And so this does not include supplements, this does not include any transfers out. And so this is just the approved budget at the beginning of each of the years, what we sat at and how we had approved budgets over the years. And you can see there's a % increase or decrease on those. And it's still kind of tough to gauge that 2020 to 2023 range because we were budgeting for some COVID stuff. We weren't budgeting for some COVID stuff. It was a trying time for all local governments and pretty much the entire nation. So, as we move forward, though, we look at the next slide, which will be just the actual expenditures year to year. This is a 5-year history from 2020 to 2024. And these colors are indicative because I try to use the consistent colors so that you know the darker blue is always going to be the approved budget. The lighter bluish gray is going to be actual expenditures. And then we compare the two side by side in the next slide, which is going to be your actual expenditures versus the approved budget. And how much of our budget did we expend? Was it over or under? And as you can see, again, in that 2020 to 2023 range, we were over what we had approved significantly, but also our revenues did kind of match that. So it's not too strange of a thing to see. And then for page 5, we move into.
Okay, could you go back to that slide?
Yes, sir.
So, COVID time, 2020, so in 2020, the county exceeded, what they had budgeted by 22%. In 21 by 35%. 22, 7.5, and 23, 5.8. And so in that time frame, we should have been getting out of that COVID cycle. And so in 2024, again, we expended over 6% of what was budgeted. I understand the budget supplements, but 6%, that is $8 million spent over what was budgeted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you know what accounted for that? Does this go back and maybe the board members know. I guess I'm going to ask,
2024.
is that some when we, is it in '24, is that when we purchased some of the properties?
No, if you,
5 million was wages.
yeah,
And 2.2 is for architecture for the jail project, it says. So there's that.
Well, if you look under the 24 to 25, the wages were 50,557, and the actual was 55,
Cindy.
951.
Come on up, please.
That's about
Chair,
$6
if I may.
million.
Mr. Chair,
yes,
if I may.
go ahead.
Okay. Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. I think Commissioner Durr is exactly right. When you look at all of the funds thrown together, you have to remember the things that we did not budget for during the normal budget cycle. And I think it's really important for you to know that in 2024, the general fund budget was underspent, not overspent. This looks bad, but it's not as bad as what, to me, it portrays. And some of it is because of the purchases of the buildings. When we do the normal budget cycle, we do not do a budget for the capital projects budget. We do a supplement at the end. So if you're comparing the approved budget to what was actually spent, that's going to spike these numbers as well.
Okay, and so in '24, and again, I get that capital expenditure, but even when you're doing some of those projects, that's why I'd like to look ahead for 5 years and go, what do we have on the radar? And not say that, okay, in this fiscal year, even though we didn't budget for it, no matter what it is, we're going to spend another, 5 or 6 million over what we anticipated spending. And so in '24, is that, when you're talking about capital, so is that when we purchased a property or?
No, I don't think in '24 we did. I would have to go back and look
Okay.
at the budget, by fund though, not throwing everything in one pot.
Okay,
And so the other thing was ARPA funds were expended in '24. So there was a $5.3 million payment to Rapid Valley, I
All
believe,
right.
for their
That was in there as well.
infrastructure.
so,
Yeah.
and then that expenditure would be something that, yeah, we didn't budget for that, but we just gave that allocation
Right.
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 to Rapid Valley Sanitation. Okay. So again, I mean, the number is there. I like to see these actual numbers, and then when you see these anomalies, and then talk about, okay, here's what we did, this is why, we did this, and so, and again, getting back to your point, Cindy, I think when you look at how we closed out the fiscal year, even though we were rejecting applied cash, that we didn't apply cash to make the budget balance.
That is correct, Commissioner
Okay.
Durr.
All right.
In the 2020, would have been the 2024 budget cycle, my estimate for the unassigned fund balance in the general fund was like 18.8%, and we ended at 23.
Good.
That's with the bond interest?
That is not in the general fund. I'm just talking general fund.
Right.
For reserves, I'm talking.
No, but just the general fund, because when you're talking about that percentage, I believe we can't go over 40%, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Ross.
Jordan, should I have that page on my chip?
Yes, you
Because
should.
I don't see it.
Okay. Should still be under the initial, it should be under 6A, and it's one of the attachments.
Okay, you're on the PDF version?
Yeah, well, I'm on the, flash drive.
Okay.
They may have been added to the thumb drive towards the end, so I'll have to,
All right.
I'll have to look into that
When
one.
we take a break, can we get him logged
Yeah,
in to
yep.
the actual agenda?
And then I'll just kind of breeze through the rest of these because I'm taking way too much of your guys' time. I appreciate you giving me the time to kind of walk through some of this stuff. So then we do the same thing that we did with expenditures. We do it with revenues for each of these. And so we're looking at the approved budget of revenues, and I gave a percent increase and decrease there. We did a actual revenues, if it updates. There we go. And that's a 5-year history of the actual revenues. And this is all funds, of course. This is not broken out into individual funds. And then we do the approved budget versus the actual revenues so that you can see how we performed. And you'll see that with all of the extra, usually COVID money there, we collected much more than we anticipated. And then for the last slide, I didn't do this for everyone because not everyone generates revenues, but I did it for the full county. If we do all funds full up, how did we do actual expenditures versus actual revenues by the years? And that's where you're really going to see that, sure, in 2020, we were expending more than we were collecting. That was a crazy year. But then we start seeing that our revenues are either keeping up with or exceeding what our expenditures are. And that's why we're in a cash position where we're not necessarily freaking out about, hitting a 20% general fund reserve number. Whether or not this trend continues, not if we have enormous capital outlay projects, but it's just kind of where we're at and how we got here. So that I will stand for any other questions, or we can get right into individual departments.
Item 342, public safety revenue.
342.
What is public safety revenue?
One moment.
And while he's looking that up, I mean, the other comment I would make about the revenue trends and, the calculations, if we go max tax, that's also a discussion. And again, as we get through this, get through the summer on this, but do we want to go max tax and collect as much property tax as we can to fund? Or do we want to do what we can within this budget cycle to try to give some property tax relief?
That's exactly what I was thinking too, because that's why I'm asking on some certain revenues, they're obviously tied to a specific expense, so.
Yeah, most of these, of course, these are charges for goods and services in sheriff's office, jail, JSC, all that kind of stuff. It's some of our contracts. We've got Board of Prisoners payments. We've got reimbursements. There are room and board.
That'll be broken down in the.
That is
okay,
broken down in the
So I don't want to get the
individual
cart
line.
before the horse, so, okay. Thank you.
Yep, of course.
All right. Is that it for you, Jordan?
That's it for me for now, unless you guys
I'll
have any
move
other
on
questions.
to planning. I guess Brittany, you're the first one. So, setting the bar here, Brittany.
Yes. So since this is a new process, sorry, Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. I don't know how you want to go through it. Do you want to just get like a general overview of how the budget is changed from previous years? For us, the biggest change is a technology necessity because of our software change. We're pretty much holding pattern for personnel. We don't anticipate any new FTEs in the next 5 years. Our philosophy is kind of doing more with the same, becoming more transparent through our technological capabilities, providing more services for the public through our technology and software. We did come in front of you in January, February, and let the board know that we were going to have a software change. We did apply for the BRIC grant, however, with the new administration and the change in that, those BRIC grants aren't available anymore. The city of Rapid City is also changing their software, and we are looking at going to the same software that the city is. We are still in communications with the city about piggybacking on their process, but we don't know how much that would impact the costs. It may change the overall operating costs from year to year, but it may not change the implementation costs. So if you look under the capital assets, that $118,000, that's for a change in our building permit software. It's going to a different technology. We are looking at sharing that with our equalization department as well, because they use that parcel data information, building permit information as well. One thing to note, we're looking at kind of streamlining that. The city of Box Elder is on the same system as that we're proposing. The city of Rapid City does have money budgeted for their system, so they will be moving towards this new system starting implementation in 2026. Other than that, most of our operations are going down. When I took over as department head in 2019, a lot of that was over budgeted. So I'm trying to kind of get that to where we're spending or using what we're budgeting. So that is like the biggest. I don't know if you guys have any other questions. So.
We got questions, I'm sure.
Yeah, we have questions.
Commissioner Drews?
So Brittany, on the new software that's shared with equalization, is the information that's on that, does that need to be shared with the state then?
Well, it's all of our building permit information, it's all our parcel data information that currently, that we use in Rapid Map and all of that, so it's interconnected. This new software is what we like to term a Cadillac of software, so to speak. It would be able to provide citizens, contractors, builders, surveyors to apply online. So they wouldn't necessarily have to come into the office per se. It would be a 24/7 ability, so realtors, contractors, surveyors can access information. So it would be a situation where you click on a parcel and you would have all of that information. Equalization could provide information in it. They would have building permit information, conditional use permit information. They can schedule actual inspections with our building inspectors through this. So it's streamlining a lot of processes in our office, and we feel like with this advance, we would be able to hold steady on staffing. We would be looking at basically providing service through technology instead of through staffing. So that's kind of where we're moving, or where we would like to move. One thing to note is that currently with our software, we are piggybacking off the city of Rapid City, and they are changing. So we would either have to, and I know Mike is here with IT to explain that if you guys have any questions, but we would have to actually take over their system, and we would have to provide support, because right now, the city provides all of the support for it, and we just pay a lump sum out of our budget, and equalization pays a lump sum out of their budget to manage it. But we are really limited on the tools that we can use through the cities. We aren't able to do inspections out in the field. They aren't able to schedule. There's a lot of limitations on that software. So we have a few choices. We can either take over that software or get a new software, and there's a couple iterations. Like I said, we're still working with the city of Rapid City to see if we can piggyback on their system like we are now, but still having some autonomy and still having some of the tools that they use, because right now we're limited on what we can do through their system.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Durr has a question here too. So, or did you?
Go ahead.
Okay, go. Commissioner Roskinen.
So, switching, what is the new software, is Tyler? Is that what they
Tyler,
call it?
correct.
So, are there other counties that use that? So I guess we're in a learning curve, so are there other counties that different departments can reach out to and say, hey, we just switched to this software, we're navigating through it. If you got any questions, can you reach out to other counties that actually have this program and probably have some experience with it?
Actually, City of Box Elder has, and I have met with Laura Lee, the planning director there. They are pretty happy with it. There's some front-end work from our office and the IT to get things implemented, but they are happy with the product. I know Rapid City is looking at 3 different ones, but they're leaning towards Tyler. It would streamline a lot of the processes for Box Elder, Rapid City, and us if we were on the similar system. DOE would look at one system. Our citizens would be on one system, so if they were in Box Elder, Pennington County, or Rapid City, it would all be kind of the same system. But yes, in short, yes, Box Elder uses it.
Yeah, thank you.
So while we're talking about the software, and I think the good thing about Tyler Technologies is the fact that the county financial module is moving to Tyler Technology. So you're receiving it in right there as well, collecting payment?
Yes, that's what our hope is, that it will speak to Encode. So like the financials will be already in that system, so we don't have to have our admin person enter that in a separate system.
Yeah, so it would tie into our financial module and do the receipting, and Tyler is a good product. So I think that's a good thing, so, and just my observation, and then again, spending some time with you the last few months on our, Committee on Alternative Energy, and just, watching how your office operates. I think you do a fantastic job, and you've got great employees working for you.
Thank you.
And I'm looking at some of your project notes. So you're talking about digitizing to make it more readily available to the public. And so you're talking about the projects going on in your office. And so who is doing the digitization?
It's mainly, we have 2 part-time, non-benefited employees, and those are the individuals that are doing that. If there's situations where people have to work from home, they're doing that. It's basically anybody that has extra time, they're scanning and cataloging all of our old files and things. Part of that too is with moving over to 900 Concourse. We don't really have a lot of room to have filing cabinets all over. So we're looking at trying to get rid of that for our space. And with Tyler, we can upload all of that digitized information. So when you click on a parcel, all of that information is there. So it'll just be more efficient for our office to do that. But it's pretty much anybody that has the time, but it's mainly our part-time, non-benefited, our 2.
All right.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock?
Brittany, I like your customer service that you're doing, and that's going to be more technology-driven, and we've been saying that for a few years. Anybody that can be more technology-driven and save the customer more time and money, as well as the county in the long run, I believe that Tyler Technology is going to do that. I also like your history of your revenues. Looks like you don't expend as much as you bring in all the time, so it looks like about 100,000 almost each time, and you don't have your 2025 in yet. So you're doing a great job on your budgeting. I've always said you've been frugal with your budget, and again, you're also making the county money on permits and things like that. So again, you're playing the what if, which I like, to have a lower budget, and then if I end up getting more revenues, it's a good thing. And that's what you've been doing, so thank you, Brittany.
Jordan, I'm missing that part. I like the graphs where they compare. If there's a way we can compare like specific departments when they're isolated like this, if we can compare their revenue with their expenses to decide, like in their department, should probably be equal. I mean, or.
We can definitely do that. I have not put together those for each of the departments, just because it feels bad when, you get IT up there and they don't have any revenues. So it's not going to be.
I get that part.
Yeah,
Just like
but
for,
we can, yeah,
but
I can put that
They're she
together.
providing a service, like, kind of like the Treasury Department provides a service, so they get
Yep.
the revenue coming in, and it's an offset sometimes, or I just need to know where those numbers are, and then, Brittany, and you can imagine, having, there's a lot of places that will do building permits online. Is that something that we'll be accomplishing, or?
Yes.
That's Tyler.
Yep, so that would be the Tyler system. So they, builders, contractors, engineers, surveyors can do all of that. They can have an app on their phone. They can do it from their desktop. One of the things that will be nice is that they won't have to come into the office. It's just like anything, those consultants and the surveyors charge the citizen every time they have to come into our office and submit a permit. So if they can do it from their office while their client is there, there'll be a lot of positive with moving towards that.
So that's a heavy lifting style project. What is the role of the equalization? Because we're looking at your budget going, okay, because I'm looking at the county across the board that we're looking at, they're putting a lot of pressure on the IT department to, in my perspective, it's like, planning people should really be planning. They really shouldn't be, computer technology people, okay? So, how do we bridge that gap with your personnel and going into the future? How do you see that? And this distinctly came up with a conversation with the Treasury Department, because if you're spending a lot of time, you know what you need, but you're not a computer person, it's going to take a lot longer to get to that end game. And how does the commission plan for that moving forward to say, okay, we need to get this on board. I mean, we could talk about it all day long, but getting it on board and having, the planners do that, or having, handing that off to the IT department, and then that obviously changes the whole perspective, because our end goal would be obviously to provide the services, but maybe reduce personnel in the long run, or, gather that gap that of the increasing, demand, like permits, any of that type of stuff that could be either done online or whatever, so. But if we have to spend your resources to get it done, it's gonna be really tough to get it done, so.
So with the implementation, the actual Tyler does all of the implementation. And there is some front-end work because we have to put in our stuff, our information. But once we do that, it's stored on a cloud. There may be some server space later for archiving. That's why
Yeah,
Mike's
so
here,
the-
but
the
there'll
man-
be
The
some.
manpower thing of uploading all the documents, not all that stuff I get, but actually the result end of, like, say you want to have permits online, is that something Tyler already has built into the system?
Yes, they are a system that is pretty much built for government agencies. They're very well-known. They provide a lot of services, and they're very tailored to the type of service that governments provide, that type of information. As far as equalization, they can see all of our building permits, because that's how, and I don't want to speak for Shannon, but they can see what permits are being pulled, so they can schedule their process through that.
Or our website guy involved in your Tyler product too, because they're working on a new website for the county, and trying to bring this all together, like, I can get online and I can get on Sioux Falls on my phone on there and do a lot of that stuff. Are you guys synergizing that effectively to be able to bring that to fruition, I guess?
Yes, Jason and I, one of us usually attends meetings with Cody with the website. Jason right now works with the city on the current system, and he is actually trained, he actually does a lot of the work, the back-end work. And then Mike has been instrumental in this process, so we brought him into the process, so he knows what's going on, so if there's any issues, he's aware.
If you're
Or he
running,
can-
and if you run into roadblocks, Jordan will be a resource for you to get through those roadblocks. We just want to accomplish what you can imagine you can do in that department, so, and obviously it'll be long-term. I mean, up front there'll be we understand there'll be some cost or whatever, but in the long run, we'll be able to, if we can get this stuff automated, we can really make a difference, and so I appreciate your presentation, so. Does anybody else have any questions?
Yeah. I'm looking at your individual 5-year history of your line items, and I'm getting to the last one on that, vehicles. 118,000.
That is actually the Tyler. So
Okay.
it's just that, it says vehicles, because in the past, in 2021 and 2022, those were two vehicles that we had to purchase because the vehicles we had were in accidents, not our fault. So we needed to replace the vehicles. We had another vehicle that the four-wheel drive went out, and so Highway was nice enough to give us one of their old ones. So that's what that is, but it's just our capital
So-
line item. So it's
all
not
right, but-
118,000 in cars, that's the Tyler.
All right, so that needs to be moved up to computers and software.
Okay.
Would that be correct, Jordan?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Like I said, a lot of this is preliminary, getting arms around it, so. Is there any more questions for Brittany?
No, I just think, yeah, you run a great office, you do a great job.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Shannon Rittberger from Equalization. Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning, Commissioners. Shannon Rittberger, Director of Equalization. So like everybody else, same as Brittany, I've supplied you with comments on the budget, and I'll certainly take questions, but I got to say the same thing that Brittany just did. We're faced with a surprise this year, having to purchase a substantial software system. Part of that purchase is in my budget because my office benefits from it. The benefit we get from it is how we know about a new building built is building permits. And the easier, more efficiently we can find out about that, the better we are at doing our job. We don't want to go back to the days where somebody from Box Elder or Rapid City brought a piece of paper to our office and said, here's a building permit. And we're not doing that. We have a software system that works with most of those towns and cities. But we're losing Rapid City. And I want to say a little bit more strongly than what Brittany did. We are losing what we have, and we have the option to take over the existing system or buy a better system and the same system that Box Elder and Rapid City is going to, which makes us more efficient. This was definitely a surprise this year. 3 years ago, we didn't know we were faced with this. So my office benefits from it. You're going to see a large part of the change in my budget due to this.
I'll just stop you for a second. So you're saying, is Tyler part of your program too, or is this a different program?
Tyler Technologies is a major company that owns all kinds of different software. They advertise themselves as the largest supplier of all types of government software. So Pennington County is now implementing a tax software owned by Tyler. The computer-assisted mass appraisal software that my office has is a Tyler product. And this building permit software is a Tyler
Well,
product.
they'll talk to each other for you then?
That's the hope, yeah.
Hope.
We're hoping with the same company that IT has to do less work for these softwares to work with each other.
Okay. Sorry for interruption, but go ahead.
That,
Chair, I have a question.
Okay.
So, you put 2025 is the 617,474, not in 26? And that'd be supplies and materials? You don't have,
I apologize, you gotta say that slower and tell me what you're looking at.
oh, you're okay, Shannon. Supplies and materials, 617,474 in 25. I don't see the software or anything in 26. Maybe I'm on the wrong budget.
The,
Give us these line item numbers here.
Right, it's 426, thank you, Ron. So where's the software on those line items?
the software, the portion of the purchase of the software in my office amounts to just under 70,000. I think it's 69,000 and 69,900, and I've got it in the line item for software, which is I think one of the expenditures under 420.
I see reserve accumulation. So what was the 617 supplies and material last year? I don't remember that from last year on number 426.
617.
474 is the amount, but it was line item 426.
So I'm looking at 426 is supplies and materials, and I see adopted 25,
Yes,
85,850.
this one said supplies and materials 426, 617, 474.
I don't know.
Am I on the wrong?
She looking
I
at
don't
the
think
total?
so. Right there?
I'm not seeing the same number.
And theirs is 70, but it's under reserve accumulations? I have the wrong one.
Yeah, you must have the wrong one.
Well, it's on page 74. I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah, you're on IT budget right there.
Jesus. That's why.
Don't confuse me with IT.
Well, they have it numbered wrong on my thing here, so it's okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir. Commissioner.
Shannon, line item 422, services. Now, in 2025,
The 70s.
earlier this year, I think we agreed that we would allocate about 50,000 to your office for outside services, for appraisals. For an example, the one on the hotel downtown, I think that's the only time we actually hired an outside appraiser, if I recall, and that was, and at the time, it looked like that was gonna be 24,000.
Yes,
I
you're
asked-
correct. Except, I'm budgeting 50,000 for this next year. We only had 11,000 in the budget for '25.
Okay, so the 2025 services and fees is 144,000, and 2026, we're looking at 262,400. So how much of that 262,400 would be allocated for outside services directly related to have to hire independent appraisers to assist us in assessment appeals?
$50,000,
50,000, okay.
Yep. Which is an increase of about 39,000 from what we budgeted
And
last year.
that, we may not need that, but it's there if we need it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, why the increase?
Because we didn't budget enough last year. I knew when we budgeted that amount last year, it wouldn't be enough. And it wasn't for the one property we had to deal with. So that'll be just absorbed in the rest of the budget. And we are faced with multiple properties in the future. And we have to budget for more. The one appraisal, as Commissioner Roskinek pointed out, was approximately $24,000 for that one. And then that doesn't count expert witness costs in court.
So I got a question, I guess, to segue on that. If someone disputes your appraisal, then we have to hire an appraiser to go appraise it?
We don't have to. So we make that judgment call on those properties that go to specifically circuit court. We make that judgment on whether we think the appraiser in our office will have enough credibility to stand up to that appeal in court.
Okay. So that's if someone takes the county to, if they dispute it in it goes to circuit court, then we're doing another appraisal, like a third-party independent appraisal to offset the
Yes.
appraisal that they may do?
Not to offset, but to support or find out what position we're in when we're faced with that argument in court.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So Shannon, the one that Steinley did, is that appraisal available to review?
75,000.
Did he, it's a finished product, right?
No, he did not finish it.
And we paid him 24,000?
We paid for the work, we paid a retainer upfront, and we still will have to pay him for the work that he's done, but we do not have a finished report. The property owner has refused to supply some income and expense information, and here just recently said, again, not going to happen. So at this point, I don't know that we need to spend enough money to finish that report
Absolutely not.
until we look at maybe next year.
But it would seem to me that when hotels are valued on their income basis and they won't provide you audited information, I don't see how they can come back to us and tell us what it's worth when we can't actually see their audited. I mean, this is the part that we shouldn't even have to hire an appraiser until we know. There should be some kind of an agreement where if we're going to do this, if they're going to come to the table and argue their assessed value, they got to show us credible information. I think there's a lot of flaws in the process itself.
Okay.
Agreed.
So Chair,
Yep, Madam Chair.
162 is the 39,000 difference from 25 to 26. That is your, for consulting, what you just talked about, am I correct?
Say that again.
162 is consulting?
162 is the overall budget for my office. So what line item are you looking at?
No, it says 16, okay, sorry. Geez, oh Pete, I gotta read these better, don't I? It's line item 1010162042220, so 0422, looks like. I don't know, these are,
And didn't you
It
say
says-
consulting
it says line item,
and consulting?
yes, under consulting. You
Okay.
went from 11 to 50, is that what you were talking about just a minute ago?
Exactly.
Okay, and then the software was the 69.9 under software.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It doesn't have the same, for some reason, it doesn't have the line items like the other ones do on this page, like 142 or 423. So I use the back part.
Mr.
Is it-
Yeah, while we're going into line items. So get down to 435.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure?
What is that?
That is budget to replace county vehicles. We did not have money in the budget last year to replace a vehicle, but we did have money to replace computers, and that's been done. So the increase there is to drop the expense that we had to replace computers and to add an expense to replace a vehicle. The equalization office has about 15 vehicles, and the general plan is to replace one every year. Doesn't work that way. Some of the vehicles are used vehicles that we've purchased and they're older. Last year, we decided not to replace one, but the general idea is one a year.
All right. So I have a comment related to that. Our vehicle fleet throughout the county, Jordan. So what is our fleet management throughout the organization? So how many vehicles do we have by department? How many, what is the age of all the fleet that we have? What's the vehicle rotation plan by department? And what's our overall fleet management look like?
On this page,
Doesn't change.
so what do you do
So
on this page?
that would be something I don't think we have.
It's not.
I haven't seen anything,
Okay.
so yeah, we can.
So we
start to-
I would like to see, our entire, I'm sure the sheriff's office has got, Brian's got his as far as, what his fleet management is, what his vehicles are, but organizationally, as a county, what by department do we have for vehicles? What is our, what is our fleet management? What is the assets that we have? And again, one resource that might have that, I would imagine, would be Walter, because we have to insure them all. But I would like to look at, what vehicles we have throughout the organization, the age in our fleet, so, and making sure that if we have a fleet management, that we have an overall view as to what that is, and it gets down to when one department is surplusing something that might be of a benefit, and I would imagine you're probably already doing this. So, like, if you've got another department that says that vehicle doesn't do any good for me, I gotta get a different vehicle. I'm assuming you guys communicate internally about, hey, don't surplus that, I can use it, et cetera.
Yeah, we've done that. The different offices have moved vehicles, but it's case-by-case basis. Brittany just mentioned she got one from some other office. My office has done the same thing. I know Buildings and Grounds has taken vehicles. So that happens to some extent already.
All right. Because yesterday in a conversation with Mike, I had mentioned, we're talking about some of the software throughout the organization, and I mentioned that the highway department was charging other departments 20 cents a gallon administrative fee for getting gas at the highway department, and he's like, I didn't know that, I just gave up my vehicle, so I don't have a vehicle, so.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek?
So
Sorry.
Shannon, going back to line item 422, services and fees, 2025 was 144, then if we add the 50,000 for outside services relative to appraisal services, we're roughly at 200,000. But your request is 262, so I'm just trying to figure out where the other 62,000 comes from for services and fees.
I think that software is included in that.
That's the Tyler software?
Yes.
Okay,
So,
does that get you then? I'm sorry, Ron, she was asking the same question? Okay.
I found it because it.
so all the departments, when it comes to this particular item, is it always going to be under services and fees, or could it be under another category, which gets confusing?
There is a subcategory for software.
Yep.
That fits into that services and fees.
If you look on the back. So, okay, sorry, Ron.
No, you're good.
Can I say something? Okay, so I figured it out. So what happens is 422, if you look under 422 on here, that's where he broke out what everything for 0422 is for. If you look at 0425, that's where you start finding, like I said, you look at the front category, which is itemized by 411, 412, and then everything in the back says 0411, 0415. That's why I couldn't find where you were putting everything, Shannon, from the front, because it didn't match what I was looking at in the back until I added the totals together under 0411.
Yeah.
So it's pretty self-explanatory, but I haven't seen this, how we do this before, and it's pretty, once you see it, it's easy to figure out. Did you get that, Ron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the changes that you're seeing is, something that I asked for, and that's a breakout by line item with a 5-year history, so.
No, it's good, because then we actually know what you're spending the money for, basically, and then if someone asks, what does 0411 mean? Well, let me look at that. I'll break
Okay.
it out for you, so.
So when we get to the sheriff's office budget with his line items, you better buckle up.
Well, we're gonna have to buckle with you.
Shannon, I was gonna ask you about innovation in software. I know that, like, a lot of people are, appraisal type stuff is going to just satellite, where they'll actually image the property, not have to run out there and visit it, because, I mean, what percentage of the time do you actually get into the property anyway, and what percentage if you can just see that the property from a satellite picture, does that save manpower, time, everything to do a mass appraisal? So
So what percentage of the time do we get into a property? I'm going to take a guess at it. Gordon would be better at that because he
And
manages.
I guess I would have to
appraisals.
qualify that with, once you cross-reference a building permit, because without a building permit, there's really no reason to go into somebody's house, really? I mean,
No. So a building permit, we definitely have to be there because we got to get a measurement of it.
Right.
And get a picture, and we don't know anything about it, so we definitely have to be there.
say if somebody, like a house that already exists,
Yep.
it's been there for 50 years.
So
What-
then,
what-
that's a
what is it-
reappraisal project.
Right, what does it, what's the value in actually sending somebody out there to drive out there when you can take a picture of it via Google Earth or whatever you guys use for software?
Right.
I mean, is that a way to save manpower, or is that something you already do, or?
We don't do that. It is a technology that's being used by some jurisdictions. And what is done is there is a plane that flies over and takes an aerial photo of the ground. And a good enough photo, you can see the building. And a good enough photo, you can actually measure from that building. Now, you're getting an approximate measure. You're definitely not measuring to the inch. So we would have to accept some error there.
Right, well, I
on
mean,
that
a
measurement.
building that's been there for 30 years is not gonna grow over,
But
it's not
it
gonna-
does. So what that photo does is it takes a picture of that building, and then next year, you pay to fly the same thing again and take that picture, and you can see what changed. Did they add an addition? Did they add a garage? And then that's what you're looking at. So we would have to pay for that flyover every year because you're looking at what changed from year to year.
But
The
if they didn't-
advantage there is we find out that somebody built an addition, a garage, or a deck or something like that. But what we lose from that aerial photo is standing on the sidewalk, looking at that building and getting an estimate of the condition of the building, because we don't get that from that aerial photo. Not a very good estimate of the condition. We don't know if that house is depreciated or if it was remodeled. If that footprint doesn't change, we don't know that. That aerial flyover just tells us if the footprint changes.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, the cost that's gonna receive from actually sending a person out there versus doing a visual, I don't know if it's worth it. I mean, if they remodel their house and they don't have a building permit, I mean, that's not your fault. That's something that they've done outside of the boundaries anyway, and they're probably trying to hide that from the assessor anyway. When they go to sell the property, there may be an issue with a non-permitted structure or something. But I don't know that it's worth, offsets the cost it takes to send people out there all the time versus a mass appraisal like you're doing. I guess that's the question I'm asking, is it?
So we've looked at that since the technology become available, and I don't think it's worth it. That flyover costs a lot of money, and that service to tell you what properties changed, that costs a lot of money. And you're doing that flyover every year.
My point is though, if they don't get a building permit, who cares? I mean, they did something illegal or whatever. When they go to sell that property, they're gonna have a repercussion at that point, because they're not gonna let you in anyway.
Yep.
If they've done something they're trying to hide from you, whatever.
But my responsibility is to appraise that property at market value, whether you got a building permit or not. Now, we're a team player with planning and zoning, but it doesn't matter to me ultimately whether you got a building permit. I still need an accurate appraisal on your house.
Yeah, I just don't know if the accuracy is any better versus a flyby or a drive-by versus someone actually inspecting the property, but.
It's a lot more accurate if we're standing there looking at the property. It's a lot more accurate if we get inside the property. It's, what you're talking about is how much are we willing to accept less for the cost?
Right, because in the end game, if it's all applied the same manner, you get the same result in the end. I mean, right now, we're getting huge disparities because of that process. So, like you sent us out, which I appreciate, the areas that you're gonna be, targeting because of their term comes up for retargeting. But some of them areas are
That's a
50,
good
60
term,
years old.
targeting.
Targeting, yeah. Well, it is kind of a target. I mean, I don't know how else you.
And just to comment, I have established a no-fly zone around my property.
And as a comment, I'm gonna go out there to his property and help you, we're gonna take our in-house appraiser down here with us, so.
So I want to add something that is along this lines, doesn't have anything to do with budget. What we're talking about is a flyover with an airplane. There's also talk in my industry about using drones to do the same thing, but that's property by property. And this office has no intention to do that because I think that would be cost prohibitive and inefficient.
Well, I'm talking about satellite specifically.
Well, we don't get those pictures from satellite, we can't get them good enough. There's an airplane that flies that gets that
Wow,
photo
okay,
accurate enough.
So there is a company that does that.
Several companies, yes.
Jordan, do you call?
I don't remember who it was used.
I know, but there is a company you can pay and they will fly and then they provide you that imagery.
And there's multiple companies that do that. If you go to Rapid Map, there's layers of aerial photos where the city and the county have cooperated together to pay for that cost. and we're already doing that. We just don't have an expensive enough photo to be able to get an accurate measurement from. We haven't gone to that extent yet.
What's the pros and cons of efficiency? Meaning, for cost in the long run, for being able to appraise, do more of a wider spread of mass appraisal?
So what we're doing with Rapid Map right now is we are paying for a quality of photo that is not that good, and we're not doing it every year. If we were to go this route, we would have to buy a more expensive photo, and it would have to be done every year. And then those companies also charge for a service to identify which of those properties changed the footprint. That costs more money. It is expensive, and if we do not leave the office and go out and look at that property, we will be accepting a greater error rate. I got an example from another county where a mobile home, a single-wide trailer house, put a carport up next to the house. And the county assessor, from an aerial photo, added an addition onto the trailer house because the roof made it look like an addition to the trailer, and it was a carport with no walls.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
probably one of the examples that I like to use is years ago, there was a skating rink on Deadwood Avenue. All it was roller skating, but the county had it assessed as an indoor with ice. And so without looking at the property, it was being assessed as an ice rink that the Rush uses. And compared to just a concrete floor that was painted gray. So that's why, personally, looking at these properties, you really know what you're appraising. It's just been my experience.
Agreed.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'm just, Shannon, getting back to your line items, if you go to your other spreadsheet under the subcategories, getting down to lodging. So in '24, you actually expended $10,307.24 in lodging, and '25, you've got budgeted 20 grand, '26, you're budgeting 20 grand. So are you expecting you have to send staff off to training, what?
Yeah. Lodging is the training that's required for my staff to maintain the continuing education requirements required by state statute. That is school and conferences. All of those are required to maintain the certification that we had. 2024 was an exceptional year because it was conference, I think. One of those events was here locally where we didn't have to spend so many nights in a motel. We didn't have to travel for.
Yeah.
And that happens occasionally. Usually, we're going to Pier or
right.
somewhere like that.
Because again, I'm looking at that line item and going back to the 2020, it's 2 grand, and then it's 3,700, and then it's 14,000, 7,000, 10,000, and now 2020.
I think talking to the staff member I got in my office that does this stuff, she was putting some of that cost in travel and not in lodging. And the money was still spent, it was just in another subcategory.
All right.
Any more questions for Shannon? Thanks, Shannon.
All right, thank you,
Appreciate it.
commissioners.
Thanks, Shannon.
Mike. Mike, are you in the building?
I am in the building. Morning, Commissioners. Mike Iverson,
Mr. Mike
County
Iverson.
IT.
How are you, Mike? How's your job going?
Going great. Thanks for letting me follow Shannon. He always makes me look good, so
Oh, yeah.
he's not paying attention, though. They've been picking on me all morning.
Information technology.
So, I'm sure you guys have already read the budget narrative that I put together, probably thoroughly enjoyed it. So I'll just go over some of the points that may not have been pointed out in there. I'll have some wiggle room probably in my salaries. I've got 2 positions that are currently open that we'll be interviewing for later on this week. So I've got some rough numbers for what the salaries and benefits will be there. But as soon as I've got those numbers firmed up, I'll be changing that as well. We've also got some unknowns with 900 concourse. Some utilities in there that we're taking guesses on what they're going to be. We're also going to be inputting some new point-to-point wireless technology to put some redundancies in. If those don't pan out, we may end up having to utilize some more utilities to make those redundancies happen. So hopefully those all work out for us. From what we're seeing, it looks like it'll be a better piece, but it should be exciting. The other piece is reserves. So IT is one of the departments that utilizes our reserves pretty heavily. In the past 5 years, we've gotten lucky in the fact that we've gotten some grant money that covered some of that. We also had to build up our reserves because of concourse coming online. Because of that, we've got more our reserves, or what we believe our reserves are, that we have in the past. We had expected server replacements 2 years ago before concourse came online, but we ended up putting that on hold. That would have been another 275 that was going to be gone. But because of the changes with concourse, we had to reevaluate how we were going to do that. And so with that actually coming out of the building budget, my reserves are actually over where I think they're going to be. Now we've got roughly, I've readjusted some of it. And like I said, Nathan and I need to go through and evaluate our 5-year forward more. But right now I'm looking at about $705,000 in costs over the next 5 years that we had planned for the reserves. And putting in about 310 is what we were expecting to put in. So it'll bring that reserve total down. Most of those reserves we save for large expenditures. So it's server stacks that are just one-time, 300,000, backup systems, large software expenditures, things that are tough to budget for because they're not consistent. And so if we don't do it using reserves, my budget will swing, much like it did last year when we put the phone system on there, where it's 600,000 less than it was last year because of that phone system. So that's kind of what is in there. Like I said, the rest of it's kind of in the budget narrative. You guys can sure read that when you want. Is there any questions I can answer for you guys?
Thank you, Mike.
That 617 that I messed up on Shannon's was your new software and going over to Concourse.
Gotcha, yeah.
So I do remember you budgeted at least 600 for that.
Like I
Or
said,
Lori did.
if you just look at my line item numbers from last year to this, I look great.
Does anybody have any questions
Yeah.
for Mike?
So it goes back to, you've got this line item in your, 450 and reserve accumulations.
Correct.
All right. So you're budgeting 70,000.
Correct. We had bumped it up to 80,000 the previous 3 years, and then it was 65 before that. We ended up putting more into it, like I said, in anticipation of the phone system and the servers. We weren't sure what was going to end up happening in that point. We ended up replacing the phone system about 2 years before we wanted to, just
All right.
because of concourse.
So it comes a question, so and again, I saw this last year in the budget process, and it's something that I'm not keen on. And it came down to watching fire service talk about reserve accumulations and what that fund was, and then how much you want to build it up. And that discussion was hard to follow on the financial side of it. And so if I were to, so in your own mind, what do you believe you have for reserve accumulations total?
Currently, right now, from what our projections are, we should have 500,000 in there right now.
Okay, and how's that accounted for?
I'm sorry?
How is that accounted for in your budget?
That's what we've put in the past for previous years up to this point that we have not spent. What we're planning on spending it for, is that what you're requesting?
No, and so my question would be just this, and Jordan and maybe Cindy can help out. So how are we tracking these reserve accumulations? And if you're adding 70, you already think you have a base of, what's the number?
500,000 at the end of '25.
All right,
It would have been 460 at the end of '24.
all right. So,
Our signed up, so
Cindy, can you help out on this?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Cindy, yep, go ahead.
Thank you. When they budget in that reserve line, the auditor's office goes in and does a negative supplement early in the year, so they don't see that as unspent, so they don't try and spend it. And at the end of the year, on our balance sheet, we have a line as an unassigned fund or an assigned fund balance, and it's assigned to IT, or it's assigned to auditor software, sheriff's bus, fire. So it's on the balance sheet that we keep track of that number. And then when the sheriff wants to spend that, he will come in and say, okay, this is the year I'm going to buy the bus. And so rather than budgeting $700,000 and seeing that big spike, he will come in and ask for a budget supplement from the assigned reserve. He doesn't just get to go spend it wherever. He gets to come in and say, it's time for me to do this project. Like Mike would come in and say, you know, I've got money in my assigned reserve. I'd like to replace a server, and I need $100,000 or whatever servers cost. I don't have a clue. And so we would do a budget supplement hearing, and then we would, at the end of the year, we would reduce his assigned reserve because his budget had been supplemented with those funds. Does that make sense?
It does, but it's a process that I'm not keen on. And you and I talked about it. I asked the, question last year when I was watching the budget. And so instead of basically, because again, what you're doing is you're, just look at it like this is a checking account. So you're assigning that $70,000 into a budget. And then when we approve this, then on January 1 of the fiscal year, then you're removing that ability for that line item to be expended. And so you're shutting off that budget so that they can't go in and bill toward that and invoice against that amount. And then when it comes to a supplement, then we're keeping track of that, internally, and then making, that supplement to go ahead and do that. And so and it would be a question, and so when we're putting the budget together and we say that we have a $128 million budget, all of a sudden we hit that year where the sheriff is going to buy a bus, IT is going to expend $500,000, and then how is that accounted for? Because we have those reserves that have been building up over the years, but they're not in the budget. And is that maybe some of the reason we're seeing where we have budgeted, $125 million, but we spent, we didn't overrun the books, but we spent $127 million.
The assigned reserves are in the general fund, and we didn't overspend the general fund. But when they come in for the supplement, and we keep track of those, and we know if it's from assigned or unassigned fund balance because that's on the budget supplement hearing notice. So at the end of the year, we will remove those funds from unassigned on the balance sheet side, on the fund balance side, and we'll put them in unassigned because they've then used them. So they're no longer assigned to that project. It's like putting money in your piggy bank, kind of.
No, I get that, but I guess what I'm trying to get to is that it's not, let's just say the bus was a $700,000 expense. It was off the books basically in the, in this reserve. And maybe this year we only showed in the budget $100,000 for that reserve that we've accumulated that, but on January you shut that off. In August, the sheriff goes ahead and expends $700,000, which we just did recently on a bus purchase. So we did that budget supplement showing that you're going to move that money. My point being is that $700,000 purchase was not in the 2025 line item budget for the sheriff, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. That is what I have an issue with, is that I would like a different way to account for this because we're passing a budget that says in this fiscal year we're doing these things, and we know that we have the money, but then we're we're doing these, I built up these reserves for these projects, and it goes back to the discussion asking for, and so when I'm talking about this, Cindy, it's not saying that I think the sheriff has done something, that the auditor's office is doing something. I'm just looking at a process to help maybe better identify this. And so legislative audit, everything's been done correctly. That's not the question. It comes down to, I'm looking at a budget that says I'm building up a reserve and a line item for IT of 70,000. I don't know until I ask the question that off the books, in essence, not off this budget sheet, but internally, you guys are tracking something that is not out here, and you say that I have $500,000 built up, and I'm adding another 70,000 to it, so I have 570,000. When I look at this, I'm not seeing that, because I don't know what all of those unassigned funds, that reserve accumulation in all of those projects. And so part of the discussion that I want during this budget cycle is that when we're looking ahead 5 years and we're saying that we're planning for these expenditures, so I have been accumulating a buildup in the piggy bank, and then in 3 years, I'm going to pull the trigger on that. We may be to the point, which I think we're at, that says, and this has got nothing to do with IT, and I can see you looking at me like you're, and if you understand, I mean, I get the kind of blank look that's coming from you, but my point being is, if we have all of these projects that have been adding up into a piggy bank that are not in our budget, and then in 3 years, we say that we're going to expend 1.5 million on something that we're not showing in our budget until it pops up that year, that as we look at all of the projects that the county has, IT's got their projects, fire service has their reserve fund, we have these different reserve funds, and internally, we've been planning for these things in the next 5 years that we're going to pull a trigger on. We're to the point where we have to identify all of those, and, it's not unlike the, legislature going through the budget process this year and talking about the prison. And you're the lucky one that just happened to come up, that this reserve, that we're talking about. So this discussion is not a reflection upon you. It's about an overall philosophy, and it's about planning for the next 5 years. And so the sheriff, has got a jail project that, we're looking at doing. And part of my comments, and I've said it, to many, that as we look at the projects that the county has over the next 5 years, some of those projects might get pushed off, or they might not get done, because we have to look at, and it would be a question getting back to, let's just say if we have to go bond again, or we're gonna do the jail project, okay? So I think the number on an $80 million bond is about, was it in the neighborhood, Davis gave me a number, but is it about 5 million in debt service a year, 4.5 to 5 million for about an 80 million?
Probably 5 to 6 million, yeah.
Okay. And so then you're adding, that debt service on, and our current debt service on the existing bond is about,
About 6 million.
okay. And so then you go in and you start adding all of these other projects up, and again, some of it, looking at what those expenditures are and impacting the budget, then you have to go back and have a conversation about what the priorities are. And so,
If I may.
yeah,
The assigned reserves that we see are normally just in the general fund. So when you start talking everything all in, I think you need to, you're very good at granular. You like to look at the details. Look at it fund by fund. Don't throw it all together.
right.
That would be my
No,
comment.
and I do. It's no different than when highway comes up and he's going to talk about in his restricted funds, what he's planning for
Exactly.
out of the,
Yep.
highway funds, about what his next 5 years are going to be. And then, some of that, it gets down to the point of, and I don't know. I mean, Joe and I've talked about it a little bit. But again, I mean, is there going to be a point in time, based on projects that the highway department has, that they're going to expend what they have in their reserves for those restricted funds? And at what point in time in the next 5 years or whatever, are we going to have to tap into the general fund to transfer money over to support that department? And so,
And that could happen again.
what's that?
I said, and that could happen again.
Right. So, anyway, it's just all of these reserve accumulations, and so I'm looking at 70,000, the history is gone. And so when you look in that line item, because that gets zeroed out,
It will show as unspent. At the end of the year, we put it back on, so it shows as unspent. Then we move it.
okay, but it's not, right, but again, it's not building up a fund that says right now it's 570,000. And so we're tracking, again, getting back to this method that we're using. And my whole thing as part of this budget process that I want the commission to look at are all of these, little projects that have been building up reserve accumulations. We have to look at those and decide what the priorities are.
Chair.
And I think, going back to this, and I'm not real familiar with governmental accounting, but would be just same as a capital improvement fund, where you're expensing the $70,000, moving it to the capital improvement fund for IT?
For that project, basically, yeah.
Is that what we're doing now, or is that?
We just call it, I mean, it's an unassigned fund, or it's an assigned fund balance within the
Right.
general fund,
Assign it to a capital improvement for IT, so.
a
when-
project.
Yeah, so when
Correct.
he does a balance sheet, it shows as an asset for his, and then we can go through, or a future commission could go through and say, wow, Mike, sorry, but we're gonna, change your priority, because, technology changes. Which, in my world, I see IT being very instrumental moving forward. Looking at your budget, look at your capital expenditures, because we look at the Treasury Department, you look at the Audit Department, you look at we're talking about, Sheriff's Department, you talk about all these departments, and the future, a lot of this is gonna go to IT. So, looking at the future, how do we, plan for that? How do we budget for that? Because I know, I had this conversation with the Treasury Department, because we're talking about, it's not relevant for them to spend their time. If they have an imagination and they're imagining what they can do, or for them to actually make that happen, doesn't really make sense. But it makes sense to come to Mike and say, Mike, here's what I need this to do. You need to handle this for me. Because that's what I see it be, and so hoping that we can plan in that direction to say, you guys need to be able to fill that gap, because technology grows so fast that the department heads or whoever are just like talking to Shannon about what's out there, what's available. I mean, it may be out there and available, but for him to take his time and tools to try to make that happen.
If I may respond.
Does that make sense what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
Okay, so
If you'd allow me to respond.
leaning on the IT department more so than it's ever been leaned on in the future.
And the department heads have been great about bringing in IT. Like I said, Brittany brought us in for looking at this new Tyler software they're looking at. I don't do planning, much like I don't do accounting, so when you start getting into that stuff, my brain kind of goes blank trying to keep up with the accounting portions that I don't understand. So thus, if I'm giving you a strange look.
That's not your job,
No,
really.
and it's not, and
That's
it's, but
Cindy's
thankfully
job, but
Cindy's here to help me out, and you guys have
Cindy's
been
not gonna
great.
come in and try to
So, but the
program
department heads,
all her files. That's up to you.
I rely on the departments to, like the treasurer's office, to come tell me what problems they're having,
Right.
so that I can find technology solutions for them.
Well, she might even have a solution, but she don't know how to get to that solution. Or Cindy may have a solution in
Yep.
her accounting program, for her to sit there and program something out or find that software.
Yeah, it's
Really
difficult.
shouldn't lean on her, it should more lean on you guys.
Mhm.
So looking at your budget, that's, the direction I would be looking at the next 5 years.
And it's difficult to plan some of that too, because so much of it is moving to the cloud.
Right.
Which will change
But you
our
can see
internal
it
server
coming with
infrastructure.
AI. I mean, you can see a lot of these services going automated, and just, it's only limited by what we can imagine that could happen.
Correct. And it's all changing. And it's, like I said, we keep track of the reserves portions that we've had. We've got previous years. I've got at least 5 years planned out already. We go through that every budget cycle, so we look at it, we keep track of it. I could have given you those numbers if you wanted them, I just wasn't aware.
Oh, that's fine.
So-
And that really,
All right.
not your biggest concern, that you will
No,
have,
but if we,
Jordan will be able to handle that part
if
for
we
you and
do
Cindy.
get rid of it, I've got to keep track of, because the projects I've got are still needing to be done. New server stacks, we've got to replace, because if we don't,
Right.
that server dies, the county's in
Nobody's gonna
serious
take your
trouble.
money, Mike, unless it's a long
Yeah.
discussion.
It's more along as just making sure I know how to budget for those projects in the future, so
Fair.
whatever ends up getting decided.
Commissioner Hadcock has a
Okay,
comment.
okay, so just a couple of things, assigned, unassigned, and restricted, it'd be nice to know, not yours in general, but just people's. If we have a unassigned in, or assigned or restricted in the sheriff's office, it'd be nice to have that broken down of how much they have in there and how much they're putting in their budget this year.
Okay.
That way we know, and the total amount they're gonna need. Because then, for me, to make a decision, if you have 370 and you need 40 more, that's gonna be different than you're just starting. Does that make sense? I also like to see in their budgets if it's mandated or unmandated, because that would tell us too that, when you're breaking stuff down in your budgets, we can't touch it no matter what, because it's mandated. It's unmandated, we can make a decision on it. So for me, the assigned, unassigned, we tried to do that last year, restricted, and that didn't happen. But also, I don't know if we even asked Cindy to do that, so that's my fault, Cindy. So it'd be nice to know if it's assigned, unassigned, or restricted. So then when it came up to us and we saw it for making those 9:15 meetings or whatever that we have for supplements or anything else, I'd like to see, because we could look in the budget, if it was assigned, unassigned, or restricted, it'd make a different decision for me. And same with mandated or unmandated, on their line items for what they need for the future, because and for the public as well, that we are making that decision, they are not. And if it's mandated, we are not making the decision, state is, and that we can't touch some of that stuff. So, in assigned and unassigned, we can take either one of those, if I'm correct, Cindy, and spend those if we wanted to. Or
Mr.
is
Chair.
unassigned,
Mr. Chair, if I may. Anything that the board does by motion to put into an assigned reserve, they just make the opposite motion and they can use it for something else, yes.
and unassigned, same thing.
Unassigned is, yeah, you can use that for anything.
So assigned, you put in reserves or just put it in general fund?
It's all in the general fund. The unassigned and the assigned, and there is even restricted funds in the general fund currently.
Okay, thank you.
And Mike, out of curiosity, how many cell phones do you guys have?
All of my staff currently have cell phones,
How many?
so,
How many is that?
13.
That's like how many people are dead in the cemetery. They're all dead.
Yeah, all 13 as FTE.
How many?
I've got 13 FTE.
Pretty funny.
How many?
That was pretty good.
How many FTE do you have?
13 FTE.
So you got 13 cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, just to comment on that. So to follow up on this discussion, can you run all of that down on the reserve accumulations, that whole thing?
Yep, it'll
Okay.
take a little time, but I can get that
All right.
coordinated with.
You just, I think both Jerry and Deb are talking about the same thing. They just want to have the account labeled like a capital improvement account.
Or if it's.
Whatever they're using it for.
Well, mandated would be more restricted, unmandated would not be restricted, so
Right.
basically, you could put it mandated.
You could have a
unmandated.
mandated capital improvement or unmandated capital improvement.
I'll try to track all that information down.
Well, then I'll get you what I've got too, and then I've got, like I said, my 5-year projections for what our projects are gonna be. Obviously, those things change a little bit, but I'll get you what I have. And then none of my stuff is mandated, so I'm here because you like me.
I'm sure that the department heads are gonna mandate some stuff on you pretty soon.
They tend to, yes, they tend to, yes, so,
So they're not trained in IT, that's just up to you.
Thank you, Mike.
no problem.
Thanks, Mike. Any more questions for Mike? Move on to the,
Thank you.
Dustin
Very much.
Willett. Dustin.
This could be a while.
Sharp and to the point, Dustin, please.
All right, good morning, Dustin Willett, Emergency Manager. Quick overview on the budget. So some of our grants have decreased. We went out and found some other grants to try to offset that. We're operating in an employee down just because of the turmoil that's industry-wide, both at a federal and a state level. So we're kind of in a holding pattern as we see how the entire disaster preparedness and recovery apparatus nationwide settles out. So we're confident and happy with where our budget currently is. We don't use reserve accumulations. When we have large projects, we simply come and bring that in that particular budget. We do note it in our budget narrative, what we see coming up. For years, we've talked about the need to revamp our outdoor public alert sirens. That's a in progress and continuing expenditure to update some of those facilities. Some of them are unsafe, some of them are just not as functional or efficient as they need to be. Most of that infrastructure is pushing 50 years old. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think, I'm trying to recall, last year, did you have a discussion on the validity of maintaining those, or in the last couple of years? I know it's, maybe not you, I just know it's been a discussion, but that, the old warning siren system, is it anything at any point in time that we just quit throwing money into and we have alternatives to handle that?
That is a valid discussion that's happened across the country in multiple different jurisdictions. Certainly two camps. The camps of this is an antiquated technology that we no longer need to invest in, and then the camp that I currently fall in is my job is to look at third, fourth, fifth order consequence and worst case scenarios. And when people say we don't need outdoor alert sirens anymore because we have all the alerts and warnings we ever need on our cell phone. Well, if you think about all of the infrastructure that needs to be intact for this to work as a warning device, there are multiple points of failure in that. And so my stance is our outdoor public alert sirens are kind of one of our foundational pieces of how we alert members outside in the public, community members outside in the public, that there is an imminent life threat in that given area. In a perfect world, if our cell towers, commercial power, all of those infrastructure is in place, then we have awesome technological solutions to more effectively and efficiently alert and warn the public. The problem is what happens when those systems fail. The sirens are, for a lack of a better term, old analog, more reliable, less dependent on multiple infrastructure systems to work. So the sirens, for maybe a lack of a better term, are a fail-safe, a fallback, a foundational piece of technology that doesn't need a whole lot of other pieces of technology in place to work. So they're more reliable and redundant. And there are certainly two camps. There are the camps that say, nope, time has marched on and we can use technology to better do this. The problem is all the infrastructure that it takes to do that. Is that does that provide the two camps?
No, I mean, again, yeah, I kind of get it. I just know that, the batteries and the maintenance on those, and it is an antiquated system, gets quite expensive. And again, you're not targeting the entire county with those, and you're not targeting the entire populace. It is going to be around, populous areas, so.
Correct. Correct. Populous areas, outside, at-risk areas, we have a whole structure for where we place sirens and where we maintain sirens, absolutely.
Chair,
Commissioner Hecka?
if I could, so Dustin, I'd like to see what the city pays and which line items the city help pay half of, like your salaries or anything else. Doesn't some of the salary come out of the city?
So it's not broken down by line item. Whatever part, so if we have our total budget, whatever is not supported by grants that we're able to pursue. So whatever that dollar amount left in the total budget after we apply grants is simply split between the city and the county. So the city and the county every year contribute equal amounts to emergency
But it doesn't
management
matter
budget.
which line item,
It's the whole
it's just
thing.
half.
It's the
Okay.
whole thing. It is a joint office with equal budgetary contributions from the city and the county.
So for some reason, I thought it was like your salaries and something else, but it's the whole
On
thing.
the back end, there is all sorts of ways that works, money back and forth to make sure that money gets where money needs to be and where it gets accounted for appropriately. But in terms of understanding revenue and expenditure, the city and the county contribute equal amounts of revenue to the emergency management's budget.
Thank you, Dustin.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, a comment related to that would be, the county is providing the footprint.
Correct.
Is there any cost sharing on that?
No. We don't break out square footage or utilities or anything like that.
So utility costs, okay, that'll be a discussion, later. But again, it goes down to, as we go through these budgets, I mean, and again, it's something I want to look at in some of these MOUs and the agreements we have, but the county is providing assets to both the state and the city. And in some of these, the footprint the county is giving, and then in some of these, the state is taking.
Yep.
And I'm not looking at the city, but I'm, looking at, and we'll talk about it when we get into the sheriff's budget, but, we're paying, footprint to the state to have law enforcement up in a state building, yet we give up the entire Walter Taylor building to the state 4-H program, and we don't charge for that. So when you get into equal, getting back to Commissioner Hadcock's point, it's just not paying half the wages or paying for this. We are providing many other things to these other entities that is costing the county money. And some of these instances, I believe, we're not getting a fair shake back.
Yeah, that big discussion to figure out where that equity lies. So for every emergency management office that the county houses, you have city-county GIS at City Hall or search and rescue in a city building. And so it's a big, it'd be not an unworthy project, but that exists with different entities, and trying to figure out who has what and who provides what goes both ways.
Correct. And it's a project worth looking at.
Absolutely. So the siren project certainly influences our budget, and then we have a vehicle replacement request in next year's budget as well. That's been, again, identified in our budget narrative as a need for the last several years. That also makes a vehicle that still has life left in it available, as has already come up in a couple of budget discussions. That vehicle, the current vehicle, will probably be snatched up by a different county office. Outside of that, again, happy to answer any questions you may have on emergency management's budget.
Mr. Chair, Dustin,
Yes,
what
Mr. Ross, go ahead.
do you currently have for a vehicle?
So we have a Durango, a Tahoe, and a passenger van. The passenger van is in the process. That was purchased with grant funds back in 2012, 2013. And we're going through the process now of being able to offer that up as surplus, but there's some steps to go through because it was purchased via a grant. So really what we're looking to do is replace the Tahoe with a pickup truck that's had a better GVW for towing. More and more of our response assets and our partner response assets are trailer-based, and our current Tahoe simply doesn't have the rating to tow the response trailers that we have in inventory.
So how many miles are on that particular vehicle? Mileage?
On the Tahoe?
Yeah.
I don't know. Under 50?
So I just wondered, is this a situation where if Dustin doesn't need that vehicle, that it could go to another department just to make sure that we're utilizing every piece of equipment we have to its fullest capacity?
Yeah, and that happens. The last Tahoe that I think Barry has, he was here. Barry has our last Tahoe. So yeah, the vehicle's moved to another.
Sure.
There's plenty of life in it, and I'm positive it will end up in another county
Does the city pay
department.
half of them, though?
What's that?
Does the city pay half
Yep.
the vehicles?
Yep.
So they just let you move them into the county?
The budget is managed under the county side of the budget. That's why the discussion of what's truly equitable, fair, not fair portions is a deep dive. Not unworthy to pursue, but there are a lot of rabbit holes to have to explore to get to that bottom line.
That's why we're here.
Absolutely.
One more question, Mr. Chair. On these $175,000 for the sirens, do we actually have a written breakdown that itemizes the different costs associated with that 175? Or is that just an estimate?
No, so those are it's an estimate, and as we move forward with some of I'll use the term bidding documents, but as we get more specific design documents, we can break some of that out. A siren head, the actual thing that sits on a pole, is typically $7,000 to $10,000. We're moving from wooden poles to steel poles, so the pole is a particular cost. All of those components go together. The best estimate I can give you is an individual siren site. To completely replace an individual siren site is somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $30,000.
Okay, thank you.
How many sites do we have?
Go ahead.
How many sites do we have?
About 30.
Okay. So, Commissioner,
Yeah, I'm getting down to your line item on, fees, EM admin. And what is that?
The largest thing the largest component of the 422 line item for admin is my salary and roll-ups. Because I'm not a county employee, that's accounted for as a contract fee with the city. So all of my salary numbers, all of my salary and roll-ups are accounted for in that admin line. That's certainly not the entire line, but that accounts for certainly a significant portion of that. All of our software as a service fees are included in that, so all of our software subscriptions.
No, I get that. I'm just looking at, just fees, and I'm not sure I would call it that. I wouldn't probably title it that way. I'm seeing, EM admin, and then I'm assuming because you had 204,000, and then 165,000, and now 158,000, and that would be a reflection of, if you're saying that's billing back, then that's staff reduction.
The staff reduction is going to be completely accounted for in the personnel services line, because the staff, I'm the only person in our office that's not a county staff, so the staff reduction, all of that, you will see up in the personnel services, the 14.
All right, so getting back to fees, EM admin, you're saying that is your salary?
No, only, portion of it, 140 or 50 grand all total with insurances and retirement and all my roll-ups, salary and roll-ups.
All right. And I guess the question I'm asking then is why is it a reduction in '26?
I can answer that, thank you. I had to look at my other spreadsheet, my internal spreadsheet. The reason that amount has dropped from last year to this year is I changed from a family insurance plan to a high deductible single. So my insurance costs, my medical
All right.
insurance costs dropped by tens of thousands of dollars.
All right.
Apologize, it took me a second to understand what we were talking about.
No, I'm just seeing the fluctuation in that line item and,
Yes.
going down over what is currently budgeted. So-
Yep, that was my personal medical insurance.
All right.
So Chair, Dustin, is that with your insurance and everything, the 165, 830 with all the insurances and everything covered?
I don't have I can, if you want that
look it
number,
up
I can pull it up on my
No,
computer.
But it goes with OSI, retirement, workman's comp, group? or-
No, you won't see any of my stuff in the personnel services. All of my stuff is accounted for under 422.
That's what I mean. The whole thing is just.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I
From-
meant.
yep.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that falls under the MOU that we have. Does that go back to the MOU? Is that back to the?
Yep, so the MOU states that my position can either be somebody from the fire department, the police department, or the sheriff's office. And that, we'll probably explore that in the relatively near future in terms of succession planning. But to account for either myself as a fire department employee or a PD officer as a police department employee, right, it's not a county employee, so it's not accounted for under the county personnel services.
All right.
How are you accounted for? Fire department?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And just a side note while it's popping in my head, did you send Senator Thune's office the information on the grant loss dollars?
Nope, but the letter is about half done on my desktop. I'll be heading
All
back
right.
to the office to finish that out.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ross.
Yeah, side note, I just want to thank you for a good presentation last meeting when we had Black Hills Energy. I think you really kind of hit all the key points, some of the things that we could expect if we lost power, so good job.
Certainly.
All right, any other questions for Dustin? I would again reiterate what Ron said there.
And the LEPC is an easy one.
LEPC is completely, we say grant, so the state collects fees from businesses in the state that use hazardous materials. So if you deal in hazardous materials in the state, you have to pay the state a fee. The state then takes a portion of those fees and sends them back to the local emergency planning committees, the LEPCs. So that entire budget process is supported by those fees from the state or other grants that organization pursues. So that the LEPC never taps into general fund dollars from either
Right.
the city or the county.
Do you have a separate bank account for that?
No, it's managed through the LEPC, by its enabling legislation, has to be housed under an entity. So the LEPC
Right.
is housed under the county.
Okay,
It's-
I just know some of those LEPCs had their own bank accounts.
So we, years ago, LEPC not, but some of our things like a water rescue team and some of those, search and rescue, not to speak for Sheriff Mueller, but we had a lot of organizations that kept separate checking accounts or bank accounts, and at some level that gets problematic and murky to account for. So everything at this point
Right.
is
When
not.
someone's no longer on there, but they have access to the bank account, yeah.
So,
And is your LEPC, is it pretty active?
absolutely. Yep. Yep. Well, very well-attended meetings quarterly. We do quarterly meetings with our Pennington County LEPC. We do good work. We support good things. It's a good organization.
Did you buy a pizza?
We do.
Okay.
Jeremy. Hey, Dustin, so the search and rescue, they're not through your department?
Nope, and I probably shouldn't have mentioned them at all. That's housed under the sheriff's
No,
office.
but go ahead and speak to it, educate us.
No, so. It used to, so search and rescue moved out from under emergency management the year before I stepped into the role, so.
So we're looking at replacing the outdoor sirens, is that correct?
It's so again, some of that infrastructure is 50 years old. Some of it is on wooden platforms that were built 50 years ago, and those wooden platforms are no longer structurally sound. And so it's a matter of replacing those structures with, again, a 50-year lifespan out of a wooden platform is a reasonable lifespan. Some of these installations are older than 50 years.
Right.
So we have a capital improvement fund for that then, is that correct?
Nope, every year, so I started this project this year, and so, again, I don't use the reserve. I started using reserves when I first came into this position, and then the philosophy was let's move away from that and just come before the commission every year and ask the commission what you need in your budget for that year,
Yeah.
and so that's what I've been doing.
And the problem with those sirens, obviously getting back to the age is, and I'm assuming many of those sirens still operate off battery, or are they hardwired?
So we have very few left. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe a fifth of them are still shore powered. But again, the idea is to have them battery operated so that they operate with a loss of commercial power.
And then again, they sit there and then you're doing this replacement cycle on replacing all the batteries and all this stuff. And I'm assuming when we're doing those, so, and I don't know, but does New Underwood have one?
Yes,
Wall,
yes,
Hill City,
yes,
Keystone?
yes.
Okay. Do New Underwood, Wall, Hill City, and Keystone and/or Rapid City, do they share in those costs?
Yes.
All municipalities?
Yep, I have a cost-sharing agreement with every municipality that we have sirens in.
All right, thank you.
Yep,
Thank you. So, appreciate it, Dustin.
of course.
Thank you.
Mr.
And we'll
Chair?
move on to.
Yeah.
to
Could
the
we
fire-
take like a 10-minute break before, we've got time, I think, before we start the next one?
Okay, yeah, he just walked in, so.
Yeah. but-
Have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jerome Harvey, Pennington County Fire Administrator, Pennington County, South Dakota. With me today in the back is our Chairman of the Fire Service Board, Dave Lindblom, and also a member of our Budget Committee. Also have Chief Hartman from the Doty Volunteer Fire Department, one of our Budget Committee. And we have Carrie Shell from the Fire Service Board, and we also have Chief Shell joining us today. So they're in the back. So if I can't answer the question and I can't make something up, we'll just ask them. So I tried to follow along with what Jordan put out, so hopefully it didn't mess us up too bad. But the first thing I'm going to ask you guys is, how do you guys get out of this room if it catches on fire? How do you get out of the building? So always know the exit, have some type of exit strategy to get out of the room here. It's something that we always do and always encourage everybody to have some type of an exit strategy.
Do you know something we don't?
No. I'm not allowed to talk about that. No, just a quick reminder on that. Get focused on your meeting and something happens, how do we get out of here? Following Jordan's outline on Section 1, Department Overview, and we want to focus on our core missions of County Fire Administration, Operations, and Advocacy. And we break that down into training. We provide some training dollars. We provide coordination on training and provide a calendar. And we have a lot to do with the training, including supporting the Rushmore Fire Conference, which is the largest training opportunity here in the 5-state region. Communications, we'll talk specifically about communications. That's one of the state codified law issues that we deal with. Cooperation, specifically into operations, cooperation amongst our departments. We'll talk about that a little bit. And coordination crosses all of this. Coordination of our training, communications, coordination of our department's response, and of course, coordination of advocacy for our volunteer and our fire departments. Section 2, under the outline that was given to us, programs and services. Primarily, our primary purpose is to advise the Board of Commissioners on fire-related activities. And we did such as we did with the fireworks as we did at the last meeting for you. Under workers' compensation, that's actually mandated under state statute to provide workers' compensation. Your workers' compensation pool is the largest pool of volunteers in the state of South Dakota, and that's information provided to us by the Municipal League. And able to keep all of our volunteer firefighters and some of our career personnel into one pool helps reduce the overall costs across the county back to our taxpayers. Fire hub for all fire-related items across the county, both structural, wildland, hazardous materials, training, financial. That's covered under, again, in Section 34. We do provide some financial assistance back to our fire departments, either by request or by grant purposes on a rotational basis. That's also covered under South Dakota codified law. We also do quite a bit of liaison work with various agencies, and at one time I had a list of all the agencies that we actually do liaison work, whether it's national agencies, state agencies, law enforcement, other fire departments, other counties. It's a pretty extensive list. And one of the other things we do under state statute is for our vehicles that are owned by the county itself or requested for supplemental assistance from the county is provide assistance with liability insurance, vehicle liability insurance, and that's also covered by the codes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Durr.
Yeah, while you're on this slide, Jerome, I just have a comment about your workers' compensation. And you could explain it to, I believe you're the only entity in the state like yours that still has their own worker comp policy that's separate from the county.
I'd have to say, I guess so. I don't know that for a fact. I know that some of the additional counties that are next to us have policies. I don't know if they're separate from that or if they're rolled into one. I don't know that.
Yeah, I believe you're the only one grandfathered in that established your workers
Right,
comp
that's-
separate from the
I
county.
agree with that, yeah.
And so the talking point I guess I'm going to make about that is the fact that if there is a worker comp claim on any of the volunteers, it's not impacting the county's rating because they're on a separate policy. So,
Thank you. Section 3, following the outline, the current department status. Currently, there are 2 personnel in fire administration. And the following slides, following the guidelines, we'll hope to show you these bulleted points, operational challenges, their staffing, some of the issues that are going on out in our fire departments, and to talk a little bit about some of our public impact and some of the other technological limitations that we're dealing with as far as faced by both the administration office and our Pennington County firefighters. One of the most important things that we maintain and spend quite a bit of time and effort into is our paging in communications network. This covers the entire county, all firefighting agencies. You support all the ambulance services in Pennington County with this system, our search and rescue team, any of our specialty teams, water dive, and then law enforcement. I can't even begin to tell how many different paging groups we have as far as law enforcement. So you support all of that through this office, and that's a legacy issue. We have an extensive network. We are facing some pretty serious challenges as far as the paging piece, as far as how we actually activate that system within the next year. And we've talked about that in our budget, some of the dollars we need for that. To keep that up, there's some boxes that are going to need to be replaced that activate this and protect this legacy network. The network does work. It works quite well as far as our paging network, and very reliable. We do station alerting. We also do the belt pagers, and it's reliable, and we know where the coverage is for that. We have an excellent working group with the radio shop, and they do a nice job for us. We continue to work on some holes as far as voice communications. One of the big ones that the commission worked on and approved was up in Creighton, what we refer to as our nose zone. That's one of the largest areas that's under county jurisdiction and where we can really have a pretty significant event. We have a pretty serious hole there at Creighton, and we're working on filling up some of the other holes as far as our voice communications. So again, my emphasis to you here is our paging and wide area voice communications is not just for firefighting. It serves all these different services and agencies.
I'm going to interrupt you for a second because paging, why do we use pagers?
Pagers are reliable. We actually send our message twice, both over belt pagers and the station alerting systems. And then we also send it to third-party services back into cell phones and other activation means. And we have places that have no cell phone service at all and still use and rely on the belt pagers and the station alerting. So we know what it covers, and we control that network. And our radio shop is constantly reminding us we can control that network, we know where it's going, and it doesn't get lost out there with a bunch of people doing text messages and loading down of a public network such as some of the cell phone carriers.
Then there's areas that you don't have cell service, so that's where the pagers come into.
Yeah, yes, yeah, that would be a good first example of that. Where you would use where a paging network would cover for that.
So what kind of, you serve, like you can send a text message or a voicemail over a pager?
We send a text message.
Okay. Is it satellite then?
No, it's land mobile radio based.
Okay. Thank you.
We do have some, and we'll talk about that in a little bit in our budget. We have one challenge as far as one of our particular devices as far as activating that network. It's reliable. The network itself is very reliable. It's tried and true technology, and it's nothing fancy, and it works. That's the bottom line. It works and get a signal out to it. It's part of our ability to mobilize everybody so fast is our paging network is reliable and works, and that's how we out-mobilize everybody around us, quite frankly. Okay, continuing on our service delivery and some of the issues we're facing with, the office supports through the county board of commissioners, 20 fire departments, 18 of them are volunteer-based. Currently, we have 575 volunteer firefighters that you support.
Jerome, I was trying to figure out how much of this is assessed to all these outlying areas. I mean, you got a lot of volunteers. If somebody had to pay that bill,
We know that we know if we were to close down the volunteer system and replace that, the initial estimates we looked at just prior to the pandemic placed us in the $80 to $120 million range if we were to replace all of this.
so a lot of these areas here, are they assessed like a fire service district?
There's 14 districts, 20 fire departments, 14 districts. Let me go back here so I get this number right here. Excuse me here. So we have 14 fire districts.
Okay.
And the rest are response areas. So 33% of our fire departments have no visible means of funding other than what the county provides for them or what they get through donations.
So out of those 18 districts, only 5 of them pay?
There's 14 of them actually have some type of fire district that does support for them along with what the county is doing. And then we have 2 of them. One of them's Ellsworth, for example, is entirely federally funded, and of course then the city, Rapid City Fire Department.
Right.
And then Jerome, we do have a fire levy.
Yes, yeah, that would be the county, I'm sorry, excuse me, and then the county funding piece. The county really, the way that I've always looked at it and was taught to look at it is the county provides the backbone. We're really the backbone to pull all this together. It's the communications, the coordination, the advocacy, it all is on the backbone of it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ron.
So the districts that you're talking about, and I'll just use Rochford for an example, are any of those currently opting out?
No, not that I'm aware of. The only opt-out that I'd have to ask 2. We have 2 districts. We got Battle Creek and Whispering Pines is working on an opt-out.
Okay.
And getting back to what Commissioner Roskinek tapped into, so these districts some of them have their own levies?
Correct.
Correct. And so if they levy on their own, they get that levy in their district. And then if everything outside of that would be covered under our fire levy that's countywide, everything that's not in an already established taxing district. And so those monies are collected to go into funding, that revenue stream goes into his budget.
Anybody know what that levy is? Is it .04 or something? But my question is, it costs even to have all these volunteers, like you said, if you had 575 volunteers and you had to pay these people, they still need equipment and all that stuff. There's there's districts out there that don't pay anything, or they just pay into that county service level, which all the city people pay into, and then all the county people who already have service could pay into that too. Because I know Rapid Valley has a service, has a fee, right?
Yeah, there would be if you're in the Rapid Valley District, yes, there would be that. And then there's the county fire levy for that too. And that really where the county and the districts and the municipalities all come together, everybody's sharing some type of resource with that. Keeps our costs down.
And I guess follow up to Commissioner Roskinek's question, maybe talking about opt-out. So I saw some of the information coming forward that the concern about the growth factor and the cap at the governor's property tax bill that, will not impact this fiscal year, but next year. So what does that look like? I saw the fire department's were not in favor of that, so could you speak to that a little bit?
The initial, and I don't remember the exact numbers, the initial one that we looked at, the commission came out against it, and the fire departments across the state were against it because it essentially wiped out everybody's funding. And then the supplemental proposal that was proposed by the governor was more palatable, I think, to everybody. And I don't have the details with me on that specifically. But the first one, that would, basically all these districts would be out of money within a year. Some of them could last 18 months or so, but we knew that those districts would be out of operating capital. And that was not a good mix. And the person, the state representative that was pushing that, trying to talk with that person, trying to get the information flow, there was no communications back and forth whatsoever with that. With the governor at least came down and talked to us about what was going on and what he was looking at. So it was more palatable, I think, across the board. And we weren't the only district, there wasn't just fire departments weren't against it, the water districts and sewer districts, there's quite a few people that had a lot of concerns about it.
The bang for your buck is amazing. I mean, it's funny how we prioritize and some of these things that are basic services for personnel are like the least funded. That's interesting, but I don't think you can ever overcome the spirit of a volunteer and what that's worth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talk about dollars and cents.
Well, that goes, nationally, we're 78% of the fire service volunteer, 96.6% of the South Dakota Fire Service, and that's second in the nation, the state of Delaware. And then here in Pennington County, currently have 575 volunteer firefighters. We've got 242 career firefighters that cover the county and the runs around the county itself. And there are four, they use the term that the previous sheriff uses, force multipliers. And the country is based on volunteerism. We're still based on volunteerism, and we couldn't get it done without volunteers. It just wouldn't happen.
I mean, if you look at the city's fire department budget, what's that, like 13 or 15 million?
We have and have an excellent working relationship with both the city and the air base. Briefly on some of the core functions, some of this is covered under state statute, both wildland suppression, structural firefighting. We do rescue and extrication work and initial response to medical emergencies. And to paraphrase Commissioner Hadcock, and I've thought a lot about her quote on this, is every minute of every day across the county, one of our volunteers is fighting for somebody's life. If you look at the amount of run volume, the stuff that our people are doing, she was absolutely right about that. So looking at our total county incidents that we respond to outside the city of Rapid City, total county incidents last year was 6,100. Gives you an idea of the ups and downs as far as that. And why it is tough, looking at some of the issues that Jordan wanted us to address or looked at as far as the narrative that he gave us. It's kind of tough for us to guess some of that, but you can look at some of the trends that we have seen here and continue to see as far as our total run volume across the county.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
So
Ruskin.
that graph, does that include, when you say county, does that include all the incorporated cities too, or just
That's everything outside the city of Rapid City.
everything outside? So
Correct.
it could be Hill City, Keystone?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. The fire and emergency doesn't care where you're at. It doesn't respect geopolitical boundaries at all. Okay, section 4, the proposed fire budget. A couple of things that are going on within the budget itself. We are asking for use of some of our reserve funds, make sure we got approval for that, spending authority on that. So we're seeing an increase there. We see some other decreases, and we definitely can go over any of this with you that we need to. Previously, we've been, for operating transfer, make sure that was brought up and brought into this session here and gets approved by the county commission at this level. So we don't end up with any hiccups down the road as far as who's doing what as far as our operating transfer. Out of the general fund, we do workers' compensation, part of that for volunteers, that's per state statute. And then our biggest increase, of course, is in our capital outlay this year as we're working towards replacement of the Cascade system. The Cascade system serves all of our fire departments. We'll talk about that a little bit. It's all of our fire departments, all of our dive rescue, use of air tools, et cetera. The Cascade system is one of our principal purposes, and really, it's really socialized across all of our agencies, and it makes sense for the county to house it and have that at least that piece of equipment. Got to do the pie chart breakdown as far as where our breakdown is at. Okay, long-term planning. This is something that we've been working on and have been concerned about that since I transitioned with the last administrator, is keeping some type of a long-term plan for fixed stuff that we know that needs to be replaced, that is fixed assets that the county is responsible for or the county has. And we broke that both down in the fire fund and in the general fund where some of these things are at. I know there's been questions as far as this, our long-term plan, and maybe some misunderstandings about what is what, but we know these things are coming. We know these things need to be replaced or worked on, and it is irresponsible of us to come into the county and say, surprise, we need $1.5 million to replace this or that. When this list was originally put together, we were over $1 million worth of assets that we knew that would need to be replaced within 10 years. So we keep working on that. We had some hiccups with it. The pandemic threw a little bit of a curve at us, and then we had some fire incidents that were initially where we had to call on some additional resources outside of our normal suppression inventory, and that created a couple of bills that were pretty significant for us, and we worked on those. We held off spending, or asking for spending authority out of this reserves, because we didn't want to break the county over that until we knew what was going on with it and got those bills down where they're more reasonable. Same thing as far as our general fund reserve. We are asking for replacement on that because basically when we're done, if you approve this the way it's laid out, we'll have roughly $60,000 left in that funding. We know we have additional issues that are going on. We need to be, something could come up that we're not even prepared for, don't even know about as far as within the communications network. Lightning is never your friend. Some of those issues that we never know about, but we are trying to plan those things out and make sure that we're ready to be prepared for those things. So we're asking for spending authority upwards of $175,000 for next year, and then we've laid that out. In Section 5, we have 0 personal requests. And then you asked about some grant funding. Yes, we do use grant funding. We use Title III grant funding. That's currently managed by Scott Guffrey, and it's authorized by the Secure Rural Funds Schools Act. We do share that funding with the Sheriff's Office for Search and Rescue Services, and Natural Resources is all laid out in how that is funded through the U.S. Forest Service, and it's based on stumpage street fees. We do use this for response to fires on U.S. Forest Service jurisdiction west of 79 or inside the Black Hills Forest Fire Protection District. We continue to see a decrease in that as we cut less trees. Stumpage fees continue to go down, so we see less funding on that. We've seen a 5% decrease in that. Last year we were 4,500. I'm not sure where we'll be at this year, but we're looking around $4,000. But that gives some relief as far as the office responding onto wildland fires on U.S. Forest Service jurisdiction. Section 7, as far as capital request, big request for us that we're looking at over the next 3 years, a replacement of our Cascade system. The Cascade system, we use this to take to the scene of the incident itself and actually fill self-contained breathing apparatus that our firefighters use to enter atmospheres immediately dangerous to life and health. This cuts down on the cost of our response, also makes things considerably safer as we bring one fill station to the actual incident, able to fill the bottles right on scene of the incident and continue to stay in the fight. So we're not sending vehicles back and forth to a fixed facility and then have the danger of people driving and back and forth from an incident. The issues that we're having is the trailer is exceeding 10 years of age. The trailer is maxed as far as weight. Trailers are not, in our estimation, for emergency response.
There's a duck in here.
Sorry about that.
Just kidding. Can I ask you a question while you're doing that? Jordan, where do you put the levies at in our budgets? Is it the intergovernmental revenue?
The levies go under taxes for property taxes, so they're in the top 310. Now, the actual levy numbers, those have to be calculated. Cindy gave me a lot of background history on that, so I should be able to get you those figures.
Okay, that's why I
But,
wanted.
but yeah,
to see
all
the
of,
difference.
we're looking at all funds in that big roll-up, and so it's all going right into the property taxes and under that 310 category.
Okay,
And our,
I appreciate it.
which I know you know, the budget's going to drive whatever the levy is.
What'd you say?
The budget will dictate the levy.
Yes, in the long run. I just want to know what they levied this year, just to see on their comparable.
Across the board,
Okay,
across the board. Well,
Depending on what funds you're pulling out of, yes.
Okay.
thank you, sorry.
No, the other thing with the trailer is unlike us who grew up, you had to back up a trailer before you could go get your driver's license. People that are coming into the service are not familiar with handling and backing up of trailers. And that creates a lot of fun at a scene of an incident where you're trying to get a trailer in and out and creates some real training issues for us. The trailers, with the amount of weight down, again, is not safe. They'd be pulled under some of the conditions they need to be pulled at. So the Fire Service Board is looking at what the replacement is going to be and going to some type of maybe more of a truck-style chassis for this replacement. So this is a major ask for us. The other thing that this is used for, the Cascade system is not just to service fire service or firefighting purposes. It is used for, in a case of a dive rescue or dive emergency where we're supporting divers. We've supported divers across the county in water situations. We also use this to run air power tools such as heavy lifting bags, et cetera. So it serves more purposes than just support services as far as firefighting. Section 8, Jordan asked us for a 5-year replacement. We've been working on a 10-year anticipated budget. These numbers are not to be looked at as far as 100% numbers to be looked at. Within this Section 8, he talked about additional personnel or other things that we could see in the future. We don't anticipate anything as far as adding personnel or anything along those lines till post-2031. But this gives us an idea of where we're headed and gives everybody kind of an idea as far as where our budget numbers could be. 5-year outlook, ongoing and future, the things that we continue to work on. One thing that the office concentrates on is our fire department reference how-to manual. And that's a yearly update. There's over 30 topic areas that our fire departments need to have reference information to. We provide that and update that yearly, and that helps our fire departments, especially in transition, where the transitioning maybe leadership within the fire department cuts down calls back to the office, or when they call and ask for help, we can go to the reference manual and produce that information and help them get through that. It's the only manual of this kind that I can find in the 5-state region. This challenge that we're seeing this year and extending into 2026 is the shutdown of the current National Fire Incident Reporting System and switching to the new system. That's going to create a pretty significant challenge for our fire departments. Will consume quite a bit of our time later in 2025 and into 2026. And I quote Jordan here, and I appreciate him bringing this up here as far as performance metrics. And it's tough for us to come with pie charts and key performance indicators. And I always get real nervous as far as saying, yeah, we've done excellent fire prevention, so we're not going to have any more fires. It's kind of dangerous for us to say that. But what kind of impact to the public does this office have and your fire departments have? So we kind of focused on that. We take a look at this here. The county commission made it possible, and we cannot thank the county commission enough for this, providing the leadership on this, to provide the funding to replace and build these new fire stations. And we've completed 3 of them, Scenic, Waston, Quinn, and the 4th one is on its way for completion at Merritt. And you see that as far as a bounce in our budget in 2021, 2022, there's a bounce in the budget. That was the money that was being moved through to support building these fire stations and getting our guys out of the dirt and into a reasonable building that can be used for fire department purposes, for training purposes, and we can support our sheriff's office, law enforcement, search and rescue out of these buildings for incidents. We're getting equipment into a heated building and out of quite frankly, some of the crap that our equipment was being stored into. So this is a major community impact across the county to actually get some decent buildings. One example of a public impact at the office, and this really goes along the line as far as advocacy, is we worked pretty extensively with the Rapid City Rush. And they really didn't have an understanding. They do a lot of promotional stuff for volunteer groups, promotional stuff for first responders. They really didn't understand the difference between our career personnel in the city and our volunteer service. And through the work of the office, we were able to get them to understand that. We provide Sparky. They ended up doing a recognition night for our firefighters for the first Thunder Fire. 4 different times they recognized some of our volunteer firefighters, a hero of the game. And they also, or hockey match, excuse me, and then also donated to our annual banquet. So that this shows you some of the community impact that the office is having.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Rum, can you go back to the 4 fire departments? So Merritt, that one there I drove by yesterday or the day before, so that building is completely enclosed in right now. And just wanted to let the other commissioners know that there's not a picture up there, but it is completely enclosed in.
Yeah, when they funded that, people, when they funded that, nobody mentioned the fact they were going to rip up 385 and then put all those rock right where that station was at. So that did delay the station at Merritt. But that's good to hear that. We'll get up and get a picture of that, get an update on it to you guys. One of the things that the office has provided for decades now is CPR training mannequins. And I would hate, and my understanding is one of the first places that provided CPR mannequins in the region here was the fire office, county fire office. And thousands of people have been trained with CPR through the use of this, not only our firefighters, but members of the public. Another example as far as our public education here is a Touch a Truck event that we co-sponsored with the Rapid Valley Fire Department, and we focused this particular one on home and micro schools, which is a really tough group to get public education as far as fire prevention type materials and stuff into. So rubber meets the road time. Agricultural impacts. We don't need fires on our agricultural lands causing damage and unplanned fire events for these people. Our producers are enough stress and strain as it is. Our fire departments are able to stop these, get out on these particular fires that you see here, stop this. The one on the right there on the Creighton Road, as I look at the slide on your right, as one that was burned 300 or 400 acres actually burning into the city wall, and we're able to stop that fire. It was in wheat stubble. Give you an idea of some of the dangerous conditions our people work in. One that directly impacts the county itself was stopping the fire in the highway shop at Wall there. You see in the bottom left. Structure fires across the county, whether we're stopping the fire itself, giving aid and comfort to the people that are affected by that, and making sure that they're transitioning with the Red Cross or some other support organization. Again, structure fires are still bread and butter operations, dangerous operations to be in, but as far as continuing to do that, is one of our community impacts. A couple of things here is, again, the first Thunder Fire that's got a lot of attention being on the west side of Rapid City. Our people stayed direct with this fire and held this fire, kept it from spreading, and kept it contained within the area here and did a really nice job with that. We stayed on the fire all night, and the majority of the initial forces on that was your volunteer firefighters. The one on the right, Philip grain elevator fire that occurred in December, that I really didn't appreciate the impact that had to our producers until I was coming back from this and looking at the amount of grain trucks that were sitting all over the county, across the western South Dakota, because they couldn't get into Philip and unload and get back and get another load. And that was a fire that we ended up helping out on, pretty significant impact even to our county. Providing leadership, there's 195 years of service here to Pennington County, just in this photo here. Chief Dustman on the left there, he retired this year after 52 years of service. We had 3 members in Rochford step back, and we're still dragging Chief Kobus along with us at 50 years of service. Gives you an idea of the amount of service our volunteers have. Commissioner Drews made a comment a few years ago about volunteer firefighters really being a full-time job and being their life, and you're absolutely right about that. And 195 years of service in this one slide alone, that's significant leadership and impact. So what do we have as far as some of the other impacts we do? I didn't put a slide up for California. We did send personnel to the fires in California, national impact. We have such an impact as far as the fire service that you support here. The National Volunteer Fire Council is the largest representative of volunteer firefighters in the nation. and they're bringing their national conference this year to Rapid City. That's a pretty significant vote as far as confidence, as far as the fire service here in Pennington County. A few years ago, I was talking with a gentleman at the Fire Department Instructors Conference, and it's the largest instructors conference in the world, fire conference in the world, and he made a comment to me, there was more volunteer firefighters there from Pennington County than there was from the entire state of North Dakota, attending that conference on their own dime. Well, they want to know, they want to get better, they want to increase their education so they can provide better service to the people here. And that's all possible because of the support that the county commission does back to the fire service. And I ask you to join us, remember, we like to remember those that went before us, and the people that have gone before us have gone not forgotten. We don't forget our dead. And part of the impact that the county commission has is preventing us from putting another name on this list here. I think Jordan has some slides or anything else you want to talk about? Any questions or comments?
What do you have
Chair?
for questions?
So, Jerome, do you recall in your current budget how much SRS funding is included in that? Acronym, SRS funding?
That's secured,
The secure rural schools, okay, Scott has the whole idea on that.
okay.
Go ahead, Todd.
And I sent an email out, I don't know, you might have missed it, Jerome, but that has not been reauthorized by Congress, so I would not count on that funding for 2026.
Do you remember how much we received?
It's, just under 30,000, right around 30,000. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I think that's actually part of the big, beautiful bill.
Well, you cut less trees, less stumpage fees. And
Do you even get, I think we got, what, 5,000 or something under SRS?
we used to get Secure Rural Act, originally when they met with Scott, originally we went back to $5,000 and it's gone down about 5%. And Scott's taken over the leadership on that.
Yeah, we split it out between search and rescue,
Yep.
my department, and Jerome, so.
Yes.
Search and rescue gets the lion's share, like 20,000, we get like 10, and then Jerome gets like 5, so right around that split.
Sounds like you shouldn't have given him control.
Brian, did you hear that? Can I have that 20,000 back? I know we're talking about fleet and stuff. I thank the sheriff for managing our vehicle there for us. So our fleet, our vehicle and our fleet of one is covered under the sheriff's office list.
So, do we have a breakdown of what you're asking for and then what's in your reserves? And how much you're using for your reserves? I thought I saw it on a different sheet than this one, but how much is in your reserves, Jerome, and how much are you using this year of those reserves?
Let me look here, see if I got it here. We're gonna end up using most of it this year if you guys approve the budget as is for spending authority. Wrong one. I'm not sure if I have that broke down. My apologies for not having that right up front here for you.
Dave, do you remember? Okay. We want to know how much is in the reserves and how much we're using, what's left in those reserves after this year.
That I do have, Deb.
Okay.
Commissioner Hadcock, I do have that.
Okay, so how much is in your reserves and how much?
I don't
are
have
used?
exactly how much is in there right now, but we'll be using or requesting. I have it right here.
175 or 75 or something?
Yeah, we'll have 60,000 left with approval, with 30,000 for work on the communications in the courthouse, and then 175,000 for the Cascade system.
Okay.
And that'll leave us about 60,000 left.
Okay, and you put in for reserves this year or not? Or
Yes, we
for-
did. If you only approve the 100,000 that we asked for, that would leave us, looking on the long-term plan, that would leave us short another 100,000.
So, but we kept with what we asked last year and trying to, again, stay as conservative as possible for the replacement on that at 100,000. And then we'd have to ask for another 100,000 for replacement for next year for our long-term plan.
They used your reserves last year, because they didn't want you to build up your reserves, even though we had it, used for other stuff, and now we only have 60 left, so. Yeah, I didn't agree with taking the 100,000 and not giving their reserves last year, only because, they did a 5-year plan and there were some have-tos, there wasn't some, I'm guessing that I need this for the future for the firemen, so. Unfortunately, then after the cascade, then in the 30 for the courthouse communications, there's 60 left, so not good.
Thank you. That's all the questions for Jerome. We'll let him go, and we'll move on to, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the commission.
Has a
Yeah,
question?
just a comment. So these budget items and the presentations that go with it, can we make sure the commission office has those so we can get that information in advance of the meetings?
Yeah, I apologize. Jordan and I miscommunicated on that, and that's totally on me. I apologize that, and I appreciate everybody letting us put that
Yeah.
in. I missed it.
No, just my comment that when we don't have these ready for us to review, and I've seen it, it's not a pick on you, it's just, I see a lot of this stuff come in late the day of the meeting, and then we're getting information the day of the meeting, either hard copies or whatever, and we're required to post that in the meeting, otherwise it's a violation of the open meeting law because we're not providing it to the public. And so I would just like everybody to utilize the software and the system we have in place and get our agenda items ready for prime time.
I have a question. We had a $3,000 ask of some fire departments. Where were we going to put that in? And did you put that in the budget this year?
No, that's under 421 as far as insurance, and that affects like Scenic and Quinn, those departments as far as vehicle reimbursement, and that's 421 vehicle insurance.
Okay, and then we put that in the budget this year?
No, we did not. Trying to follow the guidelines as far as the commission, that was taken out.
Okay, so did they ever provide us why they needed it because of their budgets or anything else?
Yeah, we know like Quinn has them, we're waiting for additional information from Scenic, but we know that their costs are pretty fixed.
So that'd be nice for budget when we decide if we want to put that back in there for the 3,000, because we also need to know what they get for levies and why they can't levy, that kind of thing.
Okay,
So
absolutely.
that'd be important, because there really isn't any money coming in for levies in those areas and Scenic and stuff, so just something to look at for the future.
And I've got one more follow-up.
One more.
Well, just one more. Okay, I'll use it wisely. What I would like to see, Jerome, if you could facilitate this, I would like to know the status of our rural ambulance systems. And so our departments at Wall and all of those, rural ambulance, even though they're, within a municipality, but a presentation on what the status is of our rural ambulance system and their shortfalls, how they're doing, any issues, that type of stuff, so.
How many is there in the Black Hills or this Pennington? Do you know?
There's 5 ambulance districts, or 5, I'm going to mess this up. There's 4 or 5 ambulance districts and 4 or 5 ambulance services. I turn those 2 around. Kanata Basin Ambulance District contracts with the city of Rapid City, but I've got all that stuff. I can get that,
All right.
pull that together. If you
So
get-
what I would like to do, if you could make that an agenda item and then coordinate with those parties and come in and give us the status of our EMS countywide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing on behalf of the commission. We thank you and all your volunteers. It's simply amazing that, it makes us sleep better at night knowing that there's people out there that want to have a commitment from their heart and intrinsic value that they're getting from it. No pay, whatever. The guys that are getting paid, we get it. We got to have someone coordinate it, and greatly appreciate it.
I'll pass that on. Appreciate you guys taking the time, and really not to overemphasize this, but it comes down to you guys funding it. And this is the central piece of the whole thing. And if you look at the struggles that go on, especially around us, it all comes down with the county commission supporting us to make this all pull together, it really does. I didn't even when I transitioned, I didn't even really appreciate how centered things were as much as I should have, as a realization of that, but I will pass it on, I appreciate those words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And again, just to follow up, you do a great job.
Thank
So
you,
thank you.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you.
So this says we start at 1 o'clock, so I'm not sure if these people are
We have a
expected
break.
Right.
out till 1.
No?
Yep, we can now take a break because our next scheduled item is going to be at 1 PM for the presentation from the outside agencies. The only other three.
So it was impacting.
Hello, welcome all to,
Pennington was the only
our
program.
break is over, so we'll get rolling right away. And this is the 1 o'clock agenda for presentations from outside agencies. The Wall Library, are they here? Yep, if you want to come forward and allow you to make your presentation, and we'll just ask questions, I guess.
Okay,
Thank you. You just,
I handed out this
Yep.
sheet. This is a summary of our public library survey that we do by the end of March. It's for last year, all the different things that we did last year. My name is Esther Johannesson, and I'm the library director. First, I want to thank the Pennington County Commission members for funding half of our budget each year. We do not have a friends organization or a, excuse me, foundation group that would help us with funds. So we just get them wherever we can get them. We need story time and summer reading program, crafts, and that's what we would use, anything that we get from anybody. Currently, we have 983 members in our library system. We also provide seasonal tourism employees of other businesses in town with cards at $25 each. They can come in and do everything that everybody else can, any members. And then at the end of their work season, usually September or so, if they have returned everything, they get their money back. So we just save it for them for a little while. We also have Wi-Fi outside of our building, and we have computers and printers and Wi-Fi inside the building. At this time of year, we're in the middle of our summer reading program. We have 35 people enrolled this year. We aren't giving big prizes this year because of the cost. We've given tablets in the years past. We also have story time with crafts that go along with the story every Friday morning from 9 till 10, and have as many as 20 youngsters that attend our story time. And we do this on Friday morning because Wall has a 4-day school week, and so then on Fridays we have the kids ourselves. We've been weeding books, and we share these with the tourists. We put them on a rack and set them outside, and they can take them off. I've had as many as 30 books taken during one day, so I think they're going to good use. In the past, we've entered the 605 scavenger hunt, and we've had at one of our city annual celebrations, we had invited an artist who uses cereal boxes to make his pictures. And when he got finished, he had brought a lot of extra cereal boxes, so he gave the audience a chance to make a picture out of them also. We set up a table at the annual craft show and display the extra books from our library. We do set out a donation jar in case anybody wants to donate to the library. We have a column in our weekly newspaper. We let the public know what we've done for story time, and we try to keep them up on what's coming up. The State Library has set up a website for each of the libraries that wanted to have one. And every year they add something to it, like a page or different things that they have on there. And then they've also paid for a program called Wi-Fi. And that is, it counts the number of people that use our Wi-Fi. And it's not only inside the building, but also outside. When the pandemic was, the kids were staying home from school, and we sure noticed a bigger number during that time. And then our finances, I have figures through May. I handed those out to you. And we started with $38,000. We have $22,000 left. And the third page is a yearly total. This is what you usually get every quarter from us. Anything else?
I'll just open it up to questions from the commission here.
Pardon?
I'll open up to questions from the commissioners so they can,
Okay.
if they have any questions from you.
So I was talking to your Mayor, Mary Williams, the other day, and so the employees on your payroll, those are city employees?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so does our funding go to the city, or does it go directly to the library?
Well, it goes to the city. She pays all of the bills,
right.
and she takes care of all the money.
All right.
And they match what you guys give us.
All right. And that's your other funding? So they match whatever our levy generates, whatever our agreement is giving, then they match equally?
Yeah.
And just a question, if you were to get more money out of the library levy, how would you use it?
For books, probably. There's always all kinds of books that they ask me for and we don't have. And some of them are very expensive.
All right. So any of the books that get taken off your shelf, do you ever see them for sale at Waldrug?
No, I
Okay.
haven't.
Here.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So you have 25, but you have 2026 projected yet?
No.
Okay. Usually that's easier to ask for more funding when you have some type of projected revenues that might go up in these categories.
We wait for our money and then we set our budget.
Okay, you might want to do a 2026 projected,
Oh,
just
okay.
for us, so we can kind of see where you should have like a 5-year total that'll kind of tell you how much it goes up every year. It's kind of nice to see that, so we know that when we're doing the funding, and same with the city, if they're not asking for that, to see how much each year that you're going up in totals. And that's usually what you're projected for the next year for costs.
Okay,
Make sense?
good. We do get donations from some of the townships.
Okay.
And that goes in for books and stuff.
Okay, any revenues you get should be in there, but bottom line is basically projections to figure out, for us, why we would give you more, or say, okay, you need less because of this, but usually it's not less that I've seen, so.
Okay.
Commissioner Drews, you have a question?
Sure. So you have laptops or computers that are accessible for your members?
Yes, we have 3 computers that are accessible and a printer for
Okay.
them.
Okay. So are they busy? I mean,
Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't.
okay.
And a lot of people bring in their own laptops to use the Wi-Fi. And we do have electrical strips where they can plug in.
Okay, so do they have to be members also of the library to do that? No, okay. Very good, thank you. That's all I have, Ron.
One more. Kind of following up on what Commissioner Adcock said, our director of our office, Jordan's got a business card there. And if you could work on a 2026 budget and send that, and then my question would be, I think I know the answer, but, so whatever we're funding through our library levy, the city will match that, whatever that levy amount is. And that was kind of what Mayor Williams told me the other day, is they would just match what we have. And I think you understand, maybe, the library levy is collected outside of all municipalities. And so, like Rapid City, the library levy does not lay over Rapid City because they're providing a library. And so that levy is hitting everybody outside of those entities, that a municipality that is providing that service, that levy does not overlay. And I'm just going to make a comment as we get into these, that the levy is about 550, 60,000, I think, something like that is what it's generating countywide, and your share is 18,000 and change. The majority of that is going to the city of Rapid City. We have those agreements between Hill City, Wall, Rapid City, Keystone, for library services based off that levy. And the reason I would ask you to, like, in your 26 budget, to put in, like, if you were to have a little bit of more money, or if you were going to do something different and, you know, buy books and do some of those things that you can't just based on your static funding. And if you had a wish list to get some more money, what would you do with that? And what I'm looking at doing is, we have these conversations, obviously, this is my position. The rest of the board will have a conversation about it. I think the Rapid City is pulling too much of the library levy, and I would like to distribute that out into the rural areas more than centralizing the majority of that levy within Rapid City. So that's my talking point for that.
Okay.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I also agree with that, because they took out Western Dakota. It used to be more of a county library. We lost $1 million from that and never got paid back for that. So some of that should have been rural money that when we did the agreement with the city, and didn't think of it at the time, that some of that should have went to some of the county libraries, not just to the city, since a lot of times you guys are taking out some of those patrons that they're calling that are their patrons that might visit them as well. But I agree with Jerry on the levies, that we could look at those and see if there's something else that could help your library be more successful in the long run. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions,
I'm good.
okay. Appreciate, you know, if you can just get back to Jordan with the 2026
Okay.
numbers. And
Will do.
you have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
drive safely back to Wall.
It's just
Pardon?
Drive safely back to Wall and
Thank
have
you.
some free ice water.
Yeah.
Hill City.
Or Wall Donuts,
Or Wall Donut, yeah.
Wall Drug Donuts.
should have brought donuts.
Yep. That probably would have helped.
Next time.
My Aunt Myrtle worked in that Wall Drug Store for a lot of years until she passed. Is Hill City Library here? Tammy, maybe Michael? Both of you, okay, cool.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Tammy Alexander. I'm the director of the Hill City Public Library.
I'm Michael Lewis. I'm the president of the board. We have our 55th anniversary this year. We started in a small building, went to a little bit bigger building, went to the school, and that didn't work, so now we're in our own building. And it's a really nice building. New doors, new windows, the whole works, back in 2013. Out back, there's a garage, and in a small library, kids make a lot of noise. So it was decided that we would work half of that garage into what's called a kids annex. The Friends of the Library put up $10,000, and the city did too, and we built it. When that was done, the end of this year, or end of last year, excuse me, we have a book garage called the Friends of the Library Book Garage. Thousands of books. They have sales throughout the year, and that money goes for helping the regular library. So it's a very active group. Tourists are big things for us, like Wall. You go out in our backyard, in the garage area at the end of the day, and there's cars there from all over the place. They're using our Wi-Fi. The state helped us soup it up a few years ago, and it works very well. So the other thing that we do a lot of is summer workers, the campgrounds and things of that nature. They come in, Tammy's got a special program for them, and it's a really good deal too. The current budget is what you have in behind, which you can barely read because it's small, but we have the 2016 budget. It has to be, yeah, it has to be
2026.
okayed. It's gone up 3%. On July 17th, we go before council for the final on that. So we do have that if you need it ahead of time. Other than that, we'll wait till the 17th and then send it on to you.
There.
So
Commissioner
that's basically what's
Hadcock.
going on. I think Tammy will fill you in on the rest.
Michael and Tammy, I would ask one thing. Jerry reiterated what we were thinking, and I think it's a good idea. If you had a wish list, if you needed something that actually would help Hill City and the library and the children and make a more efficient, effective library, I agree, again, that some of that levy maybe should go to the smaller rural areas, because we are the county and not city
Well, I can give
library,
you a
so.
wish list.
We've
It's
already
gonna be-
talked about this
it's gonna-
quite a
We're
while.
gonna be going strictly toward a lot of technology, because that's where it's going. Our electronic reading with the Libby that's our growing, it's growing. It's the biggest, that's where people are gonna, it's where it's going. Books are great, but they're gonna get too expensive to make.
Does Hill City give you guys money as well, the city, still every year?
The Hill City, the
City?
oh, yes, yep. Our
Okay, so
projected
that-
budget is $106,651.04 for 2026.
And that's broken down with who gives you the money and everything?
That's our budget from the city.
Okay.
And then,
Commissioner Ross Connect would like a wax figurine of himself at the library.
be a great kids program, they love that.
You know,
We got a picture of him up here already, just kidding.
my two bits with the Hill City Library, it's not just a library, it's almost like a community center. And you're not just serving one group, you're serving a whole range of people. And I see your reports that you do on a monthly basis, and I mean, when I see those reports and you read them, you know that you're just going beyond, people's imagination, the service that you provide, and I just appreciate the folks that volunteer their time and keep that library doing what it's supposed to be doing. And it's just a great asset for Hill City, and especially being located across the school and convenient to the students of the Hill City High School.
Yeah, we're lucky, we have a lot of community support. We did a butterfly tent, butterfly tent this morning. We had 102 people in three tents, kids, butterflies, adults, it was great. It was chaos, but it was incredible. The kids, a lot of kids had never been in a butterfly tent.
And
They
you do
never
have
had
your-
butterflies laying down, it was great.
And you do have your budget broken down. Jordan, where in my book is their budgets, all this stuff that's on here?
Theirs was scanned in later, and so
'Cause they
it
just
may be
handed
towards
it
the
in.
back. But it's in there.
It's in this?
Let me print one
Yeah,
out for you.
they have a budget, yes.
Okay, I apologize because I didn't find it.
The summer reading program also, for example, a couple of weeks ago, we had the Dinosaur Museum. And they came in and did some things with the kids, and that was cool. Last week, we had the Raptor Center come out. So it's a very, very active thing. It's a reading program to boot. Strider gives us bikes for this project. Tin City Lodge up at Hill City, they provide bikes for this reading program. So we've got good community support. It's a big deal, it really is.
We just had a college kid come in and asked if we were still doing it, because that was his favorite summer thing, was the summer reading in Hill City. So we have 65, as of today, 65 kids signed up. Once summer school gets out and the church gets done with their camp, we'll hit 80. Here, yeah, it's
All right.
easy to do once.
So take me back to the butterfly tent.
Okay.
So what kind of butterflies?
We have been trying to get this program, this will be our third year. The first year, there were no butterflies. They couldn't come because there was no butterflies. The second year, they had no employees. They come out of Iowa. So this year, we're like, yes, we have them. So they brought 3 tents, and we could put 10 kids per tent, and they got to stay in there with the little flowers, with the
Nectar.
sugar water.
Yep.
So the butterflies would land on them. If you look at the Prevailer next week from Hill City, there's going to be some great pictures in there. Our local newspaper lady was there, and she was taking pictures, and the kids had a great time. Several of them went back in and did it. All the adults did it. It was a great hour. We did a lot of stuff in about an hour. So
That's
get
pretty
down here
cool.
today and get back for book club. So busy day.
So.
How many
ma'am?
staff came
Sorry.
with that?
There was just two people that
Two,
are from
okay.
Absolute Science. It's a great group out of Iowa. They do magicians, and we've had them for a bubble show once. They were our big program this year. We're not going into July because of the cost of some of these things. We do the best to use our local people, Black Hills Raptors, the Dinosaur Museum, our Hill City Garden Club. That's our first program. They plant we had 86 kids planting flowers. So hopefully they keep them alive, and they then present them at the Fall Flower Show.
All right. I'm still stuck on the butterfly thing. So,
Oh, man, I wish I would have known. Maybe next year.
do they count them back?
The lady, Jessie, had an idea of how many. They have a very short lifespan anyway, and then they're in a tent with 10 kids plus whatever. So there is some loss. And then
right.
she's got to keep them alive until this coming Saturday for another program.
Wow.
So that would be a very stressful job.
So with the 103,605 salary, how many people does that staff?
I'm a full-time employee. I have a library assistant who's full-time, and I have 3 people that are what we call floaters. They can only do 325 hours a year.
And if it really gets bad, I can
And
even
then
pull a
I have
shift.
some volunteers, Michael.
And I'm assuming you're city employees?
Correct. We are
Okay.
city employees
But controlled by us.
All right.
by my board. Yeah.
So you say 325 hours, is that each for those 3, or is that total?
For the year, each of
Each,
them.
okay.
Yeah. We split those. So I try to keep them. They're floaters. They come in if I need a day off, or if I'm, like, I got Joelle. Joelle does 40 hours. So she's holding the fort down, and then Connie was there while we were here today to help her. So Joelle could go to lunch. So, yeah, I have a great staff. Very lucky.
And I like your letterhead.
I'm sorry?
I like your letterhead. It's pretty
Oh, thank
cool.
you.
So one more,
Mr.
We're an
Chair,
exemplary library, and there are not very many small libraries that reach that goal.
another question, Tammy.
Yep.
So how much does the city give you then? Out of the 155, did you say?
For the 2026 year, it's
The 100
estimated to be $106,651.04,
Thank you, Ms. Tammy.
the proposed budget, and then we'll be meeting with them on July 17th.
Deb, in the back, you've got this.
Got a copy.
Yeah, and that'll
It's
give you an
very
idea.
small, I'm sorry.
And we're only 3% above that this year, coming
Yeah.
up.
I don't have the box.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ross.
So Mike, what are the hours of operation for the library, and how many days a week?
We'll let her do that.
Okay.
We're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5,
Okay,
and Saturday, 9 to 2.
okay.
Being an exemplary library, we have to be open at least 50 hours a week.
And we tried staying open till 7 o'clock on Thursday evenings, and it was not a good deal.
Just
So,
wasn't, we weren't, I was there, I was working, worked great for me, but we weren't utilizing any patrons, so. that's
We
the
played
better
bingo
job.
on Thursday, so he probably didn't show up.
Right.
yeah.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Being an exemplary library, we've met all 82.
I would encourage the commissioners, when they're up at the Alpine Inn, to slide down to the library and
Absolutely.
take a
That'd be
personal look
awesome.
for themselves.
Yeah.
Let
We're-
us know ahead of time. We'll give you a personal
and
tour.
it doesn't take long, we're 1,500 square feet.
All right. And could you,
See the kids annex.
And the
too
kids
now.
annex, and yeah.
so explain what that status is, exemplary library.
Exemplary, through the South Dakota State Library, there's 3 different levels, essential, no. And it's essential, enhanced, and exemplary. And we are exemplary.
We've had it 2 times
Yeah,
now.
we're working on the 3rd year already. We start January 1.
All right.
And I
Okay,
can't
so
do it
that's an
without my-
annual designation.
Every 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Without my board doing 45 hours of CE in 3 years, you can't do it. So I have an active board. Without that,
All right.
Have you always been a librarian, or you been a teacher
Well,
beforehand?
I've always been a library nerd. I skipped school once, one class, typing, and went to my library in my school. But yeah, I've always, middle school, I didn't like recess, but I loved to shelve books. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Appreciate your time. As someone who didn't hijack my Hill City Prevailer, I haven't seen it back there in a couple of weeks, I think.
Uh-oh.
Let us know.
Stop
We'll
Read
make
that
sure you
every
get one.
time,
Yeah.
so it's pretty cool.
We save a few of them in the library, so.
Next
Send one with
meeting I
Michael.
come to, I'll.
They
on
do put
Monday,
one
I'll
back
bring
there,
it.
but the last couple of weeks, I think my counterpart over there hijacked it because he know I like to read it, so.
Yep.
But,
Great little
thank you,
newspaper.
guys.
Yep, thank
Appreciate
you.
your energy.
Appreciate your
that
time. Thank you.
put
Thank you.
in there. And we will look for Keystone Library. Are they here? That may or may not be here. Doesn't look like they're here. Rapid City Public Library, Terry Davis, Director. Hello, Terry.
Good afternoon. So I have a very short bit of information for you, and then I'll
Sure,
certainly
thank you.
entertain questions if you'd like. Terry Davis, I've been the director of the Rapid City Library since 2017. I believe you have a copy of our annual report for 2024. Our total checkouts were just under 1 million, and I think we were like 1,300 short of 1 million. I can't do the math to get the exact number right now, but for the past many, many years, between 20 and 22% of our use is from Pennington County residents. So you can calculate that would be about 200,000 items checked out. I would like to say that since the county initiated a contract for library service in 1998, I believe, that was before my time, but the collaboration between the 4 libraries in the county has really improved and enhanced. We all serve together as members of a larger consortium, and we also offer reciprocal borrowing, which is a mechanism by which somebody from Hill City, for example, can come and use the Rapid City Library with their Hill City card. And people in Rapid City who might have a cabin up in Keystone can go use the Keystone Library with their Rapid City card. So it really provides the best in seamless library service within the county for the residents, and also minimizes duplication of resources because we don't have to purchase something that might be available at another library. The great feature for last year was the launch of our bookmobile. That is the library's first bookmobile since the mid-1980s. And with that, we have been able to reach, last year we reached about 11,000 residents. And that was operating the bookmobile from the end of May, I guess we started first part of June, through November of last year. This year, we're certainly exceeding that. We have a lot more experience under our belts in terms of how to operate the bookmobile. We have more organizations and areas that are reaching out, asking for bookmobile service. And that is a goal of ours for 2026, since we're looking at that, is how can we expand bookmobile service into the county? Now, having said that, we'd like to get out into the county, but we don't want to impinge on areas already served by the other 3 libraries. So we have to take a look at that. In another collaborative effort with the county, we are working with the Sheriff Department's Ignite program. We are launching in the next couple of months a program wherein our librarians will work with inmates and record them reading books for their children. And so it's really to maintain family literacy and help them maintain a connection with their children while they are incarcerated. So, pardon me, we're going to have the recording equipment that we'll provide the staffing for that, and we'll also select books based on the interests that the inmates tell me their children have, and of course the appropriate age groups. We do have a Friends of the Library group, a nonprofit that's independent of the library, and they're going to be purchasing books so that those books, once read by the inmate, can be given to the child along with the audio recording of that, their parent reading. And all of that said, we do continue to look for efficiencies and cost-saving measures because it's simply what libraries do. Some of those efforts that have paid off in the last couple of months, we no longer contract for grounds maintenance at our library, lawn care, that kind of thing. That is now done by the city's Parks Department, and so that also eliminates the need for us to do lawn sprinkler maintenance, which we have had a lot of in the last few years because we have an old and fracturing system. I mentioned the collaboration with the 4 county libraries and the larger consortium in the Black Hills area. There are 12 member libraries in the Black Hills Library Consortium, and being a part of that membership has saved us $100,000 a year in the system that we use to check out books and have a catalog and keep our database of patrons and that kind of thing. And then in other ways that we're looking for efficiencies, we have recently, Rapid City Library has recently given up 1.25 FTEs. Part of that was given to another city department that's going to reconfigure it for a beneficial position for all city employees. And the other way is that we are job sharing with the city finance office. Instead of having a full-time administrative person in our library, we're sharing one person with the finance office to do our administrative and accounting tasks. Those are positions paid by the city, not by the county, but it does allow for overall efficiencies. The other libraries mentioned their summer reading programs. Obviously, we have one as well. It's a way to keep kids reading and engaged over the summer so they don't backtrack in their reading skills when they get to school the next year. We are tracking the number of minutes that have been read, and in the first 3.5 weeks of our summer reading program, not quite 3.5 weeks, I guess, so far the kids and teens have read over, well, just right about 600,000 minutes of reading during that time. So they are very engaged and interested in reading and keeping their skills going. And I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner Drews.
Terry, do the county members of the Rapid City Library, do they have the same benefits as a Rapid City resident?
They do. What we actually do, though, is I've been the director of a small library. I've been a librarian in a one-person library, and I know how important small community libraries are to their communities. And they also know their communities. So we don't want to take, because we're the big fish in the pond, we don't want to take patrons away from Keystone or Hill City. So if they come to us and they have a residential address of Hill City or Keystone or Wall, we encourage them to go to that community and get their library card there. Can we force them to do so? No. They're a county resident, so technically they could get a card with us, but we prefer that they get it from what we call their home library. And then once they do have that card from that library, then they can come to us and borrow through reciprocal borrowing, as I mentioned before.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Ms. Terry, I was on the board when we changed your contract in 2014 or 2015, if I'm correct.
I think it's dated 2015. That was prior to my time, but yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So we had changed it because of the levy and just how much we had to use, and remember the $1 million from Western Dakota and some other stuff. So at that time, we knew that the levy had to be changing. So I don't know what we're going to do with it this year, but I'll be straight up too. I'd like to use some of that we give to yours to maybe do, so they could do bookmobiles, or they can do other things to be efficient and more effective in the counties for their libraries, which for me, if I was a librarian in the city and otherwise, or other words, it would be more efficient for more people to be reached out to in the county.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you guys aren't efficient and effective in the county, but it's easier brought to them as well and helping out the other entities. And I don't know what that's going to look like at this time, and we have to pull up that contract and see, and then work with you guys so we find some solution and resolution. So we're still working with you guys and still making it efficient and effective for the outer libraries as well for the future.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we really are looking for ways in 2026 particularly to expand the bookmobile services without stepping on the toes of the other libraries. But if there were a collaboration that we could work out with any of the other libraries, we would not be against doing that. We just don't want to be, we don't want to be seen to take them over because that's not our intention.
But it does make sense to work with them because you're going to have more
Absolutely.
books, more things to offer instead of having them having to buy something. But it'd be something that I would think would be very efficient for the other surrounding areas, not just Hill City, Keystone, and Wall, just in general for
Or
patrons.
bang for the buck,
or-
as it were. Mhm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So thank you for bringing that up.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross, can I?
so I've never been on the library board, but I'm looking at the proposed 2026, which is roughly 4.7 million, the city at 4.2, 4,219,000, and then the county 489. And what the county would be about 10% of that if I did that right. But if I look at the different line items, I'm trying to figure out how the allocation between the city and the county, for an example, temporary wages, there's nothing allocated for the city, but for the county, 32,000. And then when you get down to general materials, the county, that percent is 67%. So these percentages, I'm assuming it's kind of a projection what the county's participation or use is.
No, the county participation and use, as I mentioned, has really over many years been consistent at about 20% of our overall use. And as you said, you fund about 10% of the use. So, there's a discrepancy there. But you see that all of the salaries and wages for the staff are paid by the city for the full-time benefited staff.
Okay.
The 3 people, well, right now, 3 people, it will be 2 because someone is graduating and going away to school. The 2 or 3 people who are paid from the county are the shelvers, the people who go and reshelve the books. Generally, they're students. They're there for a period of time, and then they go off and go to school or do life or whatever it is, and then, we hire another student to do that.
Sure.
So that's the exception there. And then because all of the staffing otherwise is paid by the city, then the rest of the county funding is allocated through. And sometimes it's a 20-80 split, depending
Sure.
upon what the line item is. Sometimes it's different than that, but
Okay.
yeah.
Just, I just was curious because I've never actually been on the board. I'm sure if you're on the board, you're going to understand these numbers a lot better, so.
And I will also say, too, that the total proposed is going to change slightly on the downward side, because I mentioned we had given up 1.25 FTE on the city side. That was not reflected yet in this figure. I had to get this budget to the city already several weeks ago, and so they're aware of that, and they'll make a change there. And then the county budget, again, because I had to get this whole thing and present it to the city, I based it on the 3.0% CPI, and I believe it was 2.9. So there's a slight difference there.
Yeah.
And then, once corrected, this budget will go back to the library board generally in September or October.
I was interested in the testimony from an out-of-state visitor that was pretty impressed with the free notary service.
That
I'll have
is,
to keep that in mind.
that is a very heavily used service. We have, I believe, 7 or 8 staff members who are notaries, and many, many, many times a day that service is used.
Nice, thank you.
Commissioner Green.
Yeah, comment about the notary aspect of it. I didn't know that, but I did notarize something not at the library, but here last year, and was told that we have one place you can go for notary, and then we charge for notary. And I would like to see the county, if somebody's here doing documents and we're not charging our taxpayers for the notary service, they paid for it in the first place. So getting back to the library levy, and so the library levy is just something that across the county with those individuals outside of municipalities that are providing that service, that are paying that, I don't know, I haven't got my hands on all the agreements to look at how that would be done, but what I would like to see is that that library levy is reduced. The dollar amount that we're collecting from the county, which is over, $500,000, I would just, as we're going through here with the mindset and, so I believe everybody can understand this. We're talking this morning about, the numbers that we could collect for the '26 budget at max tax. And all the discussions are about collecting, property tax at max tax. We can get this much, CPI is this much, growth is this much. I'm of the mindset that we should not be looking at taking max tax, and that would include, like the library levy, that we would look at some of those and see what we could reduce the tax burden to the property owners across the county, and that's really what I'm looking at. So I think Rapid City Library does a great job, but obviously, all the rural libraries provide a great service. And then it comes down to, as we're looking at what we're doing, how much, what type of service do we want to provide to the citizens and what do they want to pay for? And I'm all about looking, obviously at everything that we have going on in the county. The library levy is just one of them. So I'm not singling out the library levy. I'm looking at all of the tax collection that we are proposing to take from the property owners and the taxpayers and saying, can we do anything to help them out? So that's my point.
And, in your position, you do have to make those tough choices. I think because of what you've said, it's the same reason that we encourage people to get their library cards at their home libraries.
Right.
So that that library is represented by the folks that live in that community. So, yeah, I mean, when the library levy was passed in the county in the late 90s, obviously it was your choice about how to do that, and the commission at that time decided to contract with the 4 libraries that already existed in the county, which from my perspective is a great option because it's far less expensive than the county standing up its own library.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but that said, there also is a cost of service
Correct.
too. So if the support from the county were to decrease on our side, I mean, we'd have to take a look at what we're going to do, and that would be up to the library board, certainly.
All right.
Yeah.
Just, it's a talking point that's coming through this budget cycle as we look at this. And I'm not saying that we're going to get there in this fiscal year as we're preparing for '26, but it's something that, we have an expectation as the ones that are setting the budget and trying to weigh what the taxpayers are. They're not whispering in our ear, they're talking quite loudly. And, to have that respect across the county and saying, we're going to do the best we can. So appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a valid issue in any budget year.
All right. Vice Chair?
Oh, sorry.
Anything else, Ms. Terry?
That's it?
Board, any more discussion?
I'm good.
If not, thank you for coming today, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Next is Western Dakota Regional Water System. Thank you, libraries, for coming and presenting today.
Appreciate it.
Your name, ma'am?
Good morning. Commissioners, my name is Kristen Conzit, and I am with Western Dakota Regional Water System. Since the presentation that we made was 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, just a few updates on what's happening there. We've secured 3 more members into our group, which puts us at 45. And also have had meetings with the Bureau of Reclamation and with our delegation in Washington, D.C. So we are positioned, and once again, we're in the starting gates. We are waiting for Thune and Rounds. They're attacking from both ends to get us a feasibility study, which is done by the Bureau of Reclamation. And what the feasibility study does is it is the next step look at this project from A to Z, and underneath each of those letters, there's 1 through 100. And what the feasibility study does, the Bureau of Reclamation is a reactionary entity. And so we have Thune on one side that is going to submit a specific line item on behalf of Western Dakota Regional Water. And then we have Rounds on the other side, who is putting in a bill to reenact the Rural Water Act, which sunsetted in 2007. And so we're attacking it from both sides. We've made quite a lot of strides in actually finalization with our engineering company partners on the lift, which is from Missouri River to Rapid City. It's 161 miles, a 2,000-foot lift. But we're also looking at, what if that wasn't to happen? What if we were not, if the feasibility study, the Bureau of Reclamation came at us and said, we need to look at something else? Well, for the past 18 months, and it wasn't mentioned at the last presentation that we did, we are working on the interdependence of Black Hills water. There are 375 water systems in South Dakota. 302 are in the Black Hills. And so we're starting to add an addition or a Plan B to what we're looking at for, it would be a unified system of the Black Hills. And so I think those are the largest changes that we've had, but just know that we're making forward progress. And I ask for you to keep in mind the visionary statement that you're making by being part of this. We are planting the seed. It is a long-term investment and support-wise, but if you'll look back at what we've accomplished over the last 4 years, your investment and your support, Pennington County leads the Black Hills. And I know other counties aren't going to like for me to say that, but we are all interconnected, and they do look to see if Rapid City and Pennington County is leading the charge. So I want to thank you for your support, and I'll entertain any questions.
Chair, or
Madam
the chair. Mr. Drews.
So, Kristen, I know that, eastern South Dakota now has the Lewis and Clark system that's,
They're just finishing up, and because a little bit of not thinking ahead, Phase 2 is now being started.
and so that in itself probably makes up for a number of those that, since we have considerably more wells in western South Dakota water sources, but that doesn't mean that we have any abundance of water.
No, it just means more punching down into the 3 aquifers that we maintain. And those can be anywhere from a little district on a cul-de-sac, or with 25 houses on them. So that led into the idea of doing the interconnection just in the Black Hills. So we do have a Plan B.
Well, and I think that interconnection is going to be important no matter what. And I'm confident that eventually we'll have the Missouri River water out here. But that interconnection system is still going to be of great value at that point in time of that coming on board. So I commend you and your group for working on that Plan B also at the same time. So, thank you.
Here.
Thank you.
I said chair to when I was chair.
Thank you.
You have to let people
These
speak.
chairs are terrible. Mr. Roskinick was correct.
That's because I won't say anything. Okay, so Kristen, you already know infrastructure is important to me, has been from the beginning. Met with Cheryl when this first started, was on board right away. It makes sense. All you got to do is look at other states. I'll keep saying that, what's happening with their water and who's buying their water. So we can either capture our water and help the citizens of South Dakota throughout the state, or we can sell it to somebody else and then have some issues later. So for economic development, can you imagine what that means for the Black Hills and surrounding area to have enough water? I think if you're going to talk growth, if you don't have infrastructure, including the water, I think it's crazy to think we can keep growing without that infrastructure. Water is one of those pieces that if you don't have, and you run out of.
It
there-
halts.
It's huge. And we did have some information, and we already know if Pactola dries up or has major drought, what happens to basically western South Dakota in certain areas, including Rapid City, surrounding areas. So we can think about it now and do it later, or we can do it now and be visionary, which I think your group has been amazing at, and you have taken over, which I appreciate. So you already know for me, putting that forward and putting that money towards something for a feasibility study is pretty important, just to see how that process would work in the future and how that water would get here, whether it be the lift station or other entities, in order to make that work. I think it's very important. So thank you for what you do, and I'm on board with what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Any other, Commissioner Dirk?
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments. One, I do support this project, and when you were here a few weeks ago, the outcome of that in the news media was that the commission had taken action that day and voted to fund this, which is not accurate. And anyway, the other Black Hills counties, and so out of the Black Hills area, what other counties are supporting?
Made my presentation this morning to Meade County, and they are currently a member. Just brought on Hot Springs. So we have Custer, Edgemont. Is Edgemont and Custer? I'm thinking about cities.
Edgemont is Fall River County.
Fall River County, and then we have Custer County, we have Pennington County, Meade County, Spearfish. Lawrence County. Those are the counties that are supporting us.
All right. So anyway, no, it's, great work that this got started, and I wholly support this project, so.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we all agree the importance of water. Michael, the only thing I have, Jordan, in my package or packet would just be the letter. Is there a budget, financials that?
None for this. I can pull some of that stuff up, though, but it was just the letter for the request is all that was included.
Very good.
And
My office is a half a block away. I'll go back,
and when you
send
made
those
the
over.
presentation a few weeks ago, did you
Yes.
present your financials then?
I believe so.
I think.
But
Just, Jordan's got a card, if you would just email him that information.
Perfect. Thank you, Kristen.
thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful day.
Dakota Plains.
Yep. We'll move on to Dakota Plains Legal Service. Paul Branken?
Yes.
Yeah,
How are you this afternoon?
great, Paul, how are you?
Good. Yes, we are here seeking an extension to our contract. Last year, you gave us a generous increase, which allowed us to add a full-time attorney. So I have 3 full-time attorneys. We do the conflicts, as you know, of the Pennington County Public Defender's Office. And with the addition of the 3rd attorney, we have 1 attorney that's full-time, basically with abuse and neglect cases and juveniles. And myself and the 3rd attorney do the criminal matters. I understand that you wanted a line item budget, and I'm gonna have that provided. I got the card, and we'll send that from our administration office. But just a couple of things I'd like to point out, that in 2024, we serviced 467 criminal defendants. Now, that's individuals, and I always bring a prop because you don't get a lot of single cases. This is a first-degree murder case, and the guy has 4 other felonies files attached to it. Here's another felony case where he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other files attached to it. So when we say 400 and some clients, that could be 3,000 files easily, you know. And so we're very busy. We have 2 full-time support staff that that our budget covers, and we hope to have another year at this. This will be my 24th year doing this with Pennington County.
So Jordan, does anybody know what the number is right now? That I don't see it on here. What number are we
The
contracting?
current request is the same as the 2025 allocation at $643,647.
How much?
643.
And you had 400 people, correct?
Or we serviced last year just, and, because we're in the process of this year, we did 467 individuals, not
Yep.
cases.
467 individuals, like you said, they could have several cases.
Right.
Files.
My record is I had one lady that had 15 felony files and one misdemeanor file.
Oh, you've never done any work for Mr. Roskinick then, have you?
Or Mr. Weifenbach, his might be more.
That's sorry, I'm picking on you, Ron.
It's all right, I forgive you. Mr.
We're
Chair,
asking for the same amount last year because I try to keep a tight rein on the cost, but we'll provide all that information very quickly.
Seems like a pretty fair deal.
I think so, you know. I enjoy working, you know, I'm going to be 73 next month. And I'm not-
73, huh?
Yeah.
How long are you gonna work?
No, I'm not ready to go,
Okay.
you know. You know, I enjoy it, you know. What else?
We
do you-
appreciate that you enjoyed it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
always helps when, you seen earlier, maybe if you hear all the volunteers and stuff that people are volunteer. We have one coming up that's got 300 volunteers on his roster. And what if they didn't love what they did, it wouldn't work, so.
Oh, yeah, you know, and this is, we provide a very important service to
Yep.
indigent individuals, so, you know, we approach it with enthusiasm, as Ms. Retzel could point out, you know, because she's on the other side.
Yeah.
He does well. I'll just
She's
tell you
hoping
that.
you go away. Make it easier on her.
No, he does very well, I'll just tell
All
you.
right.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
So when you
Roskinick.
did the presentation last year, I believe that it was my understanding that your office takes a lot of pressure off our public defender.
Right.
And sometimes there's cases where it might involve multiple family members, and this is where your services come in because we can't represent both sides. And
Right.
I've always thought if we're going to spend $1, and I've explained it to the other commissioners, we got to make sure that we're getting that dollar back. And your presentation last year, I totally felt that if we didn't have your services, we would be putting more pressure on the public defender and their attorneys, which would probably be a lot more expensive in the long run.
Well, what happens is if you could be charged with, say, burglary of someone's house, and the public defender gets appointed. Well, the person that was the victim in that case may already have a case pending in the public defender's office, so by ethics, they can't have both of them. So that comes to me,
Sure.
you know, so, or, you know, and if we're not here, it goes to the private bar. And the private bar doesn't have an incentive to settle like I do, you know, because if they go to trial on every case that they get, they make more money because they're billing by the hour.
Sure.
Where I'm not, you know, so I like to, you know, efficiently resolve matters.
Yep, totally agree. I think it's a real good method.
Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr?
So the 467 clients, those are all Pennington County?
Everything's only paying.
Okay. And then what is your average caseload per your attorneys?
You know, it depends. At any one time, we probably have at least 100 files each. Now, that means they're coming and going, you know, because we resolve one today and we get appointed on another one tomorrow. And we try to keep it within, you know, so keep it doable.
All right. The when you're getting assigned these cases, is this by the judge?
Yes.
Okay, so they're declaring a conflict at the time, then you're getting the assignment. How do they determine if this is going to go court-appointed or if it just goes to you?
Judge only, so how it works is the public defender, you know, an individual would apply for a court-appointed attorney. A judge, either at the magistrate level or in circuit court, you know, looks at the form, sees if they have insufficient assets to buy their, you know, to purchase their own legal aid, appoints them. The public defender is the initial one who gets appointed. They review the case, and if they discover a conflict, they file a motion with the court. The court then appoints us.
All right. And it's a conversation coming, but we talk about the sheriff will, it'll be coming, but again, it's been out there, but we have a jail expansion project. And so, the number on the jail expansion is, kind of whittled down to about 135 million. And talking about getting that bed space and the discussion that I've had anyway with some of the players involved, I haven't talked to you, but Public Defender's Office, Eric Witcher, Laura Retzel, State's Attorney, the Court Service Administrator, and then talking about, do we have a problem with getting cases adjudicated and getting them through the court system? And so I believe the number on May 19th, we had 542 inmates in the jail. 20 of those were actually serving a sentence. And then talking about, just your point about the number of people that, have multiple charges on them that have not been adjudicated. And so the thought process is, do we continue to build more bed space and house these individuals, or is there something that we could do on the backside to get them through the court process quicker? And I'm curious if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, outside of violent crime, the majority of the people that are in the county jail are usually somebody that's had a bond violation while their case is proceeding. They've missed 24/7, or they've shown up intoxicated at 24/7. Then they get revoked and put into jail. And, I don't know how you can get it going faster, but typically, that we have rules where this stuff has to be done within a certain time frame. But, we have to, maintain that. But as far as more bed space, I don't think the crime is increasing or the number of criminals. I just think their comportment while on bond puts a lot of them back in.
What was that about the bond? I'm sorry.
Well, a lot of the people in the jail right now either have a bond they can't make, or they can't pay it, or they've been violated while their case is in process and their bonds have been revoked. So, a lot of times the judge won't let them back out, and that's kind of a judicial, area there.
They don't use bondsmen anymore nowadays?
Most of the bonds recently are cash-only bonds, and a bondsman will not bond on a cash bond because he's going to lose the whole amount. He's got to put it all up. Or if you had a $100,000 cash or surety bond, the bondsman would go in there and make a promise to pay if you miss court. If it's a cash bond, he would have to put up the entire amount. So he would, there's no bondsman that would do that.
Is there a reason they went to that type of, when I was younger, they'd pay like 10%, the bondsman would put up 10% in that.
It's kind of a tacit way of saying, we don't want you out.
We don't what?
We don't want to let you back out. I've noticed that when a lot of judges won't change it back to a surety bond is what you're talking about.
Would they even do any surety bonds anymore?
Oh, they do,
Okay, so they're still available out there
They're
for
still
certain
there.
people. So if there's a cash bond, there's probably a reason the judge doesn't want them back on the street. Okay.
Right, they violated, committed new crimes, whatnot.
I was just doing some quick numbers. Are you funded somewhere else? So if you have 400 individuals at $640,000, you're looking at $1,600 per individual. I can't even evict somebody for that.
Wow, see, we're good. We're efficient.
You're good.
All
right.
I've got another follow-up question. So of the 467 clients, and in 2024, is that, so if you get 100 referrals, are you taking 100, or is there a point where you say, the 467, is that every referral? Or were there 600 referrals and you're saying I could only take that amount?
I never shut intake, we call that. So I never not take a case. But sometimes, we have a conflict sometimes. You'll have a case that has multiple defendants, and we get appointed to one of them, but we're already representing one of the others. So that's a true conflict for us. But as far as saying, no, I'm not going to take any more cases, I have not allowed that to happen in 24 years.
All right.
How many attorneys again do you have?
3 full-time.
3 full-time? And you, or 3 full-time?
Yeah,
You're one of them?
There's 3 altogether, yes.
And you're one of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm learning a lot today, so, across the board here, so. Appreciate it. Any more questions from Commissioner? No?
Nope, I'm good.
No more questions?
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
I don't think I've ever met anybody as good as you.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, and we'll send that in.
Thank you.
All right. Next up for bids here,
Ron.
Central States Fair.
That Ron.
Another Ron. 3 Rons
Another
definitely
Ron.
3 Rons make it right.
We're going to have to caution Brian back there here a little bit. Good morning, Ron Jeffries, General Manager for Central States Fair.
$1,600 and we can get you out.
All right. Just wanted to start by saying our request this year was $560,000, $987. And that's a 3% increase over last year, 25. The amount prior, 24 and 25 were flat. We were at 544, 648. If you recall, last year, we stayed at that amount at flat. We're requesting the increase this year. Obviously, costs go up in everybody's departments. And we're feeling the biggest part of that impact really in labor. It's tough to compete with the private entities for bodies, for people to come back in and go to work for you and show up every day to get the job done. Obviously, you're aware of our operations and what we do and where we're located and who we are. I would say, and Commissioner Rutzconnect did mention that sometimes you have to spend $1 to get $1 back. I do feel that the fair is somewhat unique in that when you do invest monies with the fair, we do bring people to town. And although they're not necessarily all property tax driven, they're revenues that come through with the events that we host and produce that end up flowing back to the residents of Pennington County. So I do want to say that one of the things that did impact us was when the Department of Corrections stopped their inmate community service programs. That impacted us. We used to get 10 guys a day at $1.25 an hour, and now we're payroll, just the paycheck at 25 plus all the add-ons to bring somebody in. It's definitely made an impact for us.
Ron, is that a state program?
State program. And there's been some buzz about whether or not they might, recreate a program again. But what I would say is the Ignite program that you have currently has been a godsend to us. We get from 5 to 10 guys that come over for that, once, sometimes twice a week. They come over and help out, and they're able to take on projects that we simply don't have enough manpower to cover. It's a good program. We support it fully, and it's been very effective for our operation.
And you were just sitting back by the sheriff, so you
He-
got
he
those
told me to say
talking
that.
points.
Just like he wrote it for me. But it's a very good program in that, they take on projects that for us, I might have to throw 2 guys at a project for 3 or 4 days, washing rubber mats. And they'll come back over and take on a project like that, or helping us tear down tents or put up tents or putting together equipment for events. They do a great job for us, and we're thankful for that. So thank you for supporting that program as well.
What do they get paid? Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't have your numbers up here, right, Jordan? We don't have any numbers for the fair.
Just the request. And so I can tell you that the requested numbers for 2025 were 544,000, and the 2026 request is 560,000, about a 3%
And how
increase.
much of that is there part of that comes on the mill levy?
It is the levy.
That would be the levied amount.
So I know at times I think that the county is funded over and above the levy based on a special request or something, but.
500,000. What's a debt service on $50 million?
Good question.
So probably way more than that. What, because you are an economic driver for the community. Well, I mean, we were talking about earlier about, they're building a $50 million, sports arena.
Sports
We're
complex,
Thinking
yeah.
about it. And, one thing that this community can do is get cowboys in the community.
Well, the nice thing about it, and we have a couple of cowboys sitting right back here who frequent our facility on occasion. Nice thing about it is when they come to town, they spend their money.
Right.
You know, they come here and they do their grocery shopping and their doctor and eye visits and everything else while they're here in town, buy tires, buy
Do they
parts.
sleep in their trailers, do you think?
Some do. These two guys are too big to sleep in their trailers.
Or do you think they sleep in hotel rooms?
You know, it's a toss-up when you're traveling, like the barrel racers, they'll sometimes sleep on their
Somebody
trailers.
comes to watch the barrel racers, they gonna sleep in a hotel room, or they gonna?
But everybody that's watching is definitely staying in a hotel room. I think the other thing is that a lot of times, you know, we've got ropings that, you know, have $100,000
How
up.
much money do you get from the B&B tax?
We don't get anything from the B&B tax.
Get any advertising from Visit Rapid City?
Visit Rapid City has helped us, help us bring events to. We recently did the Black Hills National Wrestling Tournament. It had over 3,000 entries.
Big deal.
It
Big
came
deal.
from from Spearfish, and was at the college up there for a number of years. It came back down. It was not a big moneymaker for us. In fact, it cost us some money to bring it to Rapid City. But that was a
Overall,
load
it's-
of people.
I mean, they stay in the hotels, they eat the food, they raise the sales tax. County gets none of that, you get none of the tax.
Right, and to that end, Ron, or Commissioner Weifenbach, to that end, the one thing I will say is that we do also leverage our existence on the fairgrounds property. We use a number of local businesses who provide services and goods and products that end up becoming part of county property. The vision funds, we've applied for and received 2 grants. One built Barn 9, which is the square barn out there right next to the event center. And then, of course, they did almost $1 million remodel on the Nerdy Nuts building and the beef barns. And so we did get some city monies. We're very thankful for that. And again, it's improvements that are county-owned.
I'll just get down to the bottom line, I appreciate what you and your 300 volunteers do.
Yeah.
I think if I gave you $50 million, we could very much exceed Mr. Roskinick's return on investment requirements.
Or he would be out of country.
Yeah, one or the other, right?
Appreciate.
I will say, if I can also, Rhonda Tagg here is our finance officer with me here. We've got a good staff. These are people that care and work this job because it's a passion, not because it's a paycheck. And when you're trying to get a job done, that's huge. If we have people that needs to stay till 6 o'clock at night to help get an event off the ground, they're there. And and for no more salary. I mean, my office staff, there's a total of 7 in the office, and when they stay extra hours, it's just extra hours. There's
Those are
no
all
additional
women,
pay.
right?
Well, now they are. I'm the only guy left in here.
Efficient and effective.
So I could use a few visitors here
I
once in
think
a while, if you don't
they're
mind.
staging a coup on you too as we speak. What is your salary, just your salary total for your office?
About $475 on maintenance.
No, I'm talking about your salary just for your people that you have working full-time or that you pay. Everybody. How much?
About 50,000.
Yeah, she's saying it averages about $50,000 a year per. Is that what you're saying, Rhonda?
No, total.
But do you have total
Your
payroll?
total budget for your staff.
540 for staff office?
540.
540 for office, 475 for maintenance. Yeah. And again, we do utilize a lot of volunteers, as everybody that's served on our board knows. We utilize a lot of volunteers throughout the community, including Rotary clubs and South Dakota School of Mines cheerleaders come over and help us do a program. And we work hard at leveraging the volunteer sector.
You also give a lot to different entities in town where you don't have them pay for, like firemen and policemen, ambulance, all kinds of services that are offered and given free to use the facilities, so.
We do, and thank you
that's-
for mentioning that, Commissioner Hadcock. We were totaling that up for our last Vision Fund request, and there's over 100 different nonprofits, law enforcement, Ellsworth Air Force Base, South
Get
Dakota
any
Army
money
National
from the
Guard.
last round?
So, pardon me?
Did you get any money from the last 12 million?
No, we
They
did
just
apply.
found 5 million, so you might want to run over there and see if you can get some of it. The only reason I say that, Ron, is every time I see you and I see your group, I realize, and I've seen the numbers on all across the board, what the fairgrounds brings to the table. I think it's very much underestimated in our community what you guys really do, because there's not a lot of hype about, but it's always busy. There's always people there. There's always people coming to our community, and people from Sioux Falls don't necessarily come to Rapid City to play sports or whatever, but they will come here to ride their horses and partake in any agricultural type. It's the second biggest, maybe the first biggest in the state is agriculture. So just a kudos to your 300 volunteers, or how many you have on that up and down. That you've seen the passion today of the firemen and Mr. Brankin there, of people that have a service for the community in their heart. Appreciate that, and I know I take the time every time I see you publicly to say that, because I think I think you guys are underestimated in what kind of praise you get for what you bring to this community, and sometimes it gets me when I see other projects that are way overhyped and for what they bring back to the community. What you guys bring back to the community and what you expect and what it takes is truly amazing. So,
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
I guess that's enough. You can pay me later.
I think, Ron, last year, if I remember, you brought to us some cost estimates to repair the HVAC in the Kerstead Center. I mean, staggering numbers. And your 3%, if I did the math, is about $16,000. And if I look at it on a per unit, it's like $45 a day, if you have 365 days. And I understand when the facilities you got out there, you got to keep them up, because if you don't, you'll never, if you let it go 3 or 4 years, you'll never catch up. But I totally support this request.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I do too, and I've worked with the fairgrounds and Ron for many years, either with cleanups or otherwise, even at the city level. But bottom line is too, Ron, to be fair to the city, they've gave us the last 2 rounds of vision funds, because they also, with their city council people and stuff, believed that we also contributed in the county through the fairgrounds on economic development, and that's what we had pushed through. So I appreciate that they listened to Ron, basically John, who was running it at that time with Ron, and gave money towards this, and then the board here decided that we needed to step up also for the fairgrounds the last few years up and raise that levy to where they could actually get some stuff accomplished. So again, we appreciate you, and I think the board has put their due diligence on what you do for us, Ron. But again, the city has stepped up a couple times too, so we appreciate them. Would I like to get sales tax? Heck yeah. I'd like to see what that is generating exactly from the fairgrounds, because I think it's huge. Like Ron said, they are busy 24/7, and even, I'll just say it up front, I'll be nice to Ron Weifenbach. He has supported the fairgrounds all the way through city council till now, and that's about 16 years or more. And he was in the city, so I appreciate, Ron, that you noticed that and that you have supported us in the future as well, or for the future as well, because not many people understand it unless they go see, and you were on the board too, so that's helping. John Roberts and a couple others that have supported us, so thank you.
And I just appreciate you. All you have to do is look at the sales tax spikes. When February hits, it's the biggest spike they got during the stock show. It's bigger than the Christmas time. It's bigger, and it's not simply because. It's simply because they have the stock show and rodeo, and as it grows and gets bigger, and the people that come here are amazing. It's an amazing thing for our city, and unfortunately, there's no other reward than an intrinsic value for your volunteers that have a passion in their heart, because we don't collect sales tax, from it. Hopefully, Governor Roden just made a proposal that maybe we can capture some of that money. I would rather, the reason I made those comments about the hotels, they pay $2, they charge $2. You go anywhere else, it's $30, $40. But they get they're getting a lot of the revenue from what the taxpayers are creating and your volunteers are creating, and it just makes some things easier if we could update some of the things at the fairgrounds. I think you guys are doing an amazing job running that. You know about agricultural, you know about horses, you know about cows. I mean, people come from all over the world to see some of these cows. Some people, that's amazing but, so anyway, I'll let that go. So, anybody else got something to say? Commissioner Drews.
Thank you. So, Ron, to you and your staff, really appreciate the dedication and commitment that you've made to the community and the ag community and the youth, for all the hard work that you put in. You do have an excellent group of volunteers. And for anybody that ever thinks that they've worked as on a working board, they got a big footsteps to follow when you're board of directors, because they are the hardest working board that I have ever seen. And it's continuous. It's year after year after year. So you guys do a great job. Thank you.
Plus, the board also provides great counsel. I mean, we get years and years of specific industry-related experience that we could not hire anywhere else, from our horse committee to our livestock committee to our PR. You just couldn't hire people in the public to come and provide that kind of consulting for a nonprofit like ours.
You don't call that harassment from them? I'm kidding.
Mr. Chair. So yeah, Ron, just a couple comments. I already tell you do a good job, so I'm not going to smother you with that. Grab Jordan's card, and then we're asking all the outside entities to submit a budget. And then I know we just talked earlier today about the long-range planning, and we'll get together on that, but talk about the long-range planning. And based on your, we talked earlier, and we've talked about this, but for what the fair levy is producing, and then the expenses that you're putting back into, really what is county-owned property, and talk about some of those things. And so this is just the first shot at it, and we'll get back to that. But anyway, budget, and then we'll get together and talk about kind of some of the long-range planning and projects going on at the fair. And if there is ever a need for funding outside of what the fair levy, I've got library levy stuck in my head, but what fair levy is producing, so.
Appreciate that, and there always is, we do the amount of repairs we have enough money to do.
Right.
But we've been, again, very lucky in the use of third parties, the business community that comes back out and provides us. We haven't really purchased much for new equipment in the last several years, because so many of the equipment dealers will come down and provide us with road graders and lifts and tractors and just all kinds of equipment that otherwise I'd still be driving the 1979 John Brown tractor that we started with. That John Brown, they've been out of business for 30 years. But we do have a lot of community support. We've got support from the county offices as well. I mean, from Sheriff's Department, Highway Department, Weed and Pest. Scott sent a crew out to spray weeds for us here when he was circling down around the area. And, it's just money that we would not otherwise be able to come up with to provide those kinds of services. So your entire crew has been very good to us.
And then since you've lost inmate support, are you lobbying for the state pen out here?
I don't mind it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you very
I
much.
appreciate it again. This one, next one, Commissioner Hadcock said she had a lot of interest in. Pennington County Council on Aging. Doris, are you here?
Doris Ann.
Doris Ann?
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. Good to see all of you this afternoon.
Nice to see you, Doris.
My name is Doris Ann Werlinger, and I'm the president of the Pennington County Council of Aging. And we've been around for a while, but we like to brag a little bit and say that we've historically been chosen to support senior services in Pennington County through the council that you have provided previously for us to use for our senior centers Department of Health, and also Meals on Wheels. And this year, we're asking for $40,000, and I believe you have a copy of our budget that's been projected for our different entities that we have in our group. And they're on the board right now. Do we have any questions, please?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
So, during our lunch break, I saw an email that request from South Dakota DHS for two requests, one for dial-a-ride and other for various home services.
Right.
And you don't think you need them until you need them, and then you really need them. But, you know, those two right there are $5,700.
Yeah.
So this is it, and when we meet quarterly, this is when we ask these outside groups, you know, this is where you have to come to the meeting, explain what you need. There's a form that you have to fill out, and, you know, you got to justify your request. And that's the process we use, and that's why you're seeing on that particular request, because that's about what we're projecting, the requests that we're going to get in the next year for basically focusing on dial-a-ride and making sure that folks have access to their daily meals.
Right.
But we also do some capital expenditures. When the Hill City Senior Center decided they were going to do line dancing, we bought them a defibrillator.
Right.
And
That's exactly right.
Keystone Senior Center, I think it was a
New
freezer, and then the Minnelusahan, it was a oven. So we,
Right.
you know, where they wouldn't be able to afford that, we, once in a while, those will be, you know, a request that we'll see.
We have another request in just last week from Meals on Wheels for $5,700. So, and that'll cover volunteers for giving their meals out or taking the meals out to outside county people, and also for some unexpected items for a vehicle that broke down.
And then Thursday, Ron, we'll have a quarterly meeting, and we're going to do it right here in our conference room. And we've got a new tenant services lady that works for Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, and I read her monthly reports, and just totally outstanding. And we've had an absence with that particular service, and so she will be at Thursday's meeting. So we really got a good cross-section of people that are serving on that committee.
And we haven't had that assistance from that person for the last 3 years.
Correct.
So that's good. Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So this is, your expenses are 67.5, and what do you
Yes.
collect?
Yes.
So what do you collect? I mean, you don't have, how much money actually is in your budget? I mean, do you have 100,000 in there from
No,
other
we do
entities?
not.
Okay.
I think we have, right now, we have about 15,000 left from last year's budget.
And I know Meals on Wheels, Pennington County, we give them space, which they have expanded in their space.
Right.
And they're not paying for that expansion, so we are going to do a contract, it sounds now.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out why you're giving 28,000 to them. They decided to sell their building over there. And I'm trying to figure out why you guys would give them 28,000 when, isn't it supposed to come from community entities that use their system, which I understand seniors do? That's a lot of money to give an entity that just gave up a building in order to move into a building that doesn't cost anything. So I'm trying to figure out why they do something like that and then ask for the community to give them money like you guys for 28,000.
I think Ron can answer some of that question, because he had a visit with George not too long ago about some of the items that we're.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the motive was, where they were at or why they sold it, but I do know during COVID, things got pretty hectic, and Brian, through the goodness of his heart, let them use some of the space that we weren't using in the facility located is that Memorial Park over in that area. So Yes, I did take the opportunity to go out with some of the drivers, and it really touches your heart when you literally get out of that car and you go knock on a door and these people come to the door, and yeah, it's just touching. And to me, whether they're getting a space from us and we're giving them 28,000, when you sit there and look at the services that we're providing, it's worth every penny.
And to answer your question, Commissioner Hadcock, I cannot answer a question other than the fact that I know that we give him the money for his volunteers that go out in the community, and that's the surrounding community that goes all the way to Lemon, not Lemon, but down around Wall, and all those outstanding areas that are out there. So we help him with his volunteers that pay a stipend, and that's 67 cents a mile.
Okay. So bottom
And
line
it-
is, I'd like to see his budget, because again, he had a building, sold it.
Right.
And without telling Pennington County until later, housing, that he's going to expand and he needs a freezer and some other stuff.
Right.
I guess I would have considered that. I'm going to be up straight before you sold your building. Maybe they needed the money, I don't know, but also, if you're getting services that you don't have to pay anything else for, how'd your budget go up? Maybe somehow we can get their Meals on Wheels budget, because for you guys to give them 28,000, that's a lot of money from county, when a lot of other entities in the county are already given the money. So it'd be interesting to see their budget. And not that it isn't a good program. I know Meals on Wheels helps some of our patrons as well.
Right.
But I'd like to see their overhead and some of their things before we decide to give another 28,000 for Meals on Wheels.
I do know that in the past, what we give them 5,000, just about 5,800 every quarter. So that pretty much covers the 28,000 and so that's what we put in the budget this year, was because that's what what we had spent with them the last year.
And maybe they have a budget online that we can look at, or I can look at, I don't
Right.
know, I'm in particular looking at some of that, and then looking at what that 28,000 for us, if they have a budget that is above and beyond. And you already know Doris, I like your group, but I also feel that if we're giving money, it's almost like you're telling us, in one sense, in Pennington County, that you sold a building, and it wasn't during COVID, it was a couple years ago, and then ended up deciding that Pennington County Housing needed to give them more space, and they needed more room and more freezer space and different things. That's a continuum of, okay, what's going on with the budget? So maybe they have a shortfall and they need your help, but I'd like to see their Meals on Wheels and what their budget looks like as well before I give 28,000 to Meals on Wheels from you guys.
I'm going to let Ron handle that with George, because they've had a pretty good relationship.
any
So-
other
And he is on my board, but I will ask him to.
Commissioner Durr has a comment.
Yes.
Doris.
Yeah. So as I go down what you're proposing you need the money for, so Pennington County Housing, 1,000, what would we be funding Pennington County Housing for?
They have not asked for anything in the last year, but we anticipate them asking for something this coming year, because they haven't been recognized and been on the board for the last 3 years. Isn't that right, Rod?
I think that's a fair statement. I mean,
Yeah.
the people that are on the board are probably associated with an organization that needs the help from Pennington County Council of Aging. So, no, we don't know, maybe they won't ask for $1,000.
Right.
But we don't know what the Canyon Lake Activities Club or former senior center, we don't know. But at least when they, for an example, when the Minna-Luson, they just had a commercial oven go down. That oven was used for meals to give to the seniors. And so those are the funds that you.
All right. So this is my point on this first time, looking at this. And so I look at this and it's, I look at this as outside entity funding, no different than I do all the other ones that we're asking for. And kind of the issue that I have with this one is the fact that we're giving money to an organization, obviously set up by the county, and then that organization is deciding what to do with the county funds. And I think that's contrary to what the Board of Commissioners should exist for. And so I look at Pennington County Housing, $1,000. Hill City Library, we just heard from them. We are, they're getting money out of the library levy. Keystone Senior Center, $5,000. Minaluzon, $7,000. Prairie Hills Transit, $10,000. I know the Prairie Hills Transit gets grant dollars and other funding. And Meals on Wheels, going back to Commissioner Hadcock's comments. And so as I look at a lot of these entities that we're funding, I don't see them any different than any other outside entity that we would fund, that we would ask them for their budget, their finance, et cetera. But if we don't have control over this by giving the money to, the Pennington County Council on Aging, and then saying, you're an offset of county government, we're going to give you the money, and then you decide what to do with the taxpayer money. It's all good stuff. I'm just not in favor of losing that control and having that decision-making ability with the taxpayers' money. And so this morning, I didn't realize that we had this organization, and so I asked for the bylaws and how it was formed, and everything that we have on file, and this is where I'm hoping you could help. And so what we have on file is like we have with many of the agreements that we have, which is why I asked for, all the MOUs and all the agreements and all the contract the county has. Some of them are on file, some are not, some are outdated, some are not signed. And the one that we have on file has no date of organization, no signatures, et cetera. And so it goes back to, hopefully you could help. Do you know when the organization was formed?
I believe it was formed like 25 years ago, because the person that was in charge at that time was Don Kennedy. And he was a retired school teacher from Central High School. And
I actually know who that is.
And Don is not in very good health, but when I first became in contact with Pennington County Council of Aging, he was the president at the time. So it's been 25 years at least.
All right.
And probably, I'm going to running yes, 10 years before that.
All right.
Any other questions? Or
No, it's just that these agreements and these funding things that we have in place, we need to have an agreement that is current and that we understand.
And I thought it had been signed.
Well, there is probably one around, it's just not on file, and the one I would think that would have it would be the commission office, and Joan was able to provide this one, and that's all we have,
Okay.
so.
And as far as I know, Holly was the one that had it signed.
All right. And it's coming out of the book that would have been managed by the office. But, so anyway, it goes back to the comments about some of these entities that are asking for county funds, no matter how it filters down. If you're asking for the taxpayers of the county to fund you, and we have to prioritize those, nothing on you in your budget presentation, but Minaluzon, Senior Center, Prairie Hills Transit, Meals on Wheels, then I would rather see those as individual budget submissions that we make a determination to fund. And then if we're going to send it through this organization, then do it that way. But I do want to, I'm not going to vote for any funding without a current agreement in place that we can find.
Sure. I believe we ran into this last year, and Holly actually did find a signed agreement. I don't know where that's at, but I'm almost positive that this was taken care of last. I don't know where it's at. Holly's not here, so I can't ask her.
Yeah, this goes out of the book that is kind of the, I would say, the Bible of what is in the commission office, and this is what Joan was able to find.
We'll continue to look. I'll see if we can find that signed contract.
That sounds good.
Bylaw. So.
Sounds good. The other thing is, remember that these items that are covered for these particular entities are only if they're not covered in their budget. That's when we give them this money.
Right, but it goes back to, right now, we have about just a little over $2 million in outside request for funding. And you could add them all up and divide them, 10,000 here, 50,000 here, 100,000 here, it adds up to over 2 million, and that's not everything, because we haven't got our hands wrapped around it. And when you add all of that together, the county itself is not going, as projected right now, I don't anticipate that the county would have what would be called a balanced budget, meaning all revenues and expenditures, et cetera, because we're not done with our budget process. And so I'm all about, doing what we can across these organizations, but we also cannot continue to overspend as a county and try to take care of what our needs are here. And there's a lot of entities in the county that would like to have a share of that tax dollar, and it's all about prioritization. And so I understand there's a lot of good things going on, but everything that is outside of the county to include inside of the county, everything has got to get ranked and prioritized. And I do know, like, I have seen, like before Prairie Hills Transit budget. So I know that if they're funding and they're saying, I only have this much revenue, but I want to do these things, and so I'm going to come to the county and help supplement my budget because I want to do these things. We have all of these department heads and elected officials that have statutory obligations and things that we have to fund. And we have, some would not like to hear this, but, limited resources. And so that's how I approach these things, so.
Any other questions?
Chairman,
Commissioner Hadcock.
not a question. I just looked at the 22 budget earlier, and it was 25,000, so we went up considerably since 2022. Some of these I don't agree with funding on the aging, as you probably just heard, and some of it, like the transit and some of the things, are very important because we don't have transit systems a lot in the county. So some of that is very important, I think, for you guys to be doing. So I don't know if my agreement of the full amount, but it seems like some of it makes sense to me, Doris, I'll just tell you. And then I'd like to look at some of Meals on Wheels and what their budgets and some of these entities' budgets are and why they're asking Pennington County to help fund them. So I think Jerry is pretty straight up with that. Not all of them, some of them make sense because, senior ride tickets and some of that stuff is just a given. You guys are taking care of the aging in Pennington County, and a lot of areas, it costs some cash flow. Not everybody can fund that, so it's something that I think is positive.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner.
I guess nobody can answer like when this was put together, but I believe it was put together because it was a needed service that the county offered to provide, or we wouldn't even have the bylaws there. And I admire Doris Ann for her dedication and the committee members. I've been on this committee, I think, ever since I became a commissioner, and I'm really dedicated to it. I think it's a really good service. And granted, it's not a revenue maker, it never was intended to be a revenue maker, but it was intended to take care of those citizens that live in Pennington County that we still have an obligation, in my opinion, that we got to make sure that they have transportation to medical facilities and they have a decent diet. So how we want to break that down, that's yet to be determined, but somebody created this organization and they did it for a reason.
Yeah, they did. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Doris Ann.
Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Next, we'll go
Thank you, Doris Ann.
We'll go to Complete Health. Tim Treithart, CEO. Tim, are you here?
Here.
Okay. West River Mental Health, Amy Iverson. Hello, Amy.
Good afternoon, Amy Iverson, CEO, West River Mental Health. West River Mental Health is a community mental health center serving Pennington and 9 other counties in the Black Hills, providing extensive mental health services and supports to people with mental health issues across the lifespan. We're requesting $109,222 from Pennington County. That's the same amount that was funded last year for our agency. This funding helps to support the work that we do to keep folks with serious mental illness stable in the community, prevent them from accessing higher levels of care, coming into contact with law enforcement, and things of that nature. During the first 9 months of this fiscal year, had already served over 2,000 Pennington County residents in our agency. Approximately 62% of those clients had an annual income of less than $20,000, and about 80% of those were adults. So this funding really goes to help support adults with significant mental health issues who need access to psychiatric medications to keep them stable. We work to find pharmaceutical company programs and other funding streams to purchase those meds. We deliver meds to them daily if they need it. We provide very comprehensive and intensive services based upon those individuals' needs, and get them connected to other resources in the community to keep them stable, work with landlords, work with other providers. This funding really does help, I think, offset other areas for the county in that these folks would have access law enforcement, and would be a burden on the county without the support that we provide to keep them stable. You can kind of see a list of the services that we provide through our agency, which is everything from psychiatric care to counseling to supportive services. We also do addiction treatment services for some of those individuals as well. So we are very grateful for the support the county has provided in the past. We think our agency has a great partnership with the county in the work that we do. We work regularly with Barry and his team, with the sheriff and his team, and so the relationship is just really great, and we appreciate the support that the county provides through this funding request and also the indirect support that's provided through Pivot Point. Pivot Point has been, our first year fully operating was 2024. We assessed almost 1,500 individuals came into our doors. A little over half of them were admitted to a bed and stayed with us for, on average, 3 days to stabilize. The rest were assessed and linked to community resources on an outpatient basis. We only had 31 individuals that needed higher level of inpatient psychiatric care, and that was really the point of Pivot Point, is to stabilize individuals, keep them out of that higher level psychiatric care, particularly the Human Services Center in Yankton, so we're not having to transport people all the way down there. So we really feel like Pivot Point is serving the need that it was intended to serve, and a real benefit to the community, and that's a great partnership that we have with the county on that service.
So, Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Amy, out of the 2,000, how many are not in Rapid City?
Of the
2,000 you were talking about?
Those are all Pennington County, the 2,000 in the first 9 months.
Okay, and Rapid City is Pennington County, so is this the outlining area of of Rapid City? Or is it all, because we have Rapid City, Hill City?
That's Pennington County. Last year, we served about 3,000 individuals from Rapid City, so that would include those outlying areas.
Okay, so about 1,000 from Rapid City and then 2,000 from the outlining areas?
I suppose you could say roughly.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
So Amy, where do you receive your referrals from? Who all refers to you?
We take referrals from other providers in the community, hospitals. So it depends on what service you're talking about, schools for kids.
Okay, let me, that was one of the key questions on the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't exist, would the hospital have somebody else to refer to? Or would they need to do something in-house at that point?
For people with significant mental health issues coming to Pivot Point and coming to our, what we call our mainstream services, there aren't other community providers doing that work, no.
Okay, so of those that do come to you, do you have to refer some? I mean, from reading, it didn't sound like you referred any to the Human Mental Health Institute down at Yankton. Is that correct?
Some folks from Pivot Point went to Yankton during the last calendar year. Yep, we had 31 that went to a higher level of inpatient psychiatric care, which would be HSC or Monument West.
Okay.
But the rest were provided the service and then did not go to a higher
I saw
level
that in
psych
there
care.
too, and I guess I didn't understand it.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Chair, I forgot one thing. Also, can we have, we're requesting everybody else, can we have a budget that shows where your money's going and why you need the 109 to supplement? Not, do I ever have a problem with your services, Amy? You know I don't. I work with you with a group in the morning a lot, and you do some wonderful work, but because we're asking for everybody else's, it'd be nice to see that as well. And you just get Jordan's number, as Jerry's saying, he's giving you your card, and just send us that so they can kind of see everything you do, and I think they'll be pretty impressed.
Yeah, and we bill the bulk of our services to Medicaid, to, you know, some state general contract dollars that we have access to as a community mental health center. We have access to some of those funds to support folks like that because they want us to serve these folks in the community and keep them out of the state hospital as well. And so we bill everything we can to those, everything that's eligible. So that's the bulk of our budget. And this money really just helps supplement things that the state doesn't pay for because they don't cover everything we do, and areas where we have a deficit between kind of what the state pays for and what it actually costs us to do the care.
And that was our bottom line when we decided to help with mental health in Pennington County, was the state needed to put their share in. That's why I said show them the budget.
Yeah.
And then that, we didn't mind helping, but they should do the majority of it. So you're
Our state
saying
budget is
exactly what we
millions, so you'll see this is, you know, in comparison to what we bill the state, it's relatively small, but it's extremely important to us to keep us whole as an agency.
Thank you, Amy.
One follow-up.
Yes, Commissioner.
So Amy, how close to capacity are you operating at this point in time? You're less than a year and a half into operation, and
Yeah, so it really depends on the day. Pivot Point is like an emergency room for people in mental health crisis. So we can have one day where we have lots of beds open, and then we can have days where we're completely full. So it ebbs and flows constantly. In the last month, we have maybe had 2 or 3 days where we were at capacity for a period of time. And fortunately, that doesn't last days or anything. It's, you know, maybe overnight, and then the next morning we discharge some people so we can take folks again. So we have been at capacity. We still take walk-ins. Even if our beds are full, we'll never turn anyone away. But what we can't take is people on a mental illness hold. So there's brief times where we can't take a hold because we don't have they actually need a bed and we don't have a bed.
very good. Thank you, Amy. You will run a wonderful service.
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Hello.
Hi.
So getting back to your letter, and you're talking about the funding, and you referenced SDCL 27A510, and that talks about mandates for funding community health centers that are approved by Department of Social Services. So I'm assuming that your office, your agency is approved by DSS as one of these entities that requires mandated funding. When you come up with that number and you're going based off the census, and I haven't got into the statute, but I'm assuming it's based on populace.
Yes.
All right. And so that's how you come up with the 109,000?
Right.
All right. And then again, that 109,000 is a mandatory responsibility of the county.
Yes, that's the intent of the statute.
Yes.
Correct.
That's roughly $1,000 per person.
Good. Kind of like Paul's,
Pardon?
kind of like Paul's assessment.
His was 1,600.
But you know what I'm saying, for the
I got
ability
you.
and what they do for you.
Thank you. I mean, is there further questions from? No, I appreciate it. Mental health is something that's dear to my heart when you,
You're on lately?
yeah. I've been in there a couple times. You're gonna send me there for sure. But
You're making fun of Ron, so the other Ron, so I thought I'd tease you.
I know, he's big, he can protect himself. We appreciate what you do. I mean, it's not always a glorious field job. It's hard to understand, and I always say if someone gets shot or gets their arm cut off, we can immediately say, oh, that dude's got his arm cut off, take him to the hospital, fix him. Somebody has a mental illness, you don't always see that. We have a lot of addiction. I don't know if you deal with addicted
We
people.
do.
We have a lot of addicted people in our community. People want to call them homeless or houseless or whatever, but majority of them are addicted and probably have been through your services. And we appreciate I think the sheriff has made a lot of progress in his understanding of addictions and how your pivot point fits into his world, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that are, visit you regularly. Not that, I don't know that there's a magic wand that can fix it all, but we appreciate the participation that you take, and again, coming from your heart to have a job like that is amazing. So anybody who's
thanks.
had anybody who's addicted in their family or whatever and seen it and gone through it, it's completely, it'll tear your family apart into pieces, and either they're gonna head to either jail, death, or insanity. So maybe there's hope that somebody could intervene. So appreciate it. No other questions. We're gonna let you go and have a good day, and thanks for hanging in there
Thank
with
you.
us,
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Amy.
putting up with Deb, and so.
Thanks.
Pennington County Conservation District, and then there's Eastern Pennington County Conservation District. Is it one and the same?
We have two.
different ones.
Two of them, okay.
And I'll kind of set them up here, and then you guys can drill in with questions.
Yep.
So in the past, when I first started here, conservation districts were kind of under my umbrella of budgets that I would submit. And then for a while, it went underneath the commission, and they kind of lost connection with what was going on. So then they placed it back under me. So I kind of oversee the ones that directly impact ag, and this is one that is very beneficial to our ag community. We do have an east in Pennington, east and west, one based in Rapid City, one based in Wall, and they're kind of joined with the NRCS service offices. And what they do is they do leverage a lot of federal funding that helps with programs for our ag community. So they kind of work in hand with the NRCS districts as well. So we do have representatives from both districts. We got board members and both district managers. So I'll let them introduce themselves to you.
Yep, thanks for having us. Sean Freeland, the current chair of Pennington Conservation District, so the West River side. I'm learning a lot today, so I've never been to one of these meetings, and I appreciate what you guys do. So just a little bit about the conservation districts and how broad it really reaches when it comes to us ranchers coming to town and spending money. Conservation districts are mostly there to educate producers and the community about conservation, really, but soil health and the importance of that, and that it generates more money for the ranchers. If we can keep the soil healthy and infiltrate water, they can grow more crops and more grass and more cows and all of that. So I think when the first settlers come to this part of the world, the organic matter was about 2 to 11% organic matter, and for every 1% organic matter, we can hold 25,000 gallons of water. And so if you think about that, just West River alone, if we have 1% gain in organic matter, which is the very top of the soil, the stable part of humus, just West River alone, if we can raise that 1%. So if we can teach our farmers and ranchers to take care of their soil through different management practices, we can water Rapid City for 35 years. So 25,000 gallons an acre, and it's bigger than that. So I mean, if you wanted to shrink it down and think of the small things that the conservationists do to protect, is just keep the soil from moving. We don't want it blowing across the highway and causing, lots of crashes and dust storms and things like that. And it's smaller yet, that soil moves and goes into the road ditches, and then counties are out there digging it out with their backhoes. So the conservation districts are very important, and the reason there's two is our county is very diverse. And right now we're taking care of the lakes in Pactola and Sheridan Lake, Angostura, Ormond, watching for zebra mussels. So we're trying to protect our water and our watersheds. There's thinning grants on this side. It's totally different with the Black Hills than it is out there in Wall, and the farms are different. This side of the county does a lot with urban ag, so they're teaching folks how to garden better and take care of that sort of thing. And that's our specialty with Miss Eva here. So I'm passionate about conservation and the soil health, and In fact, we're having a soil health school at my place tomorrow and Thursday, and we'll have several people there will educate. And we have tours all the time, but it is very important. So I don't know if I can say it all in this meeting, actually, but if you guys have questions, I would love to hear them.
Yeah, and I think most of us up here understand that what the importance is. Do you have the budget request information?
Yes. So they get $70,000, $35,000 to each district. That helps pay for their district manager, office supplies and stuff like that.
Okay.
At one time, it was Wall would get more than Rapid, and then last few years, we kind of even it out so they'd get an equal distribution of the.
Could probably get a lot more if we can figure out how to make it rain on Jerry Durr's property.
Yes.
There you go.
That would help.
We can show
Never
you
gets
how to
rain.
hold the water there for sure.
Yeah, he doesn't get any rain, so.
So Scott, can you tell us where the 70 comes from?
Comes from the general fund. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have other funding too, or what do you, I mean?
Yep, we do have a little other funding. We get grants through Game Fish and Parks and work through their employees and, that's just little small grants here and there.
A little bit from everywhere. We do a lot of state grants. Just in the past 4 years alone, we've brought in almost $250,000 from state grants that have all been used locally, primarily in agricultural purposes, mostly through forest thinning grants. We also have a new grant starting July 1st for forest planning, forest stewardship management plans. So another thing that's kind of different between us and East Pennington is they don't really have forests to manage the way we do. So programs like that are very exclusive to this half of our county. But yeah, so some grants from things like that. We offer a very large tree sale. This past year, we sold almost 9,000 trees that all get planted in the county. Help, resiliency long-term there. As well as we also offer tree planting, windbreaks, planting, so we bring in a little bit of income there, but we really try to keep those very low cost for the producer or landowner. So there's not a ton of income there. It's more just trying to provide that service and keep the.
Do you do outreach to the landowners, or do they find you, or how does that work?
Yeah, a little bit of both. We have a lot of partner agencies, so we do a lot of kind of referring around. So somebody, might reach out to the Soil Health Coalition and ask them about a question and find out they're in Pennington County and then refer them to me to help them further. We're active on social media. We have a website. Scott helps talk about us, of course. So a little bit of both.
We've had a banquet in the past and a lot of people showed up. So last year we tried having our first conference where we could actually bring in speakers and do more education and spend a day at NRCS there with their rainfall simulator and just different speakers throughout the day. This year we'll have it again. And we had a pretty good turnout last year for the first one. And so we're looking forward to doing another conference. And then we have no-till drills. We have 2 no-till drills that we rent to producers and show them how to use those, and then kind of guide them for cover crop plantings and different things like that. So.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So we're asking everybody else, so you already know, we'll ask you guys for the same thing, to break down your budgets and what it's used for, and then submit it to Jordan. Sounds like you're a lot of grant and stuff, and Mr. Guffey has promoted you for years, take my word for it, in a good way, and then he's helped out with trying to figure out your budgets for you, but maybe you could break those down or have Mr. Guffey help you with those budgets, so we're being fair to everybody and making sure, why we're doing it. Just put some narratives and stuff in there as well, what that money's spent on, and how many grants, volunteers, all that stuff that you guys have that make the difference for your community. So that grant or that money at 35 keeps coming to you.
Thank you. Any other questions from
Sure.
Commissioner Roskinek?
So, just to kind of give us an overview of your duties, what would a typical day be like? Jumping in a truck and spraying for weeds, or going out and talking to the landowners about prairie dogs? Just trying to get an idea what that looks like.
Yeah, I'm kind of an organization of one, so a little bit of everything. I might start the day paying our taxes and then end the day on someone's ranch talking to them about rotational grazing and how that could benefit their operation. I spend some days planting trees and some days in a cooler sorting through them. I've only been on the job for a couple months, so my experience is pretty limited to spring conservation, but that is the busy season, so that helps.
Do you take Lindsay's job or did?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
So yeah, I mean, really a little bit of everything.
So getting some windshield time in?
Yeah,
Yeah, there you
definitely,
go.
of course. I mean, right now, we have seasonal watercraft inspectors at the 4 main reservoirs. So I spend a lot of time checking on them and making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing and stopping the spread of aquatic invasive species. That will be much more costly down the line if we don't attempt to stop that now, so.
Well, I think we all are aware that egg is our #1 revenue source in the state of South Dakota, so it's important that we protect that and do some of the duties that you guys do on a daily basis. Is it, I assume it's just about every day you're out there doing something, I mean, besides holidays and weekends.
Yeah, no, holidays and weekends are right in there.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think you should exclude those, but okay.
Other
Egg
comment?
doesn't stop.
Commissioner Drews has it.
So are you still doing shelter belts, tree planting, so forth?
Absolutely.
Does that seem to continue to be fairly even from year to year, or have you seen a drop in that, or?
Ebbs and flows. Some years when you expect drought, a lot of people don't want to plant a couple hundred trees. So, in a year that's expected to be pretty low rainfall, you won't see as many shelter belts. But then, in a non-drought year, I see a lot more.
So you need a crew for doing that when you're planting trees?
I'm the
Or
crew.
you're the crew?
Do you need a job?
Crew one.
It's me and my partner if he's got the day off.
Insurance
but-
business has been a little bit slow. He likes planting shelter belts.
Yeah.
We did budget an outhouse for her this year, so that was.
That was exciting. That was an improvement.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, we really try to do the most with what we have. I think we're very frugal and very efficient cost-wise, considering what we take in and what we're able to put out and do for the community. And if part of that means I'm planting trees, then I'm planting trees.
Okay, so on the zebra mussels, is that a contract with the state, with game fish? Is
Yep,
that-
that's a Game Fish and Parks contract. So they supervise kind of the work side of that, and then we manage the hiring, scheduling, supervision of the staff, kind of HR essentially for those individuals, and then kind of share the supervision of the work with Game Fish and Parks.
Okay, so the people that are doing that, like Angus or Sheridan, Pactola, and so forth, are they all people that work for you then, or?
Yes, they are all
Okay.
Conservation District seasonal employees.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Just
Commissioner.
going to make a comment. Yeah, just submit your budget stuff, and I think it would be good if you could just tell your story like Commissioner Adcock said in writing, because it's hard to get up here and explain what you do, and I know conservation districts do a lot. And if you want to look at a budget that is thin and does a lot, look at a conservation district budget. They are, producers out there that are serving on this, and they're operating on very thin margins, and so they do a great job.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in today. And we're going to go to Mr. Guffey.
Thank you for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Weed control.
Yeah,
If
Scott
no
Guffey,
rain on
Natural
that
Resources
place,
Director.
We're going to need some weed control.
So I got two of my main budgets. We just talked about conservation districts. The other one I oversee is the predatory control budget, 101,166. It's a pretty small budget, but you get a large return for that. We match that. We give that to Game Fish and Parks, and that helps pay for our state trapper. So if a rancher has coyote problems or any other type of predatory problem, call the state trapper, and state trapper will come out and take care of that problem for them. So good return on investment on that. And then before I get on the two big ones, just gonna touch on the, we talked about the Title III earlier. I got exact numbers for you, Gary, here. For last year, or for this year, we have little over 26,000. 14,000 goes to search and rescue, 8,000 comes to natural resources, and then 4,000 goes to fire. Search and rescue, that can only be used if there's a search and rescue event on the Forest Service, then they can recoup that money. Same with fire, fire's gotta be on a national forest or federal lands to recoup that. Ours we use for, like our shade field rake work, we can use that to get us reimbursed on that, but maybe it'll be in the big beautiful bill, hopefully. But as of right now, I'm not counting on it. So my two big ones, 101-615, that's the weed and pest, natural resources budget. If you look at that, it pretty held the line on everything. You do see an increase there on the vehicle replacement. This year we replaced a vehicle. We bought a one-ton diesel pickup off the state bid list. You can't buy a pickup for $30,000 anymore. So what we did was we had $30,000 in the 2023 budget. We rolled that over into our 2024 budget, which we had $30,000 in, to come up with $60,000 to pay for that pickup. I have two one-ton pickups that are dualies that we have a flatbed on it, and the bigger tanks on those are kind of for our county road spraying. Those are getting up there in age and miles, so I'd like to replace one of those, so they both don't go at the one time. Start that replacement process. Ideally, I'd like to find a cab over with right side controls, which would be ideal, but those are sometimes hard to find, but even just a cab over would be great. But you're getting into those, you're looking, $60,000. Potentially, I could find a used one, potentially, but to buy an off-state bid for just a regular gas one-ton, you're looking at $60,000.
So that might be something we want to have one of those capital improvement accounts for, to be able to be prepared for that.
Right, right. And then we run a number of four-wheelers, ATVs, try to replace those about every 5 years. We're gonna be due for those in another year or two as well. But that's the big, that shows the increase. Like I said, we combined two last year to make that work for the vehicle replacement. Otherwise I kind of froze operations for the most part. There was actually a little savings there. And then if you look at our 101-616, it's called pest control. That's what we do our forestry work out of. That was actually a decrease when we did when we figured in the insurance savings there is. So held the line on everything else, so froze operations.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
I'll just tell you, out of all the budgets in 11 years that I've been here, between him and Brittany, they've stayed pretty frugal. He's also had earned income from doing grants and just cutting different trees and different things like that. So efficient and effective. I've never worried about your budgets. They've always been spot on, and when you needed something, it was a have to. It wasn't just a want. So good job, Mr. Guffey. I'll keep saying you've always done a great job, and you're showing in your budget again that you got it down. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we do try to bring in a lot of revenue to help offset our costs to the county general fund through grants and agreements. Talked to you guys earlier this year about the Forest Service funding. We did that resolution. Sounds like we shook loose a little bit of money. We haven't got the agreement in my hands yet, but I gave them the numbers to set it up, and we're looking at $26,000 coming from Forest Service this year for weed spraying, about a third of normally what we get, but at least it's a little something. I think I'm the only county that's getting money. But we're doing Mystic, Northern Hills, and Hell Canyon, so we're helping out all three districts a little bit on what funding they're getting, so.
Mr. Guffey, I think you're being nice to everybody, but your expertise in what you've done, not only for Pennington County, but for many areas in this state, with your expertise and what you do for people is pretty huge. You're a valuable asset to South Dakota and what you do, so it's not just Pennington County. I've seen it over and over again with Forest Service people and just in general, people respecting that you know your stuff and that they can come to Scott Guffey. You're always referred in anything to do with the Black Hills and anything to do with weed and pest or just natural resources of the Black Hills. So again, you're being pretty nice about what you do, but you're well respected, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock.
I think we appreciate and the opportunity to have you working for the county, so,
Oh, yeah.
this is an area of, way more expertise than the person would think. So, any other questions or comments from the
Yeah.
Commissioner Dirk?
Yeah, just to kind of echo it. I mean, I've said it to you, but yeah, you're well respected in the region and you do a great job. And obviously, looking at the finances and the budget, you keep it extremely lean and you operate very efficiently. And the only comment I would have about the two budgets, which will be a talking point, is the separation of the two budgets and having that separate budget for weed and pest, and then a conversation if we could roll that into one budget. And so, and based on my schedule, I don't think I will be at the Weed and Pest Board meeting tomorrow.
No, we certainly could do that. We originally split it out as when the Mountain Pine Beetle started to just kind of track those expenses. But now at this point, we could definitely merge it into 615. It'd probably make more sense.
All right.
It'd be easier for me, and then I wouldn't have to split.
Correct.
Payrolls and stuff like that.
Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair, just make a statement. So not only is Scott, well thought of in this region, but he also did a great job at the Western Interstate Conference of County Commissioners. And you did a great presentation there. That brought on a lot of discussion after that workshop too. So appreciate you being able to participate in that.
Appreciate the invite.
That's awesome. No other, just appreciate you coming today and joining in with us. And we're gonna move on to law enforcement. I'm thinking maybe you guys want to take a break?
Yeah,
Two commission meetings where you've had to camp
break,
out
Ron.
for a while.
say 10 minutes. 10-minute break, Brian?
He's got a short one. His won't take
Right now, hi, Barry.
You know he is.
All right, Mr. Sheriff, we're ready to roll.
Awesome,
I've been given a thumbs up.
awesome. Well, I
Among
appreciate.
other things.
I appreciate you fitting me in at the end of the day. I was a little worried about 2 o'clock, whether we were going to make it to this or not, but that's a long day.
Looks like we're gonna push Joe to tomorrow, and so.
Put him on the bubble. I like it.
Yep.
I like it. And I brought all the experts in our office over here, our accountants, some of our HR team, our chief deputy, one of them's out of town, and then our division commanders, in case you had any detailed questions you wanted to get into, because I feel I have a pretty good grasp on this, but they're truly the experts, and they're very vested in putting these budgets together and helping us monitor them and make sure that we're taking care of the taxpayer dollars, so they're the right team to have on it, I can tell you for sure. I'm going to run through a PowerPoint, and I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this, but a lot of the decisions that I make as sheriff and that our team makes are revolved around data. So we'd like to make sure that we're keeping up on what the data, specifically the crime trends are, what the community tolerances are, and how that impacts the work that we do. So I'm going to just walk you through some statistics from the last few years from our office that we put together. And since I've been sheriff, I've been releasing quarterly statistics to the public. We put that out on social media. We send it to the media, and they look pretty similar to this. I do 2 sets every time I release this type of data, because I think it's important to look at it both ways. As the county commission specifically, as you have control over my budget, but also all of these other entities in the criminal justice system have a major impact on Pennington County and the statutory requirements that we have. So I think it's important when we're looking at crime data that I'm not just looking at the data in our patrol areas for Pennington County, that we're paying attention to what's going on in Rapid City and Box Elder also. So this sheet, the crime data, includes all of Box Elder, Rapid City, and Pennington County. And if you went back to 2019 and 2020 at the beginning of COVID, most of these numbers spiked. They did all the way across the country. We were not immune to that, but we've really been working hard with all of our criminal justice partners. And State's Attorney Retzel in here has definitely been a big part of that. The Chief of Police, both Chiefs of Police, Box Elder and New Underwood, all of our surrounding county sheriffs, the state and federal partners on strategies to try to reduce our violent crime. And I feel like things are going pretty well. Even though our population continues to go up, we've had a pretty good hold on the violent crime trends here. You can see most of the ones that we're tracking on this sheet are either staying steady or slowly declining. And you can stop me at any time you have questions. You guys have copies of this too, so I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it. But I do want you to understand it, if I can get this roller to cooperate. This is the crime data that's just in Pennington County, the same data sets, just to show you that things are, I mean, the numbers are smaller, so if we get a, a fluctuation of 5 or so, it looks like can get kind of out of whack, but they've been holding pretty steady too on those same crime trends in Pennington County. That's outside of Box Elder and Rapid City. Over the last few years, our patrol division, and I've talked about this in front of you quite a few times, has really worked to increase our proactivity. And you can see that shows up here in these statistics on their proactivity and their vehicle stops, warnings, citations. Case reports have stayed pretty steady. And then calls for service on the right-hand side. The citizen-initiated calls for service are in the blue, and the deputy-initiated calls for service are in the brown color there. So they continue to be out there, be very proactive, visible in the community. And I think that also plays a major role in keeping a curb on some of the crime that we have going on. Just the DUI statistics the last few years. Our warrants division, this is something that we always track very closely. A majority of our warrants come to us through the Rapid City Police Department, but we are staffed adequately enough where we're able to keep up. In years past, we've been understaffed in warrants, and we get more warrants than we're able to keep served in the year, and that just keeps stacking up. So we've worked really hard to try to keep the number of warrants down and keep the right number of warrants deputies working proactively with our partners, our federal partners, specifically with our Violent Warrants Task Force, to be able to clear those major violent warrants off, but also keep our staff working on the backlog of misdemeanor warrants and lower-level felony warrants. And Laura at the State's Attorney's Office and her team also help us keep those cleaned up so our backlog is not what it used to be.
Brian, when it says warrants cleared, does that simply mean they've been served?
Yep, they served them. So they either self-turned themselves in or we went and picked them up and brought them in. Yep. And transportation, this is also another good measure of what's going on with the courts. That stayed pretty steady. As you can see, the adult transports and the juvenile transports have stayed pretty steady. What continues to go up for us, we continue to get more high needs medical individuals in the jail specifically. And they have a lot of medical complications, and part of our operation increase that I'm going to talk about later is due to the higher level of medical needs of a lot of these people that have the chronic substance abusers that are in our facilities, people with pretty acute mental health needs that are in our facilities. And when they get sick and they have to be sent out, they're spending longer periods of time at the hospital. So part of our medical transport staff hours has gone up pretty substantially. And I think in 2024, that was attributed to just a couple of people that spent pretty long periods of time in the hospital. Coroner calls, as you know, I'm also the coroner in Pennington County, and our coroner calls have stayed, pretty steady. Keeps our staff very busy, though, handling, upwards of 400-plus coroner calls a year. And we also assist some of our surrounding counties when people have passed away in other counties and are transported down here. We assist them occasionally also. When we have a regional hospital that life flights a lot of people from other jurisdictions here, a lot of the deaths also are attributed to other jurisdictions where they get in an accident and they pass away here at the hospital. It was very sensitive. Our Unified Narcotics Enforcement Team stays super active. They're doing amazing work. I don't know if we've been running some stories here recently on the news. I've been wanting to get the good word out of what's going on, with our drug enforcement. We have seen a pretty positive impact of what's going on at the southern border here. With the price of drugs and the individuals that are selling drugs, and we're trying to do what we can do in this part of the state to continue to put pressure on that. It's getting harder for them to bring drugs across the border, and we're trying to make it more difficult for people that are selling them in our community. You can see that our methamphetamine, which has been our primary violent crime driver, and it continues to be, our arrests have gone down slightly, but a lot of that is because it's getting picked up by the people who are dealing fentanyl in the community. that number's on the rise, and we're not, that's not unique to our jurisdiction either. This is just the number of search warrants and firearms that they've seized in the last few years and the amount of cash that they're seizing. You can see they're still seizing a pretty significant amount of cash. That goes into the drug forfeiture fund, and then we can ask for that in terms of grant funding to come back to the county. We do that for certain specific, or for different equipment needs we have for law enforcement to try to offset Pennington County dollars. Care Campus, we have had a lot going on, and I've been in front of you guys talking about that a few times and been on the news quite a bit. Our staff are doing a really tremendous job over there trying to monitor what's going on in the community with the homeless population and try to make sure that we're providing the right services at the right time and not enabling poor behavior in the community. So you can see on that top left that our detox, our safe solution numbers have gone down. And I talk about this, I won't duplicate this, I'll try not to when I go through our budget narrative, but I've talked to the commission a few times about the end of last year and then through this year, we've been slowly reducing the number of safe beds that we have over at the Care Campus and increasing the detox beds. And we were getting to the point where we had, 30-plus safe beds. A lot of those people were leaving the facility at 6:30 in the morning, panhandling, becoming intoxicated, and coming back in the facility shortly after noon at a 0.3 or 0.4 blood alcohol content. And work really closely together with the Rapid City Police Department Quality of Life Unit on trying to strategize how do we help break that cycle for these people, because more of the community needs to get involved, but it seems like for the last little bit of time, it's been really laid on law enforcement's shoulders to try to solve this. So we've been good partners. We reduced the safe beds. Last week, we reduced the male safe beds from 30-some down to 12 incrementally over the last 6 months. So we're at 12 safe beds, but we did increase the detox beds, so law enforcement still has a place to bring people, and people do have a place if they want to get help, they can check themselves into a detox bed and get help. So you can see that those numbers kind of offset each other. We're still dealing with about the same number of population, but we keep them in for 2 to 3 days now versus having them right back out the next morning perpetuating the same behaviors. And it is having an impact.
Sheriff, I was looking at those numbers there for 2024, unless I can read there, is that 30,000 or that's 20,000, over 20,000 admissions to safe beds, the blue?
That's the total for the safe bed and detox, those three numbers.
How many people is that? 50?
How many individuals?
Yeah.
Tony or Willie, do you remember what the number of individuals we deal with on the year?
8,000 unique individuals.
So
8,000 different people?
And some of them come in one time and never come back, and some of them are in 200 days a year.
Yeah.
So it's all across the spectrum. So we've been working hard on trying to get the higher utilizers and figure out a way to break their cycle. And we've also worked closely with the state's attorney's office on people, we divert about 1,000 low-level arrests a year out of the Care Campus, where law enforcement encounters somebody on a low-level offense and is able to take them to the Care Campus versus jail. So out of that 20,000 admits, roughly 1,000 of them are jail diversion. The rest of them are not. They've not broken the law. But we've had pretty good success with identifying the repeat offenders and not letting them just continue that cycle, and coordinating when we have high utilizers that are not changing their behaviors, that continue to break the law, with the state's attorney's office so they can deal with that through the court system versus just letting them back out the next day to be
If there's
dealing with the same thing.
8,000 people, there's not that many frequent flyers really then, because that would equate to 2.5 times.
Yep. And that 8,000 people, I think, might have been since we've opened.
Since 2018.
That's since we opened. So
Oh, I
per
was
year,
thinking per
per
year.
year, the number's quite a bit smaller than that.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes more sense, because I was looking at that, that's per year, that number up there, 20,000.
Yeah, I think we've had upwards of 150,000 admissions for the first 8 years, and I think that's 4,000 unique 4,000 unique individuals, I think. So I'll get you those numbers, though.
The people come to the safe bed because they want a place to sleep, right?
Yep, it's a safe place to sleep. They're not under the bridge. They're not being victimized. They're not having a lot of them that were initially using the safe bed are checking themselves in. 64% were self-referrals. So they're not causing a problem to the level where they were dealing with law enforcement and tying up law enforcement services. So I think it is beneficial to maintain some of them, but we just had too many. And we had people that were just taking advantage of how nice our community was being. And
I think they do that.
it was never intended to be a motel.
When you're serving food all over the town, they're gonna come. I toured the campus, and when I toured it, it happened to be one of the coldest days that the city had, we had at the time, and the safe beds were virtually empty.
Correct.
And I made the comment, "Where's everybody at?" And the person that worked there said, "Well, they're at home, or basically with their family." So these people aren't homeless. They're just addicted, or, either alcohol or drugs. And you're looking at the drug numbers, the meth numbers, and meth numbers go up, and meth numbers go down, fentanyl numbers go up, heroin, cocaine numbers go up. So that surprised me. I wasn't prepared for that answer.
Right.
But it also opened my eyes to the fact that we've misclassified a whole group of people. Generally speaking, these people are not houseless or homeless. They just are not welcome in the places they stay when it's cold, when they're just either on drugs or alcohol at that level. So, okay. But I heard that right, then I'm assuming I've repeated that. So, okay, thank you.
Yep, and I would tell you, obviously, we definitely deal with some houseless population there, but there are some people that do have a place to stay, and they're choosing to live that lifestyle for sure.
Right.
That definitely exists.
It's an important distinction that when we're out and we're having that conversation, to me, it's very, I don't know, inappropriate in how to say it, but when they call them homeless or houseless, when the reality is the majority of them aren't. That's the way they want to live. That's the way they're living. You can't change them unless they want to change.
Yep, I would agree. And we need more help. We need help from the business community and help from some of our silent majority of our folks on solutions and shutting down some of the feedings that are happening. And
people don't understand that when you love somebody, then you love somebody to death. People that have had dogs over the years, and they feed them all kinds of table scraps, and pretty soon they get so huge they can't walk and they get sick.
Yep.
Feed them and they're going to come. People need to understand that and realize that that's is reflective in these numbers and resources that it takes on people who are low producers that are taking huge amounts of resources from the sheriff's department, the county taxpayers.
Yep.
So, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
You bet. Jail intakes and releases, you can say those are staying pretty consistent. And our average daily population on the right-hand side, and the reason they're staying pretty consistent also is, we're running at capacity. So when you look at our average daily population on the right-hand side, you can see the dark gray on the left bars are our local population, which continues to go up. And then the blue bars on there are our federal population that we have to continue to reduce the federal numbers that we have because we're maintaining the jail that's full. And that's indicative of the trend lines that you see in the jail presentation that we do. So there'll be a lot more on that to come. But as you can see, we're definitely on a trajectory. I would tell you we maybe have made a little bit of progress on our local numbers this year when I'm looking at the first 6 months of 2025, but we have a long ways to go, I think, on some case processing and some other things that we're working on behind the scenes that could have a positive impact on these local numbers and hopefully let us bring a few more of the feds back in to offset some of our costs.
Mr. Sheriff, you seen the conversation we had with Legal Plains Committee, and
yes,
we talked about bonding on these people. There are obviously, the numbers had mentioned 20 people serving time and 500, and some of them got out and for some reason went back in because they violated their bond.
Yeah, we're running, about 410 local Pennington County inmates today. We have, a fair number of inmates that are in on significant charges that have not been out on bond. But there is, what he's saying is accurate. We do have a pretty significant number of pretrial detainees that have committed a lot of drug offenses or lower grade felonies that have been out on bond 2, 3, 4 times and that are back in and being held till the next court appearance. And that is a lot of the population that we hold.
How much factor lies into low-level meth offenses? People who maybe just ingested or have a minute amount for personal use creates havoc on your housing in your jails.
A little bit, and I think that State's Attorney Retzel could probably talk a little bit more. I'm sure she'll talk about that tomorrow, because that's a little bit more in her purview as to how they're charging those cases out and what they're doing. But there are a lot of opportunities for low-level personal meth offenders when they're initially arrested to get diverted into other programs if they so choose to do that. It's the ones that are not compliant, that are continuing to use, that are continuing to commit other crimes while they're using, that wind up back in on the bond violations.
And for a second there, I forgot that you're not the only one arresting people.
Right.
Got the whole, 500 people at the police office arresting people too, so. Okay.
All right.
I'm clarifying these things in my head. Thank you.
Here's just a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. This is not the Ignite Work program. This is the community work program where individuals are sentenced. This is on the top numbers here. They're sentenced, but they come and check in with our staff at the jail and do some work around the complex. We usually have 1 or 2 people a day roughly, and you can see the number of hours that they've worked the last few years. It's not quite equivalent to a full FTE, but we do get a fair amount of work. That is a great program at very low cost to Pennington County to allow people to come in and work some of their time off that do not need to be in a secure jail bed. And underneath that, the jail and kitchen, that's not a program, it's the jail and kitchen laundry trustees. That is the amount of work that we get out of inmates that are currently in the jail. And you can see that is the equivalent of about 60 full-time staff. So you can do the math on what that would cost if we had to hire that done. A lot of facilities our size do not use inmate trustee labor. They hire that out. I think Minnehaha County hires their provider to actually have employees come in and do all of that work in the jail. A lot of larger agencies are doing that. We continue to utilize that trustee labor. We can force an inmate to do manual labor if they're sentenced, but if they're not, we have to ask for voluntary compliance. And most of the people that we have in-house doing the labor are choosing to do that. And it saves Pennington County taxpayers a lot of money, but it also gets rid of that idle time that the inmates have when they're in the facility. They get to work on some job skills and other things that'll be beneficial when they get out. Most of these people that we're housing in the jail are not going to prison for life. Most of them are coming back out into the community, within a year. So it's important to be able to work on those skills, and at the same time, it saves a lot of money. It's just, I like to point that out because it's something that a lot of times people forget about that we're doing on the inside. And our staff train them and supervise them in those activities in the facility. This is our Western South Dakota Juvenile Services Center population. As you can see, our local number has gone up, again, out at that facility. And when you look on the right-hand side, probably even the bigger impact that we're having is the average length of stay of our local juveniles in the facility. And the courts, over the course of the last year and a half, have cut their court from every week to every other week. And I believe that's backing this process up and allowing a lot of our local detainees to be in custody longer than what they would have been. We've been working with the presiding judge. I do believe that there will be some changes coming in January that potentially could move that court cycle back to every week. But we'll be working with the state's attorney's office and some of our partners on plans to try to get that a little bit more streamlined and cut down on that length of stay. Now, we do have a higher level of offenders than what we've had before out there overall. So a lot of the detainees that are out there need to be there, but I think we have some efficiency that we could create by reducing that length of stay if the court will increase their court dates. And I've met with our Lutheran Social Services partners yesterday, and their length of stay in their shelter care for Pennington County kids over the course of the last 2 years have gone from 10 days to 17 days. So they're saying that they're seeing the same impact, and I think it's pretty highly driven by how spread out the court dates are. And I would tell you on the other end of that, if we can lower that local level, there are 2 weeks ago, I think there were 8 Bureau of Prison detainees that could have been placed here, and the U.S. Marshals has 2 more. So we do have quite an opportunity if the Pennington County levels a little bit lower to bring in some of that offsetting revenue back to replace that. And Joe and John and Willie and the staff out at JSC work really hard on tracking those numbers across the state to maximize our jail bed use, our JSC bed use. And I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but you have it here. This is all of our numbers that are provided by Lutheran Social Services with our public-private partnership out there at the Arise Center. And then I'd just like to point out, again, like Scott Guffey just talked about in the fair on the number of volunteers that they have that help out Pennington County. The Sheriff's Office is no different than that. We have some pretty amazing volunteers. A lot of them come in and spend time with the kids at the juvenile center, with our adults at the jail. Our Explorer program is active and providing a really good atmosphere for these young people to come get some exposure to law enforcement and learn what community service is about. And we've actually been hiring a fair number of them that started in that program when they were younger and graduated, went to Western Dakota Tech or graduated high school, and they're working full-time for us now. So that's been a beneficial recruitment program for us. And the search and rescue volunteers that we have are absolutely amazing. The number of times that they get called out and leave their family or leave their full-time job to go out and help save somebody's life, it's just pretty impressive. About 150 calls a year that they answer for us. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about them when I get to the budget part for them. Our wellness program, I just like to mention that is a non-mandated function, but it's really become a pretty staple for law enforcement agencies across the country to be able to take care of the people that take care of others in the community. We haven't always in the profession done a very good job of that. I'm very proud of our wellness program and how we wrap a lot of services around our employees and their families. Not just when they're not doing well, but even on the good days, so they learn to trust that system, and if they're having struggles, they know that they can reach out and that we're here to help them. And there's a little bit of cost to that, but the benefit is pretty immeasurable. This is in your budget stuff too, but I just wanted to show you this. Overall, when you look at our staffing, you can see for the last 3 years what we've done for overall staffing. And we are reducing the staff just a little bit in the office, and I'll talk about that through each section of the budget here in a minute, what we're reducing where and how we're doing that without reducing services. I'm just going to hit the highlights on the different budgets really quick, and then we can go through, if you want to, we can go through a little bit more detail on some of the other things that you asked for in the budget narrative, and then I'll open it up to questions, but I just want to hit the highlights. We really looked the last 2 years to try to see, is there a way that we can figure out an innovative way to reduce Pennington County taxpayers' costs without reducing services? And we run into a couple over the last few months that have worked out pretty well. Met with the new chief of police out in Box Elder when he first came in earlier this year, about their intention. They're adding a great number of law enforcement officers in Box Elder with their growth out there, and he expressed an interest in having his staff do patrol all the schools for school resource officers at Douglas. Historically, the sheriff's office did that initially by ourselves, and in the last few years, Box Elder has had some involvement, but they expressed an interest to take that over. So Earlier this year, we transitioned one of the positions to box elder, and then at the start of the next school year, they'll take the second one. So I didn't reduce the FTE numbers, and we can talk about what we want to do that. Sometimes in the past, we just reduce funding, but we leave the FTEs in case we need to do growth later. But I'm open to, if you want to reduce the FTEs, to have that discussion too. But the FTEs are currently still in the budget for those two positions, but we reduced the funding and the associated revenue with the school for the 2026 budget for those SRO positions. In the wall contract, we've had for the last couple of years, one sergeant that supervises the deputies in Wall and New Underwood, and one sergeant that supervises in Keystone and Hill City. Historically, we used to supervise those out of Rapid City, but with how busy the Rapid City office is, the supervisors never had an opportunity to get out to those contracts, spend time in the communities, dealing with the citizens, talking to the business owners, and dealing with the deputies who often were kind of out there on their own. So the last few years we've done that. That's worked really well. A couple of years ago, when the school decided to end our contract with our SRO and Wall, the Wall City Council wanted to maintain that fourth deputy out in Wall. And partially as a way to save a little bit of money, but also create some efficiency, we've talked to the mayor, we've talked to the city council. We have not finalized this contract yet, but I think everybody's in agreement of replacing one of the deputies in Wall with the sergeant that's out there. So we'll work on the numbers a little bit. The budget numbers will change slightly because that sergeant will spend a little bit less hours in Wall than that fourth deputy did, but they'll still have really good coverage out there and good service. So again, I did not reduce that FTE, but we did reduce the funding for the deputy position that had previously been in Wall. And then the last one there that I wanted to talk about was there's an opportunity for some COPS grant funding to specifically deal with methamphetamine and opioid enforcement in jurisdictions. So we have an opportunity this fall to apply for this COPS grant, and I did not want to do a supplant. So in the next year's budget, we reduced the FTE and the funding for one of the UNET positions. And I'm pretty confident that we will be able to obtain that COPS grant to offset that funding next year. And if we don't, through attrition, we'll work with our other partners, Box Elder and Rapid City, to make sure that we don't reduce staffing out there at UNET, because I think that we definitely do not want to reduce staffing at the time when that's one of our biggest issues, is combating the drugs that drive the violent crime in our community. And then we had a part-time funded position in transport that we hadn't hired yet. So I used half of one of those positions that we cut to fully fund that transport position so we could hire a full-time transport position. So that is in the budget, fully funded. So we reduced the funding by 3.5 for the funding and 1 FTE. But I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on leaving the FTEs unfunded in the budget or removing them. We've done it both ways in the past. We certainly don't need to decide that today.
Yeah, just keep going, Will.
Okay, all right. And overall, with the changes that we've made, that reduced the staffing budget in law enforcement by about $77,000. And then we were able to reduce the operations budget by about $10,000. If you look through the line items, you will see a couple of increases in the line items. One is on vehicle repairs, and you'll see if you look back at the last couple of actual years, as we're wrecking things and replacing, if you have to take your vehicle in to get any work done on it, the cost of parts in labor, if we have to take it out someplace, have really gone up the last couple of years, so we adjusted that up a little bit. And then our utilities have increased, so those are actual numbers on there. You can look at the history and see the justification for that. But even with those increases, we were able to reduce that operations budget in law enforcement by about $10,000. In the jail, when you look through that budget, The FTEs remain the same. The staffing cost did increase a little bit. And as Jordan talked about earlier, when we go through and we look at budgeting for next year, a lot of those are due to changes in actual personnel that we've hired. And our accountant staff can get up and talk about when we have an open position, what we're putting them in for benefits. But sometimes we have an open position with less benefits. We have staff that take family insurance, so that increases the cost just a little bit. And then we did put that increase in insurance cost in that budget. When we went through for the operations budget in the jail, that did increase about $160,000. And when you look through the line items, all of our facility budgets under professional contract services went up a little bit. I think we had a 4.3% increase in our food costs, which when you're feeding the number of people we're feeding a day, that definitely adds up. But a lot of the costs on the jail side are related to medical costs. Outside medical appointments and medical supplies in the jail have gone up pretty significantly. And then the repair maintenance costs, we've been able to keep those really low in the budget the last few years because a few years back we built that new kitchen and laundry. All that equipment was under warranty. It's coming off of warranty, so we're increasing that repair budget back up because if one of those giant dryers or washers break, they're very expensive. And probably the biggest impact to all of our budgets is, again, reducing the revenue from the reduction of U.S. Marshals that we have to make. And that's all the other cuts you make can get erased pretty quick as we have to continue to decrease the amount of revenue that we're putting in the budget for the number of marshals that we're holding. So the actual number in the budget for next year is at 140. We've been running close to 120. My hope is we can get a little bit of traction with some of our local initiatives to reduce some of our jail bed days with case management improvements and be able to bring a few more paying customers back to meet that target goal. But if we're not, we're going to be a little bit short in the revenue again next year. And 150 of that was not a reduction, it just moved to the care campus with what the city contributes for the Ignite Work program. JSC, same thing. The budget went up a little bit out there on the salaries, primarily due to we have 3 known long-term employees retiring next year with the payouts, so we put those payouts in there. And then also all the benefit changes that we've made increased that a little bit. And then operational increase of about $35,000. A real small portion of that was with Lutheran Social Services, again, the meal costs. And then for the last few years, we've been paying the utilities from the back half of JSC out of the jail because we used it as adult overflow. But we've actually staffed that for the last year and a half at JSC, so I moved those utilities costs back to JSC from the jail so that you'll see that utility number went up just a little bit. And that my note says that the revenues remain close to the same. They are down about, I think, $62,000, but that is because our local population is staying higher. And I do believe we'll have the opportunity to have an impact on that local population next year to possibly get that revenue back up and offset all of that. The care campus, we moved some things around at the care campus. We created an opioid budget for the first time. The opioid dollars, I give a little better explanation in my budget narrative on that. Auditor Cindy Moeller can talk to that too. I think we have about $440-some thousand in the opioid payment money that's in the county right now, and I don't know. That's in a restricted fund, I think. But we set up a budget and we utilized some of that budget this year for counselor wages. So 1 full-time counselor at the jail that's doing opioid work, and then 25% of a few of the other counselors that are doing some opioid work at the care campus is moved over in that budget. And we did notice that we made a mistake on that. There will be a few changes, and I'll mention that when I go through these budgets on some things. a lot of the times that we're preparing and sending budgets to you, we're also working with other entities like the state and other entities like Lutheran Social Services. We're trying to agree on contracts for next year based on their funding. So we'll continue to update some of the numbers, but we have one full-time counselor in this Care Campus budget right now that's going to need to be moved over the opioid budget. So this Care Campus budget will improve a little bit. That opioid dollars will be a little bit higher. And I'm guessing the cost of that with the employee and roll-ups is probably close to $90,000 or $100,000, but we'll get those exact numbers to Jordan so he can plug in the right numbers when we make the correction.
Mr. Chair. Question, Brian, on the, go ahead and take a drink of water.
Thanks.
On the opioid money, is there still money coming in, or do we have everything we're going to get?
No, there's still money coming in, and I think we're going to get money into that over the next 15 years. So I think there'll be an opportunity to do some other things with that money.
Okay, do we know what that influx is annually?
Don't know, it's as, and Jay Alderman was really involved in that initial settlement for Pennington County and fought hard to get that money. He has a little bit better understanding of it, but as this class action lawsuit continues to unfold and more people get involved in it, that money will continue to increase for Pennington County. The state gets a certain allocation of it, and I sit on the state opioid council that helps divvy that state money out. They're larger contributions of money, and a lot of that West River gets broken out and goes to Project Recovery out here in West River, and it goes to Emily's Hope in Sioux Falls, and they do a lot of the opioid outreach and addiction services in western and eastern South Dakota through that, a lot of the state money. And I put a note on the bottom of this that I do think that having an executive session and talking through some contract issues, because I think there's an opportunity. Rapid City has a fair amount of opioid money that they have not allocated, that we could change a few things around with our detox contract with the city and get our costs for Pennington County and Rapid City not to zero, but significantly decreased from what we're currently paying in this budget right now using some of these opioid dollars, which is an appropriate use. So you can see at the end of the day with this budget, the revenue, we increased about $321,000. You saw we reduced some salary. There's a small operational increase, and most of that is due to supplies, medical supplies, and the meal costs again. But we've got that budget cranked down pretty tight. And Pennington County last year, I think we had budgeted like $993,000. This year, it's down into the $600,000s for Pennington County. The way the contract is structured with Rapid City, we split detox services with Rapid City after we subtract out the revenue that we create from detox. And Rapid City's went from 1.26 million roughly down to 998,000 this year. So this increase or revenue for Pennington County of 321,000. There's also an increase to Rapid City for the revenue of over $200,000. And I do think there's some opportunities. I'd like to have an executive session whenever you want to set that up and talk through some contract things that we could do different to get that number quite a bit lower for Pennington County and Rapid City, using some of those available dollars into the future for the services we're providing. All right, that's it. Here's a picture for you.
Questions?
And I know everybody's getting pretty wore down, but I want to make sure we spend the right amount of time on what you guys want to discuss and any questions that you might have. I'm just going to flip through really quick and see what I might have missed in each one of the areas for the budget. I give a little bit of a description of what we do, how our staffing lays out. You can read through that at your convenience. Under the law enforcement division, I've got a pretty good section in there that breaks out the different joint relationships we have with the Rapid City Police Department, the different joint units that we have. If you have any questions on that, I'd be happy to answer it. I think it's a definitely mutually beneficial relationship. We have a few more investigators that are working city cases, but they provide, they charge us. They're in a county building, I know that, but they charge us nothing for evidence services. They run our records division. We don't have any staff involved in that. We have a joint special response team. They have about probably 70% of the staffing on that. We do a lot of call-outs in the county. Our mobile response team is close to 50-50, but a lot of our work, again, is in the county on that. The dive rescue team that the fire department and the city both contribute to, almost exclusively the work that they do is in the county. Occasionally, we'll do some stuff in a pond in town, but most of that is at our lakes. Just a lot of different shared services we do that are, I think, mutually beneficial, not only for the taxpayers, but also for the people that are getting service. They're not getting the runaround as to where to go to get what type of service here. We just provide good direct service to people, and they trust us. We just worked through this really quick. I just did a short explanation in there again on that UNET funding. So you'll have, if you want to look back on that, it gives a little bit more of a description on what we're trying to do with that to maintain the same staffing level, but try to replace the county funding with the grant funding. Contract police services, I just talk a little bit about the contracts that we have in Wall, Hill City, Keystone, and New Underwood. The benefit of those services, I'd be happy to break any of those down if you want. I give a lot of presentations on that each time there's a new person, new city council person in one of those communities that wants to hire their own law enforcement agency and get rid of our contract. It usually only takes about 10 minutes going over the numbers where everybody realizes it would be a real catastrophe both for Pennington County and either one of those communities to get rid of it. I think, Don Holloway came up with a budget structure for that, and it works really, really well. And every sheriff that I've talked to that contracts services in these small communities, when you explain this to them, they try to adopt a similar version because I think it works really, really well. I could not provide the coverage that we need to provide on life safety issues and call response issues. Would be much more expensive to provide that as a county alone without these contracts. It's very effective. I break down the non-mandated function. The first thing I talk through is a school resource program. I list out the schools we're in if you have any questions on that. We do have one rover position that was grant funded that we're obligated to maintain in that rover school resource position through part of next year. That could be a potential staff reduction for next year's budget, but they have to stay in there for 1 year following the grant funding that ended this year. Again, that school liaison is a very vital role, I think, for Pennington County. The relationships that we get, providing some actual really good security in the school is an added benefit. But frankly, we need that staff in the summertime. And to try to have to not have that SRO contract, have our regular investigators and patrol people pick up all the calls for service at the schools, and then staff up for our busy summer months without that contract, again, it would be pretty cost prohibitive for Pennington County to do that without the SRO program. I break down the the wellness program. Again, I've already talked about that. I won't repeat it. The next three things in there, and I really like Commissioner Durr's idea of asking these individuals to come back. If we'll reach out to them, you'll see what the costs we have in this budget. I left it in there for conversation purposes. We have $7,250 for Wavy. Lost Team, I don't have that line item in there. That's something we've provided in the past at $5,000. And the Children's Home Society at $10,000 is something historically that we've funded, but I like the idea of having those entities come back in and give a budget presentation and talk through that. What I'd like to do, I don't know if you want to do that at the next round of budget hearings or if you want to do a special meeting for that, but I would just like to make sure that I think it would be important, like when Wavy comes in, for both Laura and I to be able to be there and talk about how that impacts our budget and the work that they do, just to give you that full view of. Several of these are funded by multiple entities, and I think it'll be a good exercise to go through for sure. I don't know if you want to talk about that now, or we can just pull that out and do that on the side. I'm fine with it too.
No, I think, we'll hit that. I mean, I read your notes in here, and so we'll hit that, I think, anyway, when we're going through it, not right away, just make it part of our other process as we go through these budgets. And then getting back to it, my kind of point on some of that is that when we're tracking what we're funding to outside entities, I want to look at those. I saw also your note about, setting up the Humane Society animal control agreement, outside of your budget. And I read that. I don't want it in the commission budget. And so a lot of those, that's what I'm trying to get to, is these outside contracts and agreements. I want to be able to see those, and we can set up a way to categorize those and then track those, so we have all of those lined out, and then we know what the true cost is. Because when we're looking at the $2 million and change, that doesn't account for what's in these individual budgets and these line items that we're funding on these agreements, or whatever the case may be. And we don't have, I do have a comment about the Children's Home Society and some of that, but anyway, I'm going to save it for now.
Sounds good. And the animal control, I'm fine if that budget stays under the sheriff's office. I'd just like it in its own budget. So each time we've got to take an action on it, it's back in front of the commission again.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock?
just a question for Jordan. So under wages and benefits, is that, well, the total that you gave us from the beginning, is that with the sheriff's wages and benefits on page 15 of 474? When you gave
Your question
total
is-
expenditures by category, you put salaries and wages. Of course, this year it's 56 on the salary and wages, and with the benefits, it's 73, almost 74 million. Is that included, is the sheriff's office included on those, or is it sheriff's office separate?
That would have been the total, so that would have been the full roll-up of everything, with all the sheriff's requests as well, included into the everything budget.
For me, it's not you personally, it's just in the last years, I'm getting a back tweak, sorry. I don't usually sit this long, everybody knows that. It's not just yours, the wages have increased over from 2020, 16 million, and the benefits with it is 20 million. That's a lot of money through wages and benefits in the last few years. Just in the last couple of years, it's been, and you already knew from last year and the year before, that has concerned me because for the future, that's a lot of cash. And I don't think people were getting that that's added every year. Plus, if we give COLAs or we try to give COLAs earning 4%, that's a huge part of our budgets. So that, for me, that's the biggest concern at this point, from seeing last year to this year, or just the last couple of years, and what we've done with wages and benefits. Because I think when we did the wage scale, we forgot benefits. And that added a huge part that everybody said it was only like 3.6, but they did not add the benefits in it back for just 25 or 24 to 25. So for me, looking at that and the FTEs and the things that we're doing for the future in that area, you can't take back money that you're paying people. That's not possible, and I would never do that. My problem is how we came up with those budgets and how we did those wages and stuff. So for me, that's a big concern in 5 years of having 20 million and $16 million increases in wages without not a lot of changes in FTEs. So that wouldn't be just for yours, it would be a general comment.
That's
That's for the whole entire budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's a big part of why I tried to bring some cuts forward to help solve a little bit of that, because the next piece I'll just talk briefly on, and Commissioner Durr mentioned it earlier, on the shop lease and the vehicle fleet thing, I think that's a great idea. I mean, we have roughly 102 vehicles at the sheriff's office. We have a fleet manager, we have 2 full-time mechanics in a pretty nice facility. We're paying about $112,000 shop lease on that a year. I mean, if there was ever the ability to put something like that at county highway or on some type of county property, that would be a benefit. But I think even where we currently are, so many of these smaller departments have 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles. If we could incorporate that into what we're currently doing for fleet management, try to take a look at, maybe Jordan could help us pull the budget numbers of what we're spending for all those other budgets on vehicle repairs and maintenance. And then we could get together and talk through, can we do it with the current staff, which maybe we can't. But even if we needed to add one staff member to the shop to handle that, I think there's a way to do that with some real cost savings and efficiencies for Pennington County. So I'm looking forward to whatever conversations happen next on that. I think there's some real things that we could do, even with Joe and his staff out there with their, heavy machinery experience and stuff of being able to help us out with some of those types of things at our shop. I think there's some things we could do that could save some tax money, for sure.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to see the numbers that Deb was looking at, so can we put that on the screen? Because
It was in the beginning of this process. It was at the beginning of the process when I was talking about wages and
The
benefits.
It's the countywide overall budget sheet.
And why that is because if you look at it, it's a lot. And for us to be able to suck that up, not only now, you can tell I'm getting tired, and for the future, it has nothing to do with the sheriff's office personally. It has to do with FTEs and that absorption of how, I'll keep saying it, how did people absorb that much money in their budget with no changes? We're going to find that out through FTEs and what was used in order to subsidize that, but bottom line is that's a lot of cash flow, and anywhere we can reduce, I don't know, in FTEs or how we do that at this point. Once you do it, there's no turning back. I'm going to be up straight, and it has nothing to do with yours personally, the wages and the scales and how they did that. I wasn't in agreement, and now I'm seeing why. Based on some of the numbers and the 27% back in the day that got the $5 or more, and then the ones that got $2 or less was the 73%. So I'm trying to figure out how this all adds, and we're going to look at the FTEs and we're going to look at some of this stuff, but I still can't figure out, and maybe that's through how we figure it out, is through how people absorbed some of those. You were very transparent, I'll just tell you that, Sheriff, and I think I told you that before on what you needed up front and what those changes were. But unfortunately, we had, let's be up straight, we had a lot of exceptions behind the scenes, and that wasn't you. So again, it's not about you. And it's looking at those numbers and those changes from 25 to 26 even is huge. So
Actually, from 24 to 25, it was about 5 million.
yeah, but a total of
2020 to 25 was 15 million.
15.7. And then we didn't look at benefits. So then we forget about retirement and all that other stuff. So when we were doing those wage scales, did we add all that stuff in? And I don't think we did
I
based
could
on
tell
the-
you from 2020 to 2025 was 21 million.
Yep.
When you include them all.
So
For
that-
2024 to 2025 was 8 million.
Unfortunately, that's where if we need to find the cuts, they're because of that. Because that wage scale and how that was done and the benefits that weren't included in the buildings we bought is going to be a huge difference on why this budget is where it's at today. And that was no fault. Like I said, you've been up straight. I've always seen you up front on your exceptions or anything you had. You were always up front with those. But unfortunately, some of that other absorption that wasn't added till later is showing on the budgets now. So
Got more questions for the sheriff?
I think I just need to look at it more, so.
I do have a fair amount more to get through if you have any more tolerance left in you.
Yeah, I guess I have a comment and then, because I think we do have some things to hammer out. So could we, I'm just going to make a couple comments and
Yeah,
could
go
we
right
pick
ahead.
this sheriff up tomorrow too?
Yeah,
Finish
that-
this out?
I think we're not, yeah, I mean.
Can we finish you out tomorrow or not?
I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be here tomorrow.
All right.
I can get through the rest of this pretty quick, though, and then I can come back at any other time.
All right, I mean,
This is not the end.
yes, no, we have a lot to get through. So anyway, I'm just gonna make a comment. So I'm reading your notes in here and about getting back to the law enforcement wages and competitiveness. And I agree with that. And so when we look at, what we're paying our law enforcement officers and what the opportunity is within our own community, I mean, I've talked to you about it. My
Yep.
son-in-law is a deputy and works for you, and my son's a cop on the PD. And my son, who's a cop on the PD, is making substantially more than my son-in-law, and my son-in-law has more time in service in law enforcement. So I think those are legitimate conversations, all of which goes back to, and I get Commissioner Hadcock's point, all of which goes back to, and I know not everybody likes to hear this, but it's just, it's just the way it is. And so when we're asking these questions to the outside entities that we're funding, and we're looking at their budgets, and we're looking at their needs and their wants, and they're taking, I know we have a responsibility, but we're not mandated to fund all of these outside agencies. And where you're looking, it's going to be easy. It's well over $2 million when you put it all together and go into those requests. And then when you go in there, that's why I'm looking at those and I'm saying, can we trim some of this down on the outside agency funding? We have priorities that we have to take care of, and obviously one of them is public safety infrastructure. We could go on and on and on. But I don't even care if it's $10,000 or $5,000 and an outside entity's got, millions coming in, like one of them on here, they're asking the county for $150,000 and their revenue stream annually is 12 million. Okay. $150,000 I would rather put back into your budget to help pay for your law enforcement. So that's my comment. So
I appreciate it. And I'll get through the rest of this pretty quick, and I'm not going anywhere, so I can come back to every one of these, and if you want to meet one-on-one and go through some of these numbers, I'm happy to do that too. So like Commissioner Durr said, that was my next thing under law enforcement considerations was we're about $2 an hour behind Rapid City Police Department. That's not counting whatever they do for a raise next year. They're looking at potentially up to a 4% raise. That's going to make that number pretty rough. For the first time ever, we've hit a hiring cycle at the same time as the police department and the same time as the highway patrol. And we're short a few deputies, and that almost never happens to us. But when they're going and interviewing at all three entities, and we're a little bit higher or competitive with Box Elder still, but they're getting close. But the rest of them were behind in, and that gets pretty tough to convince these young people to come to work for you when they can literally work across the hall and make, $4,000, $6,000, $8,000 a year more. So I would like to continue to work.
Brian, I agree, and I've been here long enough to know and seen enough that I'm in agreement with what Jerry's saying, and you already said it before Jerry came here. When it came to the law enforcement or the correction officers, at 26, I don't think it was going to be enough.
Right.
So some of that, like I said, you've been up front with it. So if we can find areas that you already know that make us more efficient and effective in the public safety in that way, that's where it's going to be, for one thing, just from listening to correction officers or why people move. I've heard it for a long time, and people that have worked there, that's a lot of abuse to take for 26 bucks an hour.
It is. It is.
So just seem, and you already know, we deal with police officers, sheriff, and everything with our motels. So you see a little bit of the action going on and then visiting the jails and what happens in the jails. I know you guys are getting efficient with more cameras and things like that for FTEs, but
Yep.
I still think it's a good support for your area.
Yep. And I'll get through the rest of this here pretty quick. So on the jail, I already talked through the budget numbers on there. You have that. I broke down the only real non-mandated thing that we do at the jails, run that prisoner transportation bus. That it doesn't pay 100% of Pennington County costs, but it pays a majority of Pennington County's costs. That's something we continue to track and look for efficiencies on. Our individual growth naturally and intentionally through education. That's not mandated. We fund part of a teacher salary, so does Rapid City Area Schools funds the other part of it. But they're doing substantial work in the jail. I put the numbers in there so you can get a little bit of an idea of the work that they're doing. It's something we definitely need to continue. In the jail budget, I already went through that. other considerations, and I mentioned this at the jail and JSC both. I do think that getting the corrections wage up a little bit is also going to be imperative. We're $4 to $6 an hour behind our local other law enforcement with what the jail is currently paying in JSC for their correction staff, and they're getting recruited out of there by these other entities. I don't think we need to leap that all the way back up to where law enforcement is, but we can't have a $10,000 disparity and then ask them to stay working in the jail. A lot of our deputies we transfer out of the jail eventually after 18 months to 24 months, but asking them to stay over there and work for that much less money, they're becoming a pretty good recruitment pool, and I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was them. So I think that's something that we definitely need to continue to work on. And each one of these, I also mentioned, continuing to do the work for all of our employees to keep their wages competitive by doing some type of cost of living or a step increase, I think is important. On the jail long-term project, I talked, just about the jail project itself, but we don't need to talk about that. We're going to talk about that plenty coming up in the near future. Search and rescue, I made a mistake on this budget.
What the heck?
I did, and I'm going to tell you all about it too. And just with trying to get these budgets put back together, I didn't go take a final look at this one, and I missed a little bit. We had to reduce some revenue. Scott Guffey talked about the Title III money going away. We had about 14 to 15,000 of that in the search and rescue budget. I intended to replace that with the county revenue for the budget, and I didn't look, and it actually reduced it by that amount, so I need to increase. I'll get you the new budget numbers for search and rescue, but about $28,500 on top of what I presented to you. That'd put us at the same spending that we had at search and rescue last year. They do phenomenal work, and we've caught two other things that are going to pay for that, so it'll be cost neutral for you today. So I can make a mistake for free, can't I? All right, good, thank you. So we'll get that. Do you want us to get updated information just to Jordan, and he can continue to compile that? Because we're going to have that on a few of these contracts that we're working on. Lutheran Social Services, I met with them yesterday. I'm going to try to get their contract down about $70,000 from what we currently have in the budget. So we're working on some things behind the scenes, and we'll just keep updating Jordan with the good news, and we'll highlight that. And if anything goes the other way, I'll make sure that we're transparent with it.
Just give it to Deb if it's bad.
If it's bad news, it goes to Deb. I got you. And then 24/7 program, the last 2.5 years, we've supplanted a little bit of that with some county tax money. We've been working really hard with the 24/7 committee and the Attorney General to not do that. I think that they are 1 to 2 weeks away of presenting something to the sheriffs that sit on that committee to get a handle on that, and that really us and Minnehaha County contribute most of the money into that fund that they distribute back out to the state. And I only need about $30,000 to $40,000 of that money that we're sending them $176,000 to the state. Part of that they're using to fund a position and some things, but I think we're getting close to having a strategy to get that money back to make it cost neutral. So that's how I submitted the budget this year. I'll let you know how that turns out. I'm very optimistic we'll have that fixed. Secure detention. JSC, not a lot of changes on that. You can read through that. There's staff out there doing tremendous work. Like I told you earlier, I do think we're going to pick up some efficiencies with the courts going back to once a week instead of every other week. I talked through the budget changes on that. We would have an opportunity. I was very close to coming and presenting, adding 4 FTEs to JSC to keep that back part of that building open, because you can see our overtime costs have been pretty high. Out there, it's almost 100% because we've had a housing unit open for 18 months on overtime. And we could potentially add some staff and bring some cost, bring some revenue back in to offset 100% of those costs. But I'm not ready to pull the trigger on that yet. We finally got that housing unit closed. And so the overtime's reduced drastically, and at the time we've been struggling hiring correction staff. I don't want to try to do that, but that might be something I put in the 3 to 5 year forecast. If we keep bumping up against that number and having to open it, I can put a plan together to make that cost neutral to open that and probably create a little extra revenue for Pennington County. Something our staff works hard to make sure that we're able to do. And then at the care campus, I talked already about needing to move the counselor from that budget over to the opioid budget, and I talked about some things that I think that we can do here to really reduce Pennington County's cost for the services that we're providing over there. Our staff do a really good job of keeping that budget really close. The other thing that I'm going to mention really quickly, this is for probably the next time we meet to talk through a little bit more. I moved 6 staff from the jail over to the care campus last year for the Ignite Work program. And I believe in this program. We've had it operational for 9 months. It is reducing recidivism very well initially. I mean, 9 months worth of data is not very good data. But I'm optimistic that is a worthwhile program to be able to run. The city pays for part of that, but the courts have not gotten fully on board with it, nor have the attorneys, and I can't get the numbers up to be, above 3 to 6 in that program at any given time. We had 17 beds. I'd hoped to get the numbers up so we could move that next door to the care campus, bring some U.S. Marshal inmates back in to backfill those beds and offset some more of the cost. I can't get the numbers up, and I don't have control over that. So one of the things that we could do, and I didn't do it in this budget, but we have a plan in place to do this. We're currently running it out of a housing unit at the jail. I can continue to do that, and I can reduce 4 staff at the care campus and continue to run that out of the jail with the numbers being as low as they are. That wouldn't prohibit us if this program takes off as it continues to get traction and we get more data to being able to explore that in the future, but that would be some cost savings that we could bring forward. And I'm guessing probably in that $200,000 to $300,000 range.
I'm sorry, Sheriff, can I get that? So you could take your care campus people that are at Ignite, move them back to the jail? You said run it out of the jail?
I've been running it out of the jail, and we are just about fully staffed up with the staff to move it over to the care campus. But I don't feel good about moving it over with 3 to 4 people in that program at the cost. It's not cost efficient, and I don't have control over that number. So we'll talk through and come up with a little bit better plan and better numbers to.
Judge actually.
So I just reduced 4 of the staff, keep 2 of them on because we'll still do the program out of the jail, continue to partner together with the city, partner together with our county entities. We're doing good work, and we are reducing recidivism for this population. But we can reduce the costs and still continue to run that program and build data on it to see if we want to take a run at it again in the future if it makes sense. But that will be some cost savings.
Have to be sentenced to that program, is that the case?
They have to be sentenced to it.
Yes, okay.
I can put them to work inside the jail all day long, pre-sentence, but once they're sentenced, if the attorneys can't work that agreement out and the judge doesn't agree with it, they don't wind up on the program. So it just hasn't, I'm optimistic, and our staff is optimistic. It's having an impact on the people that are getting in it. They're getting good employment at the end of it. They're not coming back into the jail. So it's doing what we intended it to do, just not on the scale we need it to be at. So I think, when we're looking at cutting things that might even be uncomfortable, and this is I'm pretty passionate about this. I think it is going to have success, but when we've all got to tighten our belts a little bit, I think we can save a little bit of money and gather some more data on that before we take a run at doing it. So we'll bring that back at the next round too. And I do think 200,000 plus is probably the savings on reducing that. Now, all of that won't be Pennington County because we'll have to reduce Rapid City's portion that they contribute to it also.
But do we?
That's why I want to talk to you in executive session. But do we?
So I have one comment going back to your 24/7. I don't know if they're still doing it, but at Minnehaha County on their 24/7 program years ago, when I was looking at some of the costs and staffing cost associated with that, they were utilizing a machine.
Yep.
For everybody to show up, put your money in, no staff, you show up, put the money in the machine, blow, do all that stuff. Have you ever looked at that?
Yep, we have. We've looked at that. And there are some pros and cons to that. Part of the effectiveness of that program is showing up and having some personal accountability and immediate sanctions. And what you get a lot of times with that machine is they'll blow and leave, and then you got to go try to track them down later. And there's a little bit of a cost benefit, but right now, our staffing that we're doing at 24/7 is primarily driven by the number of UAs that we have to do. So I can't effectively reduce that staff low enough to make that effective, but we have looked at that a couple of times.
All right, thanks.
Now, on the 24/7 too, also, you know, we're leasing that building up there for about $26,000 a year, and I put that's all in the notes here. It's really hard to find the right location for that, but if we could get outside the box and find the right county location to put that in, this is the 7th location that I've personally been in since, I've been involved in that since it started in one capacity or another. We are not good neighbors. We do not fit everywhere. We don't fit next to a residential area. I can tell you we don't fit in a strip mall.
Where's it at right now?
It's up in the end of that state building, but by the old Prairie Market. In the,
Oh, okay.
yep, clear back in the corner.
I say we move it to West Rapid.
Move it to
or
West Rapid?
Boulevard.
There you go. We had it across the street here once, and that was probably the closest fit till somebody crashed into one of the houses in coming in one morning, and then it went away, so. All right, that's,
Pardon?
Never had a DUI.
no, wasn't Deb.
No drinker. Give it.
The one I didn't put on here that's under me also is the pivot point, and Amy talked a little bit about that when she was in here. They're doing really amazing things. We were literally almost once a week, sometimes twice a week, driving people from Monument West to Yankton, and then having to go pick them up in 2 days and bringing them back, and it wasn't gelling with taking them on the transport bus. We were taking extra trips. That has pretty much been eliminated since Pivot Point's been here. They're providing great services locally where people's family networks are. They've really strengthened their relationship with Monument Health. They're nearing some really monumental agreements to be able to use Regional West and HSC, so it really is a good fit, and we're getting the bugs worked out of it. It's a great benefit. On this budget, I'm not happy with this budget, and you'll see when you look on there's $82,000 tax support on that budget. That's not, we met this morning and we got that number shaved down to 50,000, but the intention really wasn't for Pennington County to be picking up part of the cost. The state was funding a lot of that, and the state doesn't want any billing to occur with any partner, with any of our neighboring counties. So we're gonna get involved in that conversation and work out a way to where we can
I'm
offset that.
sorry, I didn't catch that, Brian.
The state doesn't want the West River Mental Health to bill surrounding counties for bringing people down, but Pennington County has some skin in the game. Everybody, if the counties are gonna have some skin in the game, we're gonna share the skin in the game. So we met this morning and we're gonna talk through that, and we should be able to, I don't know that we can get Pennington County's contribution to 0, but we're gonna get that number down and we'll make it fair.
It looked like you cut it down some already, right?
Yep, well, it went up from last year a little bit. Last year, the revenues covered almost all the expenses. In this budget that you have in front of you, I think it's a $179,000 budget, and $82,000 is from Pennington County. And we have one staff that works over there that does building, that cleans the building, and then almost all the rest of that budget are utilities and supplies through buildings and grounds. But I'll work with Davis and we'll work with Amy. Willie's been really active in that and try to get.
Davis cleans it now, or?
Well, one of our staff at the care, comes from the care campus that does cleaning at the care campus and does about 30 hours a week over there, and that's in that budget.
I think Davis said something about wanting to clean that.
Yeah, sure.
He said earlier.
Yeah. So we hopefully we can make that number a little bit better too, so. That is all I have for you, unless you have like an hour's worth of questions or in you or anything.
I appreciate it, Brian, and thanks for.
I didn't want to let you go home and sleep on it and come back tomorrow all fresh with a whole bunch of questions, but.
These guys up here are really boring, so it's hard to stay awake, but.
When you read through this stuff, if you have some questions, call me. I'm happy to meet with any of you and go through any of this.
We'll look forward to you updating Jordan on what the questions that we had there. This is just the beginning for us to be able to get our arms around.
Yeah, but your narrative, I mean, which I read, going through here, but no, your narrative and what you put together, I mean, as far as explanations, outstanding, so.
These people do amazing work. Makes it fun to come to work every day and work beside such incredible people, and you got to feel really proud as a commission to have all of these department heads and elected officials coming up. And it's kind of fun today to sit and listen to some of that, so. Yeah, we have some real challenges ahead, but we got the right team to work on it, so thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
That's echoed by every outside
Looking for any
agency.
motions
They
from.
enjoyed it too, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Colleagues to get out of here.
Thanks.
So can we just recess instead
Until
of?
tomorrow, yep.
Oh, we'll just have a recess.
Yeah, we're
then.
recessed.
You would, the motion would be to recess the meeting until June 25th at 8 a.m. to
Who's
continue
bringing the playground
deliberation.
ball?
So move.
Second.
Okay.
Gary's
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Hey, Jordan, can you reach out?